Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to live commentary of the Metro Bank One Day Cup game between Kent and the Notts Outlaws. My name is Fred Atkins. I'll be your commentator this afternoon and this morning, alongside Cameron Emmanuel Burns. And we hope to have one or two guests dropping in on us later in the day as well. We are just a couple of minutes away from play here, and the news from the middle is that Nottinghamshire, having won the toss, are going to bat first. So Ben Martindale, Freddie McCann are going to be the openers. Kent obviously have a change from Friday's game, which was an extremely exciting match when Kent beat Somerset, thrilling fashion. Cameron, what I thought was probably one of the most exciting Metrobank games I've seen in a very long time.
It really was. It was had the backdrop of obviously being a pretty special game with Mr. Denley signing off, but the way that Kent got over the line, it was a really fitting send-off for the man, and great for all those who were there for the community day on Friday. And it also, if you look at it wider in this competition, it keeps Kent right in the mix. This is going to be a tough game. Not second in the table. They've won 3 out of 4, although they've just come off of a loss against Lancashire, but this is going to be a tough old game. And yes, Notts have won the toss and they've gone out to bat to have first use of this Beckenham pitch, and it's looking, well, like a few grounds I've played at this year. It's certainly going to run away. It's not quite as lush as the St Lawrence ground.
No, I've seen a lot of cricket here this year, and as you say, outfield looks exceptionally past. Now, Grant Stewart is going to open from the city end, and that first ball is going to get runs. It's going to be steered down the leg side from Martindale for a couple. Come back to 2. It's fielded by, can't quite tell you that is on the offside. Is it
It's Matt Quinn, yeah. So we get a moment. I'll just run you quickly through the Kent side.
So there's obviously going to be one change because it was Joe Denley's last game as a Kent player. So he's going to be replaced, although he's here today. Stewart in, bowls. Martindale might get one for that, but no, he decides that is not worth the risk. Jaden Denley fielding at square leg.
So yes, I'll quickly go through it. Oh, we've had a crash in the box. And it's Ben Dawkins, captain Daniel Bell Drummond, Sam Northeast at 3, Harry Finch, Chris Benjamin taking the gloves, Jaden Denley coming in for his uncle, Ekach Singh, Grant Stewart, who's got the ball now, Joey Everson, Matt Quinn, and Matt Parkinson.
And Stewart into Martindale again, and Martindale just fends this one back to Stewart. There's no run there. There's apologies if you heard any banging and crashing at the back of the commentary box. It's the classic outground scenario. There's all sorts of challenges when Kent play at outground. Any side plays at an outground, really. Beckenham, one of the better appointed outgrounds, although I think of some members who might take issue with that. Stewart comes in. Martindale flashes at that one. It goes through to Benjamin. Playing a miss there from the batter.
Good carry on that ball.
Yeah.
It's flown through to Benjamin.
Phrase that we used several times on Friday. Moral victory.
Yeah.
To the bowler there. It was, I don't know about you, Cameron. I think my nervous system is only just about recovering from that second innings chase. It went this way and that. Kent looked out of it and then got back into it right at the end. Here's Stewart, who is instrumental. There's a dot ball there. And I personally thought when Joe Denley got out for 20, it was his final innings. I thought Kent were really up against it at that point. They needed about 8.4, I think it was, with the final 10 overs. And there was just an electrifying innings from Ekach Singh. He hit 40 off 20, and although he got out before the job was done, he gave Kent a chance. And this man here, Stewart, came in and finished it off. Now he bowls to Martindale, gets better contact on that, but decides not to take a run, not to chance the arm of Harry Finch. And at the end of the first over, it is 2 without loss. So we'll see who is going to open. It looks like it's going to be Matt Quinn, who, if I'm correct, this might be his first senior appearance of the season.
I believe it is,
Getting the thumbs up from Nick Dillon. So Matt Quinn is going to be bowling from the Beckenham end. So ends here, City end and the Beckenham end. I suppose There is an argument that we are in the middle of a city and we are in the middle of Beckenham, but I think it's closer to the centre of Beckenham, hence that's why it's called this. So we're going to see Matt Quinn here. Cameron will take you through this over.
For the first time this year, him and Joey Everson coming in for South African overseas Keith Dudgeon and Matt Milnes, who of course was part of that partnership at the end.
He
with
was.
Grant Stewart. Get us over the line, but here we go. Matt Quinn with his first delivery of the season to Freddie McCann. Oh, and right on the money. Beating the outside edge. Freddie McCann, first ball. It's a lovely start.
That's what we've missed from Matt Quinn, isn't it? Does, when he's fit, just gives you a very useful option. And that was a very lively start. We should say Quinn did actually play in the NCAA game at Norfolk, which was about 10 days ago, I think, middle of last week. So he has played in the blue of Kent this season, although that game was not given List A status.
Back in is Quinn. This time, Freddie McCann. His first feel of the ball on bat.
Just a bit of wind whipping across the track here, Beckenham, which is making it a little bit more pleasant. I've seen a lot of cricket here this year, and it's almost a cliche now, but Beckenham is either freezing cold or boiling hot, and it's certainly closer to the latter today.
Quinn in. Good movement into the ball from Freddie McCann, but it's cleaned up by Jaden Denley in the covers. Yeah, it's my first time, I believe, to Beckenham.
Is it really?
Yeah. I've never had the joys of coming this far. Well, into ULEZ. Yep. Had to make sure that the car was okay too.
Yeah, I actually got an electric vehicle, partly because I come here so often. It was a big motivation in actually going electric.
Yeah, I bet. Quinn, this time again, carbon copy. Now this time to the left of Jane Denley, cleaning up again in the covers. Yeah, it's nice to come down here, put almost a face to a ground, as it were, and a big stand over there, which is filling up. You can see across from us, lots of cars still coming in. People still streaming in on this Sunday morning or late morning.
Yeah, I think they're expecting about 2,000 in today, and higher than usual number of ticket sales rather than memberships because of the location.
And this has been pretty metronomic from Matt Quinn so far. Hasn't left the top of off stump.
Yeah, so far the only runs to come came off the very first delivery from Stewart, 2 to Martindale. Since then, as Cameron says, it's been pretty relentless for a track that certainly the outfield is parched.
Yes.
Quite how the track will play, we'll wait and see.
Oh, shorter and what? Oh, that's gone up. Big appeal. McCann's not moving.
Yeah, I can't say I heard a noise there.
No.
And square leg doesn't seem to be interested. Umpires just having a look at each other, but just didn't hear a sound. Now, we have got industrial scale headphones on, which does make it sometimes difficult to pick up an edge.
But that one flew through.
It did fly through, didn't it? There just didn't seem to be a huge amount of conviction in the appeal. So,
but it's a great start from Matt Quinn coming back, and well, as you say, hasn't bowled much this year. Maiden here starting off with this all-new opening bowling pair of Stewart and Quinn. Good start. Not 2 for none after 2 overs.
Stewart will continue from the city end. Stewart's in over the wicket. That one is cut by Martindale, but straight to Harry Finch at point, and there's no run. Looking around, other fixtures taking place today. Hampshire taking on Durham, currently 7 without loss. Gloucestershire taking on Warwickshire, and game that affects Kent. Northamptonshire are playing Lancashire. That's at Northampton. Stewart in from the city end to Martindale. That one's chopped, and again, nice little bit of acrobatic fielding by Finch, who has a little bit of a shy at the stumps just to try and keep the batter honest. Don't really think he was out of his ground there. On the subject of out of his ground, there was an incident during Friday's game with Somerset which on any other day I think might have been controversial. So we'll come to that in a second. Here comes Stewart. And Stewart will say Martindale rather flashed at that one. It's gone straight through to Benjamin. I think he just seemed to withdraw his bat at the last second. Not quite sure how close that was. Fielders didn't seem particularly exercised by it. But it doesn't look that easy out there if the opening couple of overs are anything to go by. Stewart will come in again. And that one is flicked on the leg side. Jaden Denley will field. And he'll whip that one back in to Chris Benjamin. They have watched quite a bit of cricket here this year, not just the Kent Championship game, but a number of England under-19 games. And Kent women have played here as well. And it's not been the road that it's cracked up to be. It's got a reputation for being an absolute motorway, this place. Here comes Stewart into Martindale. Martindale's going to get runs here. Probably going to get 2 or possibly even 3. Is that going to race away to the boundary? It looks like it is.
Well, that's the outfield, isn't it?
Yeah, beats Bell Drummond, beats Jaden Denley. Very slight slope seems there, but the outfield is absolutely parched here. And that one has raced away for 4 runs. I say raced. It's just beaten the fielders. So that's the first boundary that we've had here today. Nottinghamshire move on to 6 without loss. Not sure if we're supposed to call them Nottinghamshire or the Notts Outlaws here, but I don't suppose anyone's going to get too upset if we switch between the two. Stewart comes in to bowl to Martindale, and Martindale just prods that one back. There'll be no run there. So at the end of that over, it is 6 without loss, just the boundary coming from it.
Yeah, that looked full money that it would stop up for 2, but as you say, I'm surprised by how different the grounds are because it's pretty green in Canterbury.
Yes, you're right. I mean, Canterbury, I wonder if it's some sort of arrangement they've got where there might be an exemption to a hosepipe ban or something of that ilk, but it is incredibly parched here. A lot of Kent is, a lot of the country is not had any rain here for quite a long time.
Matt Quinn coming in for his second over on the Beckenham end. Again, goes short, this time high up on the bat, and it's dropped. I think that's Ekash Singh there running back at square leg. In fact, I think he had both hands on it.
Yeah,
never easy over your head, but I think he would have be disappointed not to clutch that one.
I think he'd be very disappointed. He got there. First of all, I thought it was going to sail over his head. Then he made his ground. And unfortunately, from a Kent point of view, he got there, got both hands to it over his shoulder, and he just couldn't reel it in. I wonder if it's the position of the sun probably didn't do him any favours here, but really should have been the first wicket of the day for Kent.
And with that, McCann gets off the mark. He's looked troubled by Quinn so far. Now Martindale down the leg side this time, radar wrong, and that's going to be 5 wides. Yeah, it's flown past Chris Benjamin straight down to that boundary. So after the disappointment of the drop, the ball before, Matt Quinn then it's down the leg side and concedes 5. Disappointing start because of how well it had just gone those first 3 overs, pretty quiet.
Yeah, well, Kent have got to put that to the back of their minds and not dwell on it. They've just got to take the next one. So that sort of thing can loom large in the final analysis.
And back on it this time from Quinn. Once again, busy man, Jane Denley in the covers, swooping on that.
I mean, really, I have to say, when it left the bat, I didn't think he was going to get there, and it seemed to sort of die on him a little bit. And it got to the point where I thought, well, this is an easy catch. It's just a little bit over his shoulder, and he just got it wrong, didn't he?
Yeah. Quinn in, driven nicely. Oh, I feel that's going to race away. We have to peer outside of our gazebo to see that, and it has gone for 4.
Yeah,
You fancy Beldrum would have had to have dived if he was never going to catch up with it.
Yeah, and he was never going to get there. So diving on a surface like this carries its own risks as well. It's very, very dry. We're going to keep going on about this, but it's a track that certainly an outfield batters do like. At the extreme conditions that we've had of late.
Quinn seeing a response. Now it's driven straight down the ground, this time to Joey Everson's left. No chance at all this occasion, and that's a better looking shot, I'd say. Both were pretty nice. 2 drives in a row. Getting a bit full here, Matt Quinn.
Yeah,
back boundaries, yeah.
Successive boundaries. Everson's just fielding the ball from behind the advertising hoarding. So Joey Everson back in the side today.
Yeah.
Facing the county where he started, where I'm very upset to lose him when he signed for Kent back in 2022. As Quinn comes in.
There we are. That's a better length from Quinn. Just pushing Martindale back a touch. He's going through his warm-ups already. There's Joe Everson, of course. As you say, he didn't play on Friday, coming just after the news that he will be departing Kent at the end of the year. Not going too far away, but heading over to Sussex. There's a few games left. Kent colours before that. Now Quinn looking to finish off his second over. Driven this time to Everson, who, again, a bit sloppy. Half stopped. They're going to look for 2, and they're going to get back quite comfortably. So, with the drop catch, the 5 wides, and that little bit of a misfield, not a great over that for Kent. 16 off it. After 4 overs now, Notts Outlaws are 22 for none.
Yeah, doesn't even begin to tell the story of that over, does it? 16 off it. You'd think it was. I think the bowlers had a bit of a western, but really, if that wicket and that catch had been taken, you have to wonder how large that will loom later on. Stewart is going to continue from the Beckenham end. This will be his 3rd over. Just field fairly well spread apart from that. Stewart comes in. And that one is steered straight to Harry Finch by McCann, who at the moment is only on 1.
Yeah, the 2 boundary riders are Matt Quinn at pretty wide, fine leg, and then Matt Parkinson doing duties down at 3rd man. But yeah, you feel if it goes past the infield here, it will be racing away.
Stewart in. And there's a flash at that one by McCann. He was trying to cut it, I think. Didn't get anything on it. And he's probably quite glad he didn't get anything on it, because it can't have been too far from the bat.
Yeah, this bit of a new opening pair in the previous game or previous few. It's been Scotland's George Munsey, who of course did a lot of damage against us in that blast game.
Canterbury. Stewart is in, bowls to McCann. That will be a dot ball.
Yeah, he played in the previous game. Notts' first loss of their campaign at Farrington. Low scoring match where Lancashire got 220 and Notts fell quite a few short, all out for 189, but Munsey got 37 in that. And
he had a pretty good knock here for the then Kent Spitfires back in 2021.
Yes,
in a losing effort. Stewart comes in. That one is steered nicely by McCann. It's only going to get one for it. It's fielded by Joey Everson, who is blocking off that area, just that area we can't quite see from the marquee. Look forward to see that Everson was there. Yeah, Muncie, that was that season, that was the sort of second lockdown season, 21. Fans were back in it. We played Durham here, and it was just after the entire squad, it seemed, had gone down with COVID. Kent somehow got a team together. They signed Muncie. Stewart comes in, and that one is just played back to him by Martindale. And Muncie, I mean, he scored a lot of runs. It was a futile innings in some senses, because Durham, I forget exactly how many they put on, but it might have been north of 400. And it was one of those days where it didn't matter how well you did, really. I think he was batting with Harry Finch for quite a long time. Stewart comes in, and that one is just sort of prodded out on the offside this time, where it's fielded by Ekansh Singh.
Stewart and Martindale just looking a little bit at the wicket, maybe popped a tiny bit. Certainly Martindale's patting it down now in that spot.
Yeah, Stewart, just seeing on the replay, just had a little grin at Martindale after that particular delivery. We've reached the end of the over, and I'd like to be able to tell you the score.
23 for none.
23 for none, yeah. Yes, okay. The stream is just kicked back in.
Because, yes, the scoreboard that we would usually be looking at seems to be out of action. I don't know if you can see, Fred, but there's a very tiny one on the opposite side.
Yes,
of the
there is.
Yes,
yeah.
So I'm going
okay,
by
that's very useful, actually.
Quinn back in for his start of his third over. And this one cleaner picked up, and a bit of a celebration from Joey Everson at mid-off.
Yeah, that scoreboard, you almost wouldn't see. Well, I didn't see it until you alerted me to it a couple of seconds ago.
Quinn in big flashing, slash really. I wouldn't call that a drive or a cut. He's attempted that a few times, McCann here. He's 2 off 14 deliveries now, and he's been dropped in the previous over. Out of the 2 openers, he's still the one looking to get into his innings here.
Yeah, that's what the late Neil Bell would have called a Yahoo, I think.
Yeah.
He's tried to give that the kitchen sink and has not made contact.
They go. Quick single. Everson picks up, hits the stumps, but McCann in comfortably. Everson had to run around from mid-off, and he did collect it, say, cleanly in the left pouch and launched at the stumps from close range, but by that stage McCann was in.
Yeah, it's 3 stumps to aim at there for Everson. He's done all he can do. And you never know in a situation like that. You might find that sometimes the batter thinks that he's home and fails to ground his bat.
Driven again, perhaps not full enough to go fully through with it. Martindale heads out to Finch at backward point. Same field for Quinn as is at Stewart, with third man and a wideish fine leg.
Yeah, people, if you are joining us looking at Quinn's figures, I'll come back to this in a second. Just
clipped nicely off his hip, and that will also run away for 4. Hit in front of square, in between Ekansh Singh and Daniel Bell Drummond. He's played that shot a few times and played it well as Martindale, and that'll pick up another boundary for him. Notts Outlaws going along steadily in this power play, up to 28 for none, but what could have been, so I'm sure you're about to head on to, Fred.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if you're looking at the scorecard, if you look at his figures, they're not especially impressive. Currently, I can see 0 for 17. That's been dented slightly by that boundary, so probably 0 for 21 now.
This time driven well. 2 full from Quinn. And that was a lovely looking cover drive past the left-hand side of Jaden Denley, who'll have to go and collect the ball from the boundary. Absolutely no point in chasing after that one. So again,
and in fairness, he isn't, is he?
No, he's going at the speed I would be, yes.
Yeah.
To that, he has just got to it. And that will finish the over with, again, another back-to-back boundaries. Notts Outlaws 32 for none after 6.
Yeah, that was wide from Quinn, wide quite full, and it was given the treatment. So, as we were saying, you know, it could have been a very different story at the start of the previous over. Really should have had a wicket. Akant Singh putting down a chance that I think probably 95 times out of 100 he would have taken. Stewart is going to continue from the city end. Yeah, there's just a brief delay here where he seems to be checking his mark or checking his foot mark or something similar. Goes back to his starting area. And he'll come into McCann, who is the junior of the two partners here in terms of runs. Well, he might be, well, he cuts that one, but it goes straight to Finch. And Martindale looked like he was interested in a single there for a second. He was sent back by McCann. Didn't want to chance Harry Finch's arm. Harry Finch is a very useful fielder. Sort of point area. He's not keeping wicket, which he hasn't done much of this season. Benjamin has been given the glove. Stewart comes in. And Stewart, again, that should be a dot ball. Singh comes in. Fields that one fairly comfortably. And there's no run. So Stewart's gone for 7 so far from his 3 overs. Definitely been the tighter of the bowlers. Just see the venue manager, Jackie Hayward, walking around the boundary. She's saying, we're talking to her earlier, she's like, we're doing a rain dance here because of the state of the outfield. There's Stewart in, and that one is driven. It's nice contact, but he's not going to get anything for it. It's the proverbial good shot for nothing there. Nice looking cover drive, but it's gone straight to Akant Singh. And there'll be no run. 32 without loss, Nottinghamshire, after 6.2 overs. And there's just a bit of a discussion about the field placings here. Looks like Daniel Bell-Drummond wants Jaden Denley to head out towards the boundary on the square leg area, and Quinn is going to come in towards a kind of fine leg, short fine leg perhaps, or we'll see where he ends up. Anyway, Stewart is running in. And there's a bit of a heave there. And McCann gets away with it. Carries straight through to Benjamin. Looked like that one had a bit of movement after it passed the batter. Benjamin had to go a couple of steps to his left. So there's something in this for the bowlers, which is, was it talking a little bit about earlier.
It looks like McCann is looking for that release shot amidst all the carnage at the other end.
Stewart in, and this time they are going to get one. It's just prodded onto the leg side, and there'll be a single to Daniel Bell-Drummond. So 1 from the over so far, 1 ball to come, and it'll be Stewart. So far, comfortably the more economical of the Kent bowlers. And Stewart is in. And that one is tickled down the leg side. They'll get 1 here. So Martindale will go to 25 at the end of the over, and Nottinghamshire will be on 34 without loss after 7. And it looks like Quinn's going to continue after a tough couple of overs.
Yeah, it's usually been the plan for Kent, the power play. They've got their designated power play bowlers. Quinn, who of course was a maiden in his first over, even had a shout for a caught behind his final ball of that over. has been expensive since then. And he has the more in-touch player of Martindale to bowl to here, 25 of 23 deliveries, in comparison to Freddie McCann, the other end, who's 4 of 19 and has been dropped.
Joey Everson is doing a fairly elaborate warm-up routine.
Yeah,
towards
maybe
the mid-on area.
Quinn in from the Beckenham end.
Decent ball from Quinn, that one. It bounces just before Benjamin.
I think there was a feather on that. Hands on heads from Quinn.
Yeah, almost like they're having a bit of a discussion about that. I'll try and see what's happened on the replay.
Yeah, I wonder if that just didn't carry.
Yeah, I think it looked like it bounced before Benjamin. Just waiting for the replay to crop up here. Difficult to tell from that. Wonder if he caught it on the full, Benjamin. I think it was just a little waft by the batter.
Quinn back in, this time shorter, and pulled to Jane Denley, who's been put in for this over at mid-wicket. There has been a change. Denley, who was at cover, now gone across, with Ekant Singh being posted out at deep square leg. Parkinson coming in to short fine. And what that means is Dawkins has been brought out from first slip to gully. So now there's no catches in that slip cordon. Still a third man, but they're trying to beef up that leg side area where Martindale has been so successful at the start of this innings. Quinn back in. That's a good line and length. Just being patted out to Everson at mid-off for no run. Better start to this over for Matt Quinn. 3 dots. Quinn in. And again, that's a big slash. That one kind of ballooning through. Again, Martindale looks inquisitively down at the turf.
There have been a few of those, haven't there?
Yeah. And again, once he is going down, doing the age-old patting. I'm not really sure. I often do it, but I'm not really sure what I'm doing at times. It looks right.
Never made any difference to me. I never saw it anyway.
Can he find that same spot? Matt Quinn, he looks to, and he's beaten the outside edge of Martindale through to Benjamin. It's a good set of 5 so far. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Quinn will continue past this point. He's obviously not done too much bowling so far this year. Will he complete the power play, or will we see the likes of an Everson come on? But
yeah, and as I said earlier, if you look at his figures, you probably think he's had a bit of a rough time of it, but he's been pretty unlucky as Quinn.
Quinn driven. I think that's half stop from Finch. Good right hand. They will come back for 2. Grant Stewart launching the ball in. Good arm. They will complete the 2 to finish that over.
So
yeah,
36. Yeah, 36 without loss at the end of the over. You are listening to Kent Cricket's in-house live stream, which is proudly presented by Clubberly. I'm Fred Atkins. I'm commentating Cameron Emmanuel Burns, hoping to get Martin Shaw in for an hour or so later on. I think he's going to be joining us around about 12 o'clock. Commentates on Stags Radio. We've got the first bowling change. Joey Everson is going to come on. It's an interesting story in itself. Joey Everson, of course, if you follow Kent Cricket, you'll know that he signed a deal to stay with, well, to leave. He's going to be joining Sussex from the start of next season. I know that a number of members pretty unhappy about that. Didn't want him to move on. We'll see how he does here. I guess the point here is that he is playing. So he is still part of the squad. He's still considered a valuable part of the squad. The Kent still want to use him for the rest of this season. Everson comes in, going round the wicket. That's not a bad first delivery. Slightly squares up. McCann there.
Yeah, well,
get a run for it.
As you say, the members have valued his contributions. He's been very consistent in that Kent shirt. Part of that winning one-day cup side was brilliant in that campaign.
He's in again from the City end. This time McCann just prods him on the leg side. It's fielded by Sam Northeast in the mid-wicket area, and there's no run. I mean, he's not had his best season. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, and I think there've been a few moments throughout the season. Hard to look past that game at Middlesex in the blast.
Yeah, Everson in again, around the wicket again. And there's a stifled shout from sort of point area, cover area. It's not going to get... Well, if the bowler's not appealing and the wicketkeeper's not appealing, then it's not going to be given. But yeah, I mean, he made a very useful, I think it was 88 in the win over Northants. It was his best innings of the season. But as you say, he comes in again here. And that one is sort of fended on the leg side slightly. Northeast is after it. He's going to lose out to Jaden Denley. Two players with similar haircuts. Looks like a Kevin Keegan 70s haircut, if you like. Probably not ideal in this weather, this heat, but it does give your neck a bit of protection. Mullets have become very popular with cricketers in recent seasons. I'd say these are classic mullets, but here's Everson again from the City end, and this one is driven by McCann. After a single was taken from the previous ball. So it's driven by Martindale, I should say. Martindale on 27, McCann on 5. And Stewart will just give the ball back to Joey Everson, who, he was saying he had that good innings, 88 I think it was he got in that win over Northampton. He would drop for the game here with Durham, and he's into bowl. And they're going to steal a single here, I think. There's a shy at the stumps, and because they've run that well, the ball seemed to hit, I think it hit Martindale on the foot or the ankle. But they were well home. And so at the end of Joey Everson's first over, he's just gone for 2. And Quinn is going to continue from the Beckenham end.
Yeah, to complete the power play will be Matt Quinn. Yes, it's been an interesting one so far. Obviously, the drop, most notable point, but a few overs which have gone awry from Kent's point of view, but others have been pretty quiet. Like that previous one from Everson, just a couple singles off it.
Yeah, and certainly so far 38 without loss. I mean, obviously Kent will be disappointed they haven't broken through, but they've not conceded too many so far.
Oh, Matt Quinn in from Beckenham. Again, that's right on the money. To Martindale.
It's a subject to some discussion when he was given a deal this year, Matt Quinn. I think Simon Cook at a members forum said he was on more of a pay-per-play deal this year than he has been previously.
They go for another quick single this time. Beldrummond, he decides not to have a shy at the stumps.
Yeah, that's good running. Good running by Martindale. Didn't really offer Beldrummond a prayer, and I think he knew that, realised that if he threw it, the only thing that was going to happen there was a chance of an overthrow. Yeah, I think with Matt Quinn, I think he's the sort of guy they like to have around. Like to keep him around the place. You know, if he's not playing, he could be coaching a bit. Just bring something extra.
I know he's a very popular figure within the squad. Back in. Oh, again, a big Yahoo.
That was
Freddie McCann.
a huge heave, wasn't it? You can see that McCann,
Yeah,
he's on 5 from 23.
he's struggling out here.
He's getting frustrated, and I wonder if that is going to cost him his wicket fairly soon. The way that he's going, it doesn't look like he's going to hang around for too long. But he's still there. And of course, he was dropped when he had, before he'd scored.
Short, pulled away. And this one will be cut off expertly down at deep square leg. I think that's Ekansh Singh out there.
Yeah, it is Ekansh. It's wearing wearing a cap and wearing looks like a kind of elbow protector
On
or
one arm
warmer on his right arm.
Yeah.
So it was a number of players were wearing long sleeves. I feel a number of them are still wearing them today. Significantly warmer than it was on Friday.
This time driven to Beldrummond, who takes it comfortably at mid-on, and that will be the end of what was a very tricky and a bit of a torrid innings. That Freddie McCann, and success for Matt Quinn on his return. Could have had him earlier in the power play when he was dropped on 0, but he goes 4-7 off 25 balls. As you said earlier, Fred, you thought he was going to lose his wicket at some point playing some of the audacious heave-hoves he was going for. But that is Kent's first wicket. Notts Outlaws, 41 for 1.
Yeah, diving catch from Daniel Beldrummond there, and Quinn deserves that wicket. He should have had it a few overs beforehand, but so it's not often I get it that right that quickly. But I think I called it a couple of deliveries beforehand, didn't I? I said I didn't think he was going to hang around for too long, and he hasn't. He's out for 7 from 25. He looked frustrated, Freddie McCann. And who are we getting in here?
I believe it's tie up to here.
Yeah, I think it's to here. Number 66 on his shirt.
The new batter for Notts Outlaws, number 66, tie out to here.
I haven't seen too much of him, I must confess.
He was down to open, hadn't actually come out as the opener, so he's in at number 3. So Tayyab Tahir is the new batter for Nottinghamshire, or the Notts Outlaws if you prefer. So I know we're going to have a number of listeners who will be Nottinghamshire supporters today. So just a quick disclaimer, the one I always give, Cameron and I are Kent supporters. We do want Kent to win. But we will try not to be too one-eyed in the commentary.
Oh, but I'm pleased for Matt Quinn.
Yeah, he deserved that, didn't he? He absolutely deserved it.
Had that one over that went for 16 and stuff, which included the drop. Last ball of the over, and the power play coming up. And his first ball 2 to here. It's just left alone. So that will complete the power play. Notts Outlaws 41 for 1, with Martindale on 29 off 33 deliveries. And as we just saw, the end of McCann's innings, which was, a tricky one for him. Could have been out earlier in the piece, but fell in the last over. What are your thoughts on the power play? On as even?
I'd say pretty much on as even, yeah. Always look at the wickets column. I think if you've not lost, if you've only got one down at the end of the power play, you're not going to be too unhappy. And I think we said pretty much the same thing against Somerset on Friday. I forget the exact score. I think it was probably about 38 or maybe slightly
they were
more
going
than
3.5s actually.
So it's a very different game. You know, people forget that this format has kind of fallen out of favour with various authorities. People don't play that many internationals anymore. Everson will continue coming in around the wicket again to the left-hander, and that one will just be steered by Martindale straight to Harry Finch, and there'll be no run. And of course, it's not a massive mystery, is it? When you struggle in List A cricket, 50 over cricket, if your best players aren't playing any 50-over cricket because they've been seconded to the other tournament,
Yes.
they're not going to get any practice as Everson comes in. When he's steered away, they'll get one for this on the leg side. Jaden Denley will come in and field. It's no mystery, is it? You know, you need. There are nuances to this format that you don't get in blast cricket. In some ways, it's almost more similar to the 4-day game than the T20 game. I would say you still have time to build an innings, to pace an innings. That's why there's annual debate over whether Ben Compton should be in the side. For my money, he's somebody that is always worth considering. Everson coming back over the wicket to the right-hander Tahir. That one is fielded by Sam Northeast. And there's no run.
Yeah.
Northeast to cover there.
He's pretty close in there, isn't it? Almost a catching cover to the new man. To here.
Everson back in. That one, well, there's a half-hearted shout. It's definitely not out. Oh, there's a overthrow there. Harry Finch, 2 overthrows there, which is really it's poor.
Yeah.
In that situation, that should have been a dot ball. As it is, Nottinghamshire got 2 runs from that because Harry Finch had a bit of a shy at the stumps. There was nobody backing up, and they've rather stolen a couple of singles. I say stolen it; they've been given it by Kent. So first of all, we didn't think they were going to run a single, and they did, and they've come back for 2. And now the legends in the Kent backup are just prodded there by Tahir, and there's no run. The legends in the Kent backroom staff have actually given us a scoreboard here that we can check, which is going to make everybody's life so much easier. Sam Keir sitting next to us, the announcer, has just made his day, I think. He's at the scoreboard board. He doesn't have to lean out of the marquee anymore to see what's actually going on. So Everson in again, and that one is driven. There'll be no run unless somebody has a shy at the stumps here, which I think they've learned their lesson about.
Yeah. Be interesting to see how far out Tahir was of his crease to warrant such an attempt from Finch.
Just looking at the stream, and unfortunately it's buffering at the moment, so I'm afraid I can't give you a lot of assistance on that one. And Quinn is going to carry on despite the end of the power play. I think Daniel Bell-Drummond obviously likes what he saw. He got that wicket in the last over. So Matt Quinn will bowl his 6th over from the Beckenham end. See who would be your first choice change at this end. I suppose Ekant Singh would be one of the obvious options.
Yep. Well, and obviously you've got the choice of bringing in spin with a couple options of Matt Parkinson, who I thought bowled was probably the most effective of the bowlers on Friday, and Jane Denley, who now into the side gives you another option. Left arm orthodox.
The new Whitstable one.
That's it. Quinn to continue, driven straight and nice, and it gets past. Diving attempt. Joe Everson at mid-off goes to his left and goes away for 4 down the ground. Have a nice shot from Martindale, takes him to 34. He's hit a few nice drives down the ground, and I think the difference between what we're seeing from his innings and McCann, he's not looking to overhit the ball. You don't need to out here. As long as you beat men in a ring, it's going to race away. No need to bludgeon it out here. And also it seems playing with the straight bat, it's a bit easier on this surface. When they've gone cross bat, that's where the issues have come for the batters. Now Everson seems like he's gone a touch deeper here, a bit closer towards that 30-yard ring. Quinn to respond. Clip again off his pads, and it's beaten Bell-Drummond, and it will go for 4 back-to-back boundaries. I feel like I've said that a few times today. When they've come in succession.
You can blame climate change for the last 2 of them.
Yeah.
It's a subject we've been talking about at some length today already, but this absolutely parched outfield is not going to offer the fielder any kind of assistance here. And so that's 50 up for Nottinghamshire in the 12th over here.
digs it in this time. And I think that could be, yep, third boundary on the trot. This one kind of ballooning up, Martindale swiveling on it. And there is protection out there in Singh, but it was too quick along this rapid outfield.
Yeah, that's a terrific shot from Martindale there. He's really got his eye in. He has whipped that one down to a backward square leg area, if you like. I think that's where that crossed the boundary, and it raced away from Singh. He was never going to get anywhere near it.
Now, just nudged off his hip. I think that's Parkinson down there who'll clean up, but it'll still be 2. So that's 14 off the last 4 deliveries. When the overs have gone big for Quinn, they've gone pretty big so far today. I wonder, 2 balls left in this over, or?
I think it might be 3. No, I think you could be right too, looking at the brand new scoreboard that we've got.
Quinn again, almost carbon copy clip into a gap. This time it will be Singh to collect, who does launch the ball in, but Martindale will get back for 2. He's racing up to 46 now, off of just 40 deliveries. As a batter out here, you do want to get in. You're going to get good value for your shots.
Well, Martindale is very much in. He's looked very comfortable. It was McCann that was having all sorts of problems. It wasn't a surprise when he went for 7. Martindale, frankly, looks a lot more set, a lot more comfortable. 46 so far.
Oh, he just has to get out of the way of that one. Dug in from Quinn. He considered about hooking, but decided against at the last minute, and gloves were in play, you thought for a second, but no. Completes the over after 12. Not Outlaws 60 for 1.
Yeah, there was just a little bit more life in that one. It seemed to rear up slightly on Martindale, who's currently on 46 from 41 deliveries. And, in the end, he played that pretty well, actually. I think it slightly surprised him, but he got his back well back. And he wasn't really in any danger of nicking it. Everson from the City end, bowling over the wicket. And to here, just prods that one forward, back to the bowler. In fact, Northeast is going to come in from the covers and field that one. Kent wearing their blue Metro Bank kits here, which are, of course, inspired by the first ever coloured kits that they wore way back in the 1993 season. I remember buying one from Hubble and Freeman in Maidstone, Gabriel's Hill. Here's Everson. And again, nice full delivery that's just blocked by Tahir.
That's good pressure on the new batter. Still on 0 after 7. The 7 balls. As you know, any batter across the land, you want to get off the dreaded blob.
You absolutely do. At the moment, he's dealing with it fairly comfortably, I'd say. As Everson comes in again, and this time he decides to hook, and he is going to get off the mark. He'll just get 1. And as Cameron is saying, you always feel better after you've got even 1 run. Just talking about, you were talking about Matt Parkinson bowling, just to change tack very slightly, talking about contributions. What I liked about the win on Friday was that every player contributed, and that included Parkinson. He only took 1 wicket, but tied him up, put the pressure on. Probably a bit unlucky not to get more, as Everson's going to go around the wicket now to the left-hander. Now that one is it nicked? It's a shout from Benjamin behind the stumps. Everson's not really interested. I think it was far too high to be given LBW. Looked like it was probably going down leg as well. But Benjamin thought it was worth a shout. Normally the keeper is your best friend, isn't he, as a bowler, if you're trying to get an appeal going and you want a bit of help. But I have to say, on this particular occasion, Everson wasn't interested. Everson in again. Took 1 from that one. And Tahir doesn't want to have that one. Dawkins, I think, has fielded that one. It just threatened to have a shy at the stumps, but thought better of it, and there was nobody really backing up there, so it's probably just as well that he didn't. Finch was coming into that general area. Kent, of course, already conceded 2 buzzers today. Kind of mixed performance in the field so far. It's been fairly stifling at times. Everton in. That one is flicked down the leg side towards square. Ekansh Singh will field that. I'll just take 1. The score will move on to 63 for 1 here at the end of the over.
Yeah, getting back to what you were mentioning about Parkinson on Friday, I thought he was superb, seeing as that he came on when there was 2 set batters, and I believe it was Lamonby and Pereira, and there was a lot of left-handers in that Somerset lineup, and normally he would be bowling from the pavilion end there, but with the short boundary, he was tasked with bowling throughout his spell from the Acton Road end. Him and actually Joe Denley, the 2 leggies inside, both did pretty well. Joe even becoming a death bowler. I don't know how many times he's done that, completing the overs at that end. There will be a change at the Beckenham end, and it is the young talent Ekansh Singh replacing Matt Quinn. Ekansh Singh has had a really successful one-day cup so far with both ball and bat, of course. More so a bat in the previous fixture, but he's joint top wicket taker for Kent this year with 5. Got on a yard of pace, and here he comes for his first ball. Oh, and just rearing up onto here, who's ridden the bounce pretty nicely there and deflecting it down to third man to get to the other end. But yeah, Ekansh Singh, how impressed have you been with him?
Well, he did very well here in the championship game. That was against Durham. Took 3 wickets in the Durham first innings. At one point, it looked like Kent were going to get a substantial first innings lead there. And of course, the infamous cover leak, which robbed us of a whole day's play here, really, on the Saturday, and robbed us of any chance of a result. But he did very well. Got 3 big wickets. He's going round the wicket here to the left-hander. And that sort of wraps. Tied 2 noises, I think, there.
2 noises, and I think 2 high as well.
Yeah, that was definitely too high. That would have gone over. But,
do you rush Martindale there? I think a bit sharper than Quinn. We've mentioned it a few times, but a lot of talk about how Singh has put on a yard of pace or 2 over the winter. Worked a lot on his bowling. Really is the all-round package at the moment, and it's potentially the reason why the bowler from the other end is departing us. Singh.
Oh, and that is a beauty from Singh.
No foot movement there from Martindale. Wafting the bat at it. Looks like he might have moved away. Tough to see from here.
Probably just as well it didn't nick it, because Benjamin didn't actually grab it. One-handed,
good
didn't
length, he? Yeah, on this deck.
That's 2 very good deliveries already in this over from Ekansh Singh. This is very familiar ground for him.
Driven, not timed, and straight to Sam Northeast. Short cover, coming to him on the bounce. Let's start this, and of course he's got the ball in hand now, but be remiss of us to not mention just how pivotal he was in that win on Friday. 40 off 20 balls, and some of the shots were extraordinary.
He knew he had to take a few risks, and he did, and enough of them paid off that he got Kent back into that game.
Singh in this time clip line not quite where he wanted it to be, drifting down onto the pads of Martindale, who will collect a single. But be probably quite glad to get to the other end, trying a few balls before that. So we'll come back over now to the right-handed to here.
Just a slight field change here. Looks like Harry Finch is being told to go more towards backward point, I think.
Yeah. And left alone by Tahir. Good start that from Singh. 2 off his first over. Generous applause around the ground. So when it does come, the spin, which end would you expect
Well,
it?
that's a good question.
Because looking here, I'd say it's my first time. It seems like there's a bit of a slope, maybe not quite as pronounced as.
Yeah, it's not as steep as
yeah.
Canterbury. Very slightly sloping towards us at the Beckenham end.
Yeah.
Remember when, again, we've returned to Matt Parkinson. We were here for the championship game. Daniel Bell-Drummond made a point of singling out Matt Parkinson for bowling into the wind and up the hill during that game. It feels like it was a long time ago, because basically that was the last time I think anybody felt cold in the southeast of England. That was May. And since then, it feels like it's been subcontinental for about decades. But anyway, Everson is in. That one is played forward by Martin Dale. No run is taken. And then we're just going to talk. We're talking about Ekant Singh. He's a local cricketer. He's made a point. You know, he's born in Orpington, educated at the Judd School in Tunbridge, and he's, you would think, been earmarked for the role that Joey Everson, who's going to bowl here, was earmarked for, that kind of Darren Stevens role. As Everson comes in, he's cut here. Should be fielded by Parkinson. He'll get one. They'll come back for a second. Parkinson makes a tumbling stop. And it's one of those things, player departures are always complicated. They leave fans emotional. I think it's a testimony to the strength of the feeling that fans have for counties as opposed to franchises. I know that when Joey Everson left Nottinghamshire, they were very upset. Peter Moores was very reluctant to see him go. As Everson comes in, and that one is tucked off the legs. There'll be a single there. They think about coming back for a second. I know that well, it looked like Martindale wanted to come back. And that is 50 up for Martindale off 49 balls. Very important knock at the start of the innings from him.
Yeah, that's his third list day 50. Third professional cricket for the 23-year-old. Apart from a few that have kind of ballooned past him and a couple in that Ekant Singh over, that's pretty untroubled.
Yeah, it's been a very competent innings so far.
Oh,
and of course his job now is to go on. That could be the first boundary for Tahir, is it? Bell-Drummond is after it. Bell-Drummond has actually done pretty well to get there. They'll get 3 off that one. Bell-Drummond with a sliding stop down in front of that bank of green seats, the main viewing area here at the new county ground.
I am shocked, Fred. I think that's going to be a very rare sight, a fielder being able to chase down a ball to the boundary here, this outfield today.
Yeah, it looked like he maybe didn't get a huge amount on it, actually, and that's probably why. And it is a very long boundary there as Everson comes in again, and that one is just tickled off the hips by Martindale, and that will get a boundary. 4 runs more to Martindale. He seems to be enjoying himself here as Matt Quinn picks the ball up and throws it back to Benjamin. That thudded into the advertising slogans. Now we've got Martin Shaw is going to come and join us here. So what I think we'll do, I'll make way if you want. Well, at the end of the over, I'll jump away and let Martin come in. As Everson has got 2 more to deliver, or 1 more, I think, this over. Everson comes in, and that is just sort of driven back past him. They'll get 1 for this, but it's fielded, and they will just get 1. So with the score on 76 for 1, I'm going to make way for an hour or so, half an hour, and leave you in the hands of Cameron Emmanuel Burns and Martin Shaw.
Wow. Well, hello there, Martin.
Hello, Cameron.
How
Hello,
are
everybody. Fine, thank you.
Yes. What do you think of the start so far?
Well, obviously, it's a very fast outfield, and Quinn was taken for a lot of boundaries by Martindale. Quinn was also a little bit unlucky. I'll just break off.
Yeah, Ekant Singh to continue. Oh, a chance! Oh, leaning edge. And a sprawling attempt. Oh, underarm from Quinn. Hits the stumps, but he is in comfortably. But that's not the first time Singh has troubled Martindale so far. And he There was a chance there, but out of reach of his right hand. Would have been a spectacular catch, that.
Yeah, obviously Quinn's gone for quite a lot of runs. Martindale taking a load of boundaries off him. The outfield is very fast. Quinn was a bit unlucky when Akan should have caught McCann. It was a pretty easy catch, which he dropped, but then he did finally get McCann out. But a lot of runs to Martindale.
Seeing in to the right-hander. And now, another chance to caught bowled, and he's taken it. A very simple chance. And it is the end for the right-hander Tahir, who goes 6 off 13 balls, caught and bowled. Ekant Singh, how intriguing. Back-to-back caught and bowled chance. This one a lot simpler. And that is Kent's second wicket.
Yeah, that's an easy chance for a catch. Good ball, just beaten Tahir, I think, with pace probably, and Tahir out. Good catch by a catch. Pretty easy catch, but he did drop a very simple catch earlier on. It was almost astonishing. I mean, Akanch is a very good fielder. It was astonishing to see him drop that chance earlier on. Wasn't too costly. McCann was on naught, I think, at the time, and he only went on to make 7. But that's a good wicket for Kent. And but Martindale is obviously the main run scorer with 56 out of 77.
Yeah, and actually with that single that Martindale just got, it's now his highest score ever in professional cricket.
Right. I mean, I've seen his dad play a lot for knots in the past. I haven't seen this Martindale play before, but he's batted very well. You only have to beat the infield, and it's 4 here. The outfield is so fast, and it's good. It looks like being a high-scoring game.
It does indeed. But with that wicket comes the Notts Outlaws skipper. And it's a name that a lot of us will recognise. It's Hasib Hamid, formerly of England opener. But he's been scoring a ton of runs over the last couple of years in a 4-day format and 1 day. To be honest with you, this season he got a 66 in the first game against Somerset. Not too much else to write home about for Hamid.
He's such a high-quality player, isn't he? Probably had his England debut too early in his career, probably, but he's been a high-quality player now for years for Notts, and a high-quality captain as well, done superbly for them.
Well, he was in discussions when that opening spot, which obviously was Emilio Gay in the end for the England side. And part of what they were taking into account was his leadership skills. And
well, if England were looking for a new captain, which they were until they appointed Joe Root, they probably could have done worse than go to Hamid, I would have thought. But they've gone with Joe Root now, and hopefully he'll do well.
Yeah, of course, leading Nottinghamshire to the Division 1 Championship last year. I can't sing to come in for Hamid's first delivery. Yeah, you just see the difference there. It looked like he had a lot of time in playing that defensive shot straight down into the ground and to the northeast. He's in at gully now. Yeah, a bit of a change. The field that's pretty packed. Offside, you got a not quite catching cover, but in on the angle, and then a regular cover on the ring, and then a backward point and a gully it looks now, and no one covering that boundary except for third man, which I imagine is Matt Parkinson. Singh back in. Oh, a bit fuller. Gets a few groans from the fielders. It looked like he wasn't quite in the correct position for the shot. He's just practiced it afterward.
Yeah, putting a bit of pressure on Hamid here, aren't they? Trying to get him early, I think.
Yeah.
Akanch, it's interesting watching him bowl this season. He's definitely gained a yard of pace this season from last season, hasn't he? And he's looking such a good all-rounder. And of course, that is a big part in the reason that Joey Everson is now leaving, because Akanch has gone ahead of him really in the Kent side.
Good line of length, and again this untroubled Hamid. Yes, no, I think that's exactly it. I was speaking to people in the know, say that Akanch has put a lot of work in on his bowling over the winter.
Yeah,
and you can see the difference. I think before he was very much a batter who can give you a few overs in the middle, perhaps try and tie down an end, to a genuine wicket taker now.
Well, that's right. I mean, he completely changed the course of the Northants game, didn't he, a couple of weeks ago with this break off.
Oh, and he's beaten the outside edge. Yeah, that's a good ball. Hard to see from our angle here, but it moved away a touch, but had Hamid fending at it. So that's a good over from Akanch Singh taking the wicket off to here and going for just the 1 run. Notts Outlaws after 16 are 77 for 2.
Yeah, applause from the Kent fans here for that over from Akanch. Yeah, I mean, he completely changed the game against Northants, the first game at Canterbury in this competition when Northants were going well, weren't they? Something like 210 for 3, I think, and Akanch took 2 wickets in an over. The 2 set batsmen then got another wicket in his next over and completely changed the course of that game, which Kent went on to win, of course.
Wow. So Joey Everson, who, as you were mentioning, is leaving us soon for Sussex, but he's being replaced here in this game. Matt Parkinson at the City end, who bowled so well on Sunday, I felt. Maybe didn't quite get all the rewards he maybe deserved. He got 1 in the end, I think his final over.
He's been bowling fairly economically, hasn't he, in this competition? Ironically, in the Championship, he tends to be more expensive, but in this competition, he's been pretty economical.
First ball a bit flatter. Ooh. He's unlucky there. It's an outside edge. It's running away. It's hard to see from off.
He's just stopped by Akanch.
Yes, I could not see. Oh, they're coming back for 3. Chance hit. Oh, just a throw far away. Benjamin had to dive.
You know what? If that throw had been closer to the stumps, that might have been behind trouble there for Hamid.
Yeah, I was surprised that they went for 3. Second 3 in a few overs here.
I mean, he did well to stop the ball, Akanch, chasing after it and diving to pull it in, but if that throw could have just been more accurate, it could have been a problem.
Yep. And getting a chance off his first ball, that Parkinson. No slip here. Oh, and as I say that, 1 gets put straight in. Makes more sense to the right hand of Hamid, who's still on 0.
Trying to put pressure on Hamid, aren't they, early in this innings, not let him get set.
Oh, Parkinson aborting his run up. Again, that will be Hamid off the mark. Just pressing onto the back foot and guiding that through the vacant point region to collect a single. Be interesting to see how much spin, again, not easy from our vantage point, but how much spin Parkinson gets on this wicket. Imagine it's pretty dry out there. Out to left-handed Martindale. No run. No, I think that could be Keith Dudgeon out there. Obviously as a sub, the South African overseas, number 75. Oh, reverse attempted. He's not connected with it. And he's fortunate. It's just looped up. No one anywhere near it. But yeah,
well, he's very lucky there, isn't he, with the reverse sweep, because it's not reached Everson deep in the field. If he'd made a good connection on that, ironically, he might have gone straight to Everson.
Yeah.
But got a bit lucky that it was top edgy.
Yeah. Now Hamid back on strike. Flatter this time for Parkinson. Oh, that's well placed. Chase on for Grant Stewart, and he's not going to catch up with it. That was a nice looking shot. A bit shorter, a bit flatter from Parkinson. And again, pressing onto the back foot was Hamid. And he cut it away backward a point, and it's raced away for his first boundary of the day.
Yeah, it was Quinn at backward point that sort of dived and didn't get there. It went down in stages, didn't he, really, Quinn? And in fact, Quinn is moving out of that position now, and Dudgeon is moving in. In fact, I fancy if Dudgeon had been there, he would have stopped that. But Quinn was too slow getting down, really.
Yeah, slip out now. More protection. And again, just rocking onto the back foot. Heading out to Stewart. Single. So, well, pretty expensive start, that for Parkinson. 10 off his first over. Of course, the first ball going for 3 was an edge through or down to third man.
He was a bit lucky, wasn't he? Because the 3 was an edge and the 4 probably should have been stopped.
Yeah.
So it's looked a really expensive over when in actual fact it wasn't that bad an over.
Yeah. And of course in there was that attempted reverse sweep which just ballooned up in the air. But you fancy this middle order is pretty strong here for Notts. International pedigree with, of course, Hamid in and then carded in to come next. South African wicketkeeper batsman Carl Verena. But before that, Ekant Singh. Oh, on the pads. Loud appeal. I imagine that's going down.
Yeah, it wasn't a terribly convincing appeal,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah, Verena got 60 odd at Farrington the
Yeah.
other day for Notts, but he scored. What was interesting was he scored it very slowly. I think he only got a couple of boundaries on that, and it looked like scoring was difficult, as it was in the game against Kent on Tuesday. Pitch very difficult to bat on, and a player of his quality scoring so slowly suggests that it was playing equally difficultly in that game against Lancashire. But he is a good batsman, Verena.
Singh. That's guided. That's a lovely shot. There's two men post there. He's got it through the gap between gully and point, and he will collect two. That's Hamid. Yes, I noticed that. I think it was 2 boundaries, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In 60. As you say, Lancashire got 220 in that game, and Notts only could muster 189.
Yeah, I mean, we saw from the game against Kent, it's the pitch was a little bit feisty, uneven bounce particularly. I mean, the wicket of Finch in the game against Kent on Tuesday,
really
it really
weird,
popped up on him, didn't he?
Singh.
And I think it was similar in the game between Lancs and Notts later in the week. So that's, first time cricket has been played at that ground.
Yeah.
Take a little bit of time to settle down. Maybe it's a year too early for the ground, but Lancashire were keen to get there, I think.
Yeah, those 2 away games for Kent, of course, have produced their 2 defeats so far against Lancashire and when they went Gloucestershire. Yeah. And I feel batting first in those 2 games, especially Gloucestershire, was a tough loss.
Yeah.
The toss, Singh, slower ball, I think, but radar wrong, going down the leg side, will be wide. Have to reload on that one. And then at Farrington, no one has seen the conditions there for, and Ken had to go out there and against a pretty good Lancashire attack. I'm thinking of Stanley coming in and really smashing into a length. And as you mentioned, that Finch dismissal one, was it also North East who got one that's
right
off the glove? So yeah,
I think if Kent had been able to bowl first in that game, might have been a different result.
Yeah. Singh into Hamid. Oh, and a little fend from Hamid. Fancy he's kind of done one of those proddy leaves. Probably wasn't too close to it. You feel sometimes in the field that there's a chance, but I imagine he wasn't that close. It's a good contest, the young Singh versus the quality of Hamid.
It's worth mentioning it's a very, very hot day here in Beckenham today. I've been in the East Midlands the last few days, and so for the Notts fans watching, it's been a lot cooler in Notts in the last few days. Very, very hot today.
Short. Just punched off the back foot down to Finch, who I believe that is Finch there, isn't it? Yes.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah, it's because he mans that area. When he doesn't have the gloves on, that backward point area is all his. Really good fielder is Finch.
He is an excellent outfielder. I mean, that may be one of the reasons why Benjamin has got the gloves, because Finch is such a good outfielder.
Yeah.
Both of them are not really top wicket keepers, I think it would be fair to say.
Yeah.
Let's break off.
Singh. Yeah, good probing line that. Hamid in behind it. No, I'd agree with you. Finch was more of a batter turned keeper, wasn't he? And Benjamin perhaps the same, but because there was that time for Kent where we had a gluttony of wicket-keeper batters with the likes of Billings, Cox, Ollie Robertson, and now I guess we do as well. And so many wicket-keepers are excellent fielders. I always think of Sam Billings being one of the best outfielders I've seen.
He is very good, yeah.
But he's equally a tremendous wicket-keeper in his own right.
Yeah, Benjamin, I thought he had a poor game keeping against Northants in the first game at Canterbury. He's done better since then. But Finch is such a good outfielder. He really is. It's really beneficial to have him on the boundary.
Yeah. Well, Parkinson into his second over. Martindale straight at Dawkins at cover.
Or even on the edge of the circle, as he often is.
Yeah. I'm trying to find, where is he now for Parkinson? Is he on the... Parkinson, again, quite flat.
Ooh.
It hasn't quite reached Parkinson, but he was interested for a moment there.
Yeah, just dropped short of him, didn't he? Wasn't a chance, but wasn't far away from being caught and bowled chance, I think.
Oh, there, I believe. There's Finch, isn't he? Long on.
Yeah.
In the hot position. He will remain there for the right-handed Hamid. That's nice, that from Parkinson. A bit slower, a bit more drift, and cut away straight to Grant Stewart, who's on the ring at kind of a gully-ish position. A lot more air that time. Driven down the ground too. Finch for one. The boundary riders here. Well, they've just changed with left-handed Martindale coming on strike. Well, actually, intriguingly, before that, Akash Singh was on the boundary at a fine leg. Maybe he was just going there for a drink or something. That was a bit bizarre. That's nicely bowled. They scamper through for a quick single to Matt Quinn.
Yeah, we've got Everson, Jaden Denley and Stewart and Finch on the boundary, I think.
Yeah. This was the period on Friday, though. I'll continue after this ball. Nicely bowled. Where I felt Somerset got a bit of a control in their innings, where there was two partnerships, Lammonby and Pereira, and then a bit well, actually Pereira and then Goldsworthy, and then I think it was Thomas at the end. They really were able to get a bit of a wriggle on, and after the power play, they were only 35 for one, but it was against the spin and the first, second change bowlers that they were able to get into their work pretty comfortably, and then it was at the end where Kent started to peg them back and take a flurry of wickets. So this time round they'd be really keen. They have started with that wicket from Singh just to get a few breakthroughs in this kind of middle over
Akansh has come on, has done really well, hasn't he? 3 overs, just 6 runs and a wicket as well. Starting to make up for the earlier drop catch, I think.
Yes. To left-handed Martindale. Again, a bit of an inside edge onto pad. Yes, Martindale, who is going over a runner ball at the moment, 62 or 59.
Yeah, flurry of boundaries off Quinn, wasn't there? 2 overs, I think, went for sort of 16 or 16, was it? 2 overs. Yep. It separately went for 16 runs, where Martindale, with a flurry of boundaries, he's slowed down a little bit since then, but he's looked in good form today. But Akansh is bowling very well here.
Slower ball on cue.
That wasn't quite
curse, yeah. Gone for the slower ball, but it's again way down leg side. And Benjamin was sprawling to stop that, just the one. But yeah, I noted that I think it was on 3 separate occasions that Quinn went for back-to-back boundaries. Actually, one time there was a triple. 3 boundaries in a row. So
yeah,
they came in a bit of
he's been short on cricket, hasn't he, Quinn? He played in the game at Norfolk, but not played a lot of cricket this season. And he's looked a little bit rusty today.
Cut strongly, but protection out there. Jaden Denley, who is an excellent fielder.
But things might have been different. You know, Quinn had McCann dropped on naught, and maybe if that had stuck, he would have been he would have bowled a lot better. You know, confidence is a big thing in cricket, of course.
Well, 100%. If I'm correct, that over was the first ball of the over, drop 1.
Yeah.
Then the 5 wides, the next ball, and then boundary.
Yeah.
So, as you say, he could have been bowling to a new batter, a right-hander as well. Yeah. Oh, shorter at that time. Dug in from Singh to the armpit of Hamid, who does well to ride the bounce.
Looked a quick ball that.
Yeah, that did.
Causing Hamid a few problems. He dealt with it well, actually, the batsman.
He's developing these change-ups as well with Singh, as we saw maybe need a bit more work on the slower ball. I think he's done that twice and they both have gone down.
Yeah.
Leg side, but he can also rush you as the batter, as seen then.
Definitely, he's really got some pace about him.
Well, aborting the run-up.
In the game here against Durham in the Championship, I can remember Will McPherson of the Daily Telegraph was here and was really impressed with Akansh. I mean, Will McPherson, the Telegraph, was only here to watch Ben Stokes, of course, but Akansh caught Will McPherson's eye, and I'm sure he caught the eye of Ben Stokes as well, actually.
Well, I'm wondering, was it after that match when he got brought into the England Lions stuff? And
Yes.
was it
Yeah,
after
and he got some runs, didn't he, for the England
90 odd,
Lions?
I think.
Don't think he bowled too much for the England Lions. He played more as a batsman, didn't he? But
Yeah.
I think it was his bowling that really caught the eye. Unexpected pace, I think.
Yeah. Singh in to Hamid, shorter, I think perhaps slower, off the deck, dug in. Oh, they're going for 2. Good throw, he's in trouble here. Oh. And he makes it back.
Yeah, I think it was a
Yeah.
well-judged 2 in the end, wasn't it? From Hamid.
It looks like he's got a lot of time playing the shot. And I believe, does Singh go to uni up in Durham as well?
He's going back to uni in October, so he's going to be available for Kent through August and September for the back end of the championship season, and I expect him to be an important player for Kent as Kent are striving for promotion in Div 2.
Oh, it's a nice glide through the gully region. Oh, they're coming back for 2 again on Parkinson's arm. He's not got the strongest arm out of the Kent fielding lineup, and they'll come back quite simply for 2. So that completes Ekach's 4th over of the day. Notts Outlaws almost at 199 for 2 after the first 20 overs of this match. And again, it's pretty evenly between.
Yeah, I mean, 5 runs and over off the first 20 with just a couple of wickets. Notts heavily indebted to Martindale, who's got 63 of those 99 runs. He's looked good today. If Kent could dislodge Martindale, obviously Verena to come in, very, very good batsman. But if Kent could get a couple of reasonably quick wickets, I think they'll feel they're on top. But at the moment, fairly even, probably Notts a little bit ahead of the game, perhaps.
I think so. With, as you say, when you've got a man set in Martindale, 63, and Hamid getting into his innings, but looking pretty good as well. And then, as you were mentioning, the likes of Verena to come, probably quite happy where they're placed. Parkinson in, but as always, a wicket or 2, and that gets flipped on its head. This
can change very quickly if you take a couple of wickets.
It's my first occasion here at Beckenham, and I'm trying to ascertain from people who have more knowledge of the ground what they think a good total is out here. Of course, with the pretty rapid outfield.
It's usually a good batting pitch here at Beckenham, has been across the years. It was a high-scoring game against Durham in the championship here a couple of months ago. Dawkins got a big 100 in that game. Kent got a very big score. Kent were actually on the front foot against Durham, which was quite surprising, really, because Durham are such a strong side. But fortunately, we lost day 3 in that game due to a bit of rain getting under the covers, and Kent couldn't force a victory. But traditionally, in this competition here, it tends to be a high-scoring game. The fast outfield is a big part of that, but the pitch itself tends to be a very good one. So you'd expect it to be. I mean, you're looking for a minimum of 300 here, I would think, batting first.
Yeah, I think just beyond what the heat has done to the wicket, there's a few occasions where the batters have looked down at a couple that have ballooned through a touch. Although I don't know how much of that was sometimes McCann really looking to overhit the ball.
Yeah.
Flatter this time from Parkinson on the pads, easily tucked away for 1.
Yeah, Durham got 400 here batting first. That's probably 4 or 5 years ago. I can't remember exactly, but it has tended to be high scoring pitch here.
Yeah, Fred mentioned that he believed Munsey, who was playing for us in that time, he got a few runs in that game.
Yeah, well, Munsey's obviously a big miss for Notts, isn't he, going away and playing for Scotland. He was possibly the big difference between the sides in the T20 game at Canterbury a few weeks ago.
100%.
Kent might well have won that game without Munsey's reversed swept sixes. I can still have nightmares about them as
Yes.
he put them into the retirement flats,
'Cause
one after the other, and really turned that game around in Notts' favour.
Well, he really flicked a switch, didn't
Yeah.
he? At one point, he was going around a run a ball, and then suddenly, when Kent felt that they were in for more than just a sniff, it just all flipped on its head, didn't
Yeah.
it? And I remember a certain over from Lintott, especially going the distance, and then Matt Milton, who had bowled really well up until a point, and then there was a short leg side, if I remember.
Yes, that's right.
And I feel, even though they did end up winning, I think it was the next game, Hampshire at home,
Yeah.
and a good result, but really that game against Notts was the slide downturn in that tournament, and obviously a really sorry end for Kent in that one.
Yeah,
where they
it was
were pretty well placed at one point.
it was a important, crucial defeat, I think, that game against Notts.
Yeah.
Kent really needed to win that game.
Well, after making the breakthrough a couple overs before, Singh is being replaced by Stewart here at the Beckenham end.
Slightly surprising, though. Stewart bowled well earlier.
Well, it was interesting that Stewart bowled just the 4 overs in the power play and then replaced by Everson. I had just a feeling that if one bowler was going to be replaced first in that power play, it might have been Quinn, who, as we know, hasn't had that much cricket, but obviously Bell Drummond saw it the other way, and Quinn ended up bowling, I believe, 6 overs, 1 outside of the power play, and obviously got the wicket of McCann as well, but Stewart was held back, so it does mean he's got a few up his sleeve. Oh, down the leg side, hooked, chance, no, not reaching a go, 1 bounce, 2, Everson out, deep square leg, cries a catch, but I think he would have.
It was a few yards in front of Everson, reached him on the bounce, didn't it? Martindale, again, he didn't quite connect with that, and had he done so, it would have been straight down Everson's throat.
Yeah, I think he's fortunate there. But yeah, in this lineup, I'd say Stewart's probably the leader of the attack.
Yeah, I mean, Stewart was pretty expensive, wasn't he, on Friday? I wasn't at the game because I was away doing some football commentary, but Stewart was the most expensive Kent bowler on Friday.
Yeah. That was a nice looking shot. Good movement into the ball from Hamid into the gap. They'll be thinking too. And we'll get back comfortably. Yeah, nice looking shot that from Hamid through the covers. Yep, Stewart, obviously, and again, he did pretty well, I believe, against the first win against Northamptonshire. Got a few wickets well, of course.
Well, he did. He took 3 wickets, I think, in that game from memory, and 3 for a catch as well.
But yeah, a bit trickier for him against Somerset. Shorter this time, pulled, and that's in front of square. Yep, no one's going after that. It will go away for Hamid's second boundary of the day. Look how much time he has, that he was able to pull that. That's gone through, well, almost a wide long on. That's not even cow, I'd say.
That's cow corner. I mean, he didn't hit it particularly hard. He timed it nicely. If the outfield wasn't so fast, you fancy that wouldn't have gone for 4, but it's raced away on this outfield. It's like a road, isn't it, the outfield? It's just
that's
speeding across it.
Mate, yeah, who am I to try to say to professional and Freddie McCann? But I was surprised by his method of just trying to go harder at the ball, where you just need to get it through this infield and time it away. It's going to go. No need to over hit the ball, as Hamid's shown. This time, clipped off the legs. I think it will just be the one. Yep. Keep Dudgeon coming in off the leg side boundary, collecting it. Stewart now, final ball of the over going round to the left-handed Martindale. Oh, wow, that's almost beaten Martindale for pace. Looked an awkward shot there from the left-hander. It goes through to Benjamin. That's Notts Outlaws 110 for 2 after 22 overs. And so I will take a bit of a break. Leave you with Fred Atkins coming
I think
onto the mic.
I think Martindale was trying to run that down to third man, but it's a risky shot and he missed it through to Benjamin. So Notts still going at exactly 5 runs on over. Pretty well positioned at this stage. If Kent could get a couple of wickets, they'll feel they're on top. But at the moment, Notts just edging in, I think, and Martindale going at a runner ball is playing pretty well, but Hamid is starting to get into his stride as well, and fancy that Kent do need to break this partnership sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Parkinson is going to continue from the city end. Just rolls his finger over the ball a couple of times. Comes in. That one is going to be steered down towards, I think that's Jaden Denley.
Yeah.
Down at the point boundary, deep point if you like. And they'll take a single. So Martindale back on strike. 66 off 67. He's certainly looked very impressive so far. Parkinson comes into the left hand, and that one is driven. They'll get a single for that. Good running. It's fielded by Dawkins.
The running between these two has been good, isn't it? Taking a few twos where maybe you might have thought they weren't there, but they've actually got them fairly comfortably. Yeah, Martindale got off to a flyer, didn't he, against Quinn fairly early on, and he's kept going, and he'll be looking for a century here without doubt.
Absolutely. As Parkinson comes in, full of length that one. That's steered out on the offside, whipped in by, looks like it's Harry Finch.
It's Harry Finch.
Yep.
Chosen their fielder there because if that was Parkinson, for example, at long off there, you fancy they would have probably come back for two, but not against Harry Finch.
Yeah, Parkinson in, and that one is just steered. And then again, they're going to get a single here. So, a bit more ambitious running. I've noticed. I think earlier in the innings they probably would have just left that one, but they are picking the singles here. As Parkinson goes back to his mark. Parkinson will come in to Hamid this time, the right-hander. And Hamid is going to be caught out. He's wafted that one straight to Ben Dawkins at mid-wicket, and Kent have made that breakthrough that Martin was talking about. Hamid has gone for 23. The bowling of Matt Parkinson caught by Ben Dawkins. He's rather given that away, hasn't he, Martin?
Well, Hamid is walking off and plainly looking absolutely disgusted with himself because that's a really surprising shot, isn't it? He's just played it straight to Dawkins. A really simple catch for Dawkins at mid-wicket. Hamid is still looking up to the skies. I don't think he can believe what he's done. It's such a soft dismissal. Philly could have put that anywhere, really.
Yeah.
And fortunately, Dawkins has caught that, unlike Ekanch, who dropped a similar-ish chance off McCann early on in the game. Dawkins has caught that one, and Hamid is out. He still can't believe it, I think, as he comes off. He looked in good nick, I thought, Hamid. It was more or less up to run a ball by the time he's got out, and feels like a bonus wicket for Kent, and one they needed, really.
And I think his misery has been compounded by the fact that Will Young is coming over the PA system. Carl Verreynne is the new batter, the number 97.
Verreynne, very, very good batsman. I was just talking with Cameron earlier on that Verreynne scored 60 at Farrington the other day, but got it very, very slowly on a very tricky surface. Only a couple of boundaries, I think, in that innings. He should find this pitch more to his liking because this looks a very good pitch for batting. And Kent will want to get Verreynne early. He's an extremely good batsman.
Yeah, Lancs. I believe they won that game with Notts, didn't they?
Yes, they did, yeah.
So they've got a 100% record at that new venue of theirs.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
it's their sort of Beckenham, isn't it, Farrington? It's their sort of second ground.
Yes.
Might be, I'm not sure whether they'd like the Beckenham of the North or not, whether they'd like that term. Maybe this is the Farrington of the South, who knows? But Parkinson
very different pitches. I mean, I watched. I wasn't able to go to Farrington because I was doing football commentary that night. But I watched a fair bit of it on the stream, and pitch looked extremely difficult. I mean, the Finch dismissal was pretty much an unplayable ball. It reared up at him. There were others northeast as well, got on almost unplayable ball. Batting really difficult. I think Kent were probably a little bit unlucky to bat first on that, so that Lancs knew what they needed to chase. Maybe if it'd been the other way around, it might have been a different result. But Verreynne, who struggled making 60 at Farrington on Thursday, I think it was, and found that a difficult pitch, he should find this more to his liking.
Well, Parkinson, having made the breakthrough, has got one ball left in this, the 28th over, and Verreynne is going to face it. Parkinson comes in from the city end, and Verreynne will drive that one straight to Sam Northeast, and there's no run. So at the end of the over, the Notts Outlaws 114 for 3. Of course, you're talking about your football commentary. You're a Nottinghamshire-based football commentator, aren't you? In the sense that when you're based there, but you support Mansfield and Kent.
That's right, yeah, unusual combination. Yeah, I'm the Mansfield Town Club commentator. Also did commentary for BBC Radio Nottingham for 5 years on Mansfield. So probably
not much of a Venn diagram of Kent and Mansfield
no
fans, is there? It's a bit like
no.
David Slate. You might be listening today. I'll come to this in a second. Grant Stewart's going to bowl from the Beckenham end. And that one is just tucked off the hips. He'll get a single for that. They think about coming back for a second. They will come back for a second. Yeah, do you know David Slate? He's he sometimes commentates on BBC Lancashire. He's also a Kent member and a Maidstone supporter. So there's not
I don't
many.
know him.
There's not much of a crossover there either. Lancashire and Maidstone fans. And he's been known to commentate a couple of times. He helped out with BBC Kent earlier this year. Stewart in again from the Beckenham end. And that one is cut. They'll get 1 for that. They're down at, is that Finch?
It's Harry
there?
Finch there.
Yeah, it's
Down at third man.
difficult to see from this distance just what the numbers are. So this is a better position to commentate from than the balcony when sometimes you had to be here announcing, and it is extremely difficult to see who's in these positions. I actually think
I tell a
Finch,
lie.
yeah.
It's actually Dudgeon down at third man. My apologies.
Yeah.
75 rather than 72.
So Dudgeon must be on as a sub for somebody.
Yeah, he was fielding at slip earlier on. Dudgeon.
Yep. Stewart back over the wicket to Varane. Oh, and that gets a leading edge. And that didn't land too far from Ben Dawkins.
Yeah, Dawkins is looking frustrated. It wasn't a chance for Dawkins, was it? But it's not far in front of him.
Yeah, didn't.
Yeah, just trying to work out who Dudgeon is on for. He's been on a little while because he was at slip earlier on off Parkinson.
Stewart is back to his mark. Runs in over the wicket again. And Varane just steers that one to Jaden Denley, who I did call Joe Denley earlier. I apologise for that. It's not like they're not physically similar, are they? It's just getting your Denleys right.
I think it's actually Bill Drummond who's not on the field, if I'm not mistaken.
Unless that is Bell Drummond down at... Is he down at third man?
I think that's Parkinson.
Well, that shows you how difficult it is to identify players from this distance, because you wouldn't normally expect to see your skipper down in that position. You're right.
It is Bill Drummond who's off the field. And
yeah.
I think he's been off for a little while because Dudgeon has been on for a few overs here. So I didn't notice any incident where Bill Drummond got a ball coming at him fast or anything like that. So
he might just need a rest.
His hand, maybe.
As Stewart is in again. Oh, and there's a play and a miss there by Varane, and just goes through to Benjamin. Are you talking of, we were here earlier this year. I'm sure you were here as well when Ben Stokes was playing for Durham, and he repeatedly had to go off the field.
That's right. He was being sick, wasn't he?
It was quite an awkward post-match press conference with Graham Onions. So it turned awkward. It wasn't awkward to start with. But we were just asking the usual questions, saying, was there any update on the condition? And he said he was feeling a bit unwell. And I think most people, when a player has to go off the field repeatedly, know what the problem is. It's not a hamstring or anything like that. You just need to go off the field. And Nick Howson from the Cricketer would not let it go. He was pressing Graham Onions on why he had to go off, and Graham Onions initially looked very happy to give the press conference, and his face was kind of falling steadily with every repetition as Parkinson comes in, and that one will get no run. Martindale just prods that one to Sam Northeast. He was in a good mood, Graham Onions, and then he wasn't in a good mood after 5 minutes had gone by. Parkinson comes back in, and that one is chopped. And Dawkins doesn't field it cleanly, but they're only going to get 1 for that. I think you must have been here. Or were you here for that third
Yes,
day?
I was here for all of the Durham game. I was talking about it with Cameron early in the context of Ikansh Singh, actually, where Ikansh was impressing some of the national journalists like Will McPherson, the Telegraph, and I think he must have impressed Ben Stokes as well with the pace of his bowling.
Parkinson in. They'll get a single for this, quick single. And Verrain will get off the mark. Moves to 1. Martindale on 72. Yeah, I seem to remember it was Ben Watts Radio Kent said it wasn't a good sign when he drove in to Beckenham and saw all of the Durham players heading for a coffee shop in the town centre. Parkinson in. One is steered for 1.
Yeah, that was such a disappointment, the third day of Kent against Durham here at Beckenham earlier in the season, because Kent were well positioned to possibly go on and win that game, which would have been a massive surprise to beat runaway leaders Durham. But unfortunately, the whole day was lost because some rain had got under the covers.
Parkinson in, and no run there. Just a bit of groaning. I think that one nearly got through to Verrain on 1. Just about kept it out. Parkinson goes back to his mark. 1 ball left in the over. And comes in again. And this one he tries to sweep. And there's a bit of a chase on. And Joey Everson, I'm afraid, has misfielded that on the boundary. Well, it looked like he misfielded it from here.
He got there, Everson, and sort of dived over it. He should have stopped that, I think. Joey Everson, he's a pretty good fielder, but he should have stopped that.
The wonder that he was trying to sort of stop it while tumbling, wasn't he? And if you belong to the goalkeeper's school of thought, then you've got to get something behind that rather than try and pick it up cleanly. So, as it is, that's a boundary. Nottinghamshire at 124 for 3 at the end of the over. Stewart is going to continue from the Beckenham end.
Yeah, Stewart's bowling well, isn't he? Only going at just over 3 runs and over from his 6 overs. Very economical. Yeah, Joey Everson, I mean, however you look at it, he should have stopped that one on the boundary, but it squirmed under him for 4 and not still going exactly 5 runs and over.
Yeah, and 25 overs gone. We normally have a drinks break at this point, or am I missing something here?
Yes, there should have been a break there. I don't know if the umpires have forgotten.
Stewart into bowl, flicked off the hips by Martindale, who will be eyeing up 100. As Martin pointed out, he moves on to 73 from 74 deliveries, 75 deliveries. And Verrain is back on the strike. Interesting name, Verrain. I wonder why its origin is. Sort of return to that in a second. Stewart will come into bowl from the Beckenham end. Stewart bowling to Verrain, who again flicks that one off his hips onto the leg side. They'll get 1 for this. Don't really think there was any chance of a second there, and Denley whips that in. You know much about Verrain? You've seen him play a lot?
I mean, South African, isn't he? Wicket-keeper, batsman, very good batter. I don't know about the origins of his name, but he is a very good player.
There's a Stewart now going round the wicket to the left-hander, and there's just a pause here because Martindale has seen something that he doesn't like on the track. So he's just gone down and he's just picked something up. He's gone to the square leg umpire. Wonder if maybe a stud or a boot has come loose or something like that. So it's difficult to think what else it could be if it's just suddenly appeared in the middle of the track. But obviously, if one of the spikes does come loose, then you don't want that in your way as a batter because that could be very unpredictable. Stewart is in, and that one was a slight misfield from Ikansh Singh. They're going to get to 1. They're going to come back for 2. And Bell Drummond is going to whip that in, so Bell Drummond is back on the field.
Yes, he is. Yeah, misfield from Ikansh, and he's holding his hand now. Looks as though it must have bounced up and maybe hit him on the wrist, possibly.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
I mean, it should have been a dot ball, that, and they've ended up getting 2.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've said that this afternoon. Earlier this morning.
His left hand, which I suppose is good news. It's not his bowling hand.
Yeah, Stewart is in. And that one is driven back, and Bell Drummond will come in and have a shot at the stumps here. It's not going to trouble the batters. They comfortably come through for a single. 129 for 3 here. Stewart goes back to his mark. And yes, a slight mystery. We thought there should have been a drinks break. Sometimes 50 over games have been known to have 2 drinks breaks, one after 17. I don't recall there being a drinks break then. But
No, there wasn't.
no, so that one is cut by Varane, and that might trouble the boundary. And it shouldn't do, but Everson has picked that one up. And that one will be hurled back into Benjamin.
That's better fielding from Everson on the boundary, isn't it? Getting there and a smattering of applause from down there.
Yeah, I think in fairness as well, that was going slightly more forgiving speed than the one that he missed. It's one of those where he's been walking around the boundary. You can see, it could have hit anything down there. Stewart into bowl. That one is driven. They'll think about the single. In fact, they don't even think about the single there. That went to Bell Drummond. And there wasn't really any chance of a run. I mean, if you had a chance to walk around the boundary, yeah.
No, I haven't. But I don't know what you think the crowd is here, Fred, today. Maybe just over 1,000, something like that. Certainly nowhere near the 3,000 that was at Canterbury on Friday.
It's difficult to tell, isn't it? I mean, I've seen quite a lot of cricket here, and to be honest, there's not normally much of a crowd. I've seen a lot of England representative games, Southeast Stars, when they were still a thing a couple of years ago, and you generally would only get about 1,000. Well, you might get 100 in if you were lucky. I think we've got 1,250 in so far, according to
Better
Nick,
than I thought. That's good.
sitting to our left, which is not bad. Parkinson is in. Martindale just prods that one back to Sam Northeast. Now, of course, the question that's going to exercise everybody, talking about 1250 here, what would it have been in Tunbridge Wells? Here's Parkinson to bowl, and that will be cut. And they'll get 1 for this. There's a fielder out there. I'm just trying to work out who that is.
I think that's Joey Everson still.
Yeah,
it
is. Yeah, number 33. You can see most of the field from our marquee here, just not quite all of it. As Parkinson goes back to his mark. Maybe we'll return to that one at the end of the over. It's a question of gates and how many people you'd get in. Parkinson back in again. And this time, was it skied down? I think he's going to get away with that.
He is, yeah.
It's probably going to go for 4. It's not where Varane would have wanted to put that. It was aerial for a long time, but it was safe.
Yeah, more or less down to cow corner. Bell Drummond wasn't really anywhere near close to getting that. I don't think it was exactly where he wanted to put it, but it probably higher than he wanted. But as soon as it hit the ground, it ran away for 4. And a slightly lusher outfield, it might have plugged, possibly.
Yeah, Parkinson has the ball again. Into Varane. And Varane this time cuts Robin Smith style down towards Ekanch, saying they're only going to get 1 for it. Where do you stand on the ethics of mooing when a batsman hits it to cow corner? Would you do it in club cricket? Or?
No, I don't think so.
I know there are people that think it's fair game. A good friend of mine was doing it. I think he played for Bellevue Green. So Matt Parkinson comes in, no run there. I think it was winding up the batter in question. I think it was just a village game though, so I'm not sure whether you do it at this level. Parkinson comes in. Martindale rather digs that one out. They're not going to get anything for that. That's fielded by Ben Dawkins. And at the end of the over, it's 137 for 3. So we've had 27 overs now. And still no sign of this drinks break that we were talking about.
And it is a hot day here in Beckenham.
It is a hot day.
So slightly surprising. Looks as though Matt Quinn is going to return. Hopefully a little bit more economical in this spell than his first spell, which was pretty expensive.
Yeah, I'm going to ask on air Nick, who's sitting to our left, if he knows anything about why we've not had a drinks break or whether we just missed it. Nick doesn't know any more than we do on that one. I think normally the drinks break would come midway through the innings. Sometimes when you've got 50 over games, it's after 17, and then again after about 33 or so. Sometimes you have it when a wicket falls, so it might have been that they sort of snuck them on when one of the wickets fell.
Possibly, yeah.
But, to say, sometimes you work where the scorers are, they don't know any more than you do. You know, that the umpires don't tell them until it's it's already happened. Quinn will bowl from the Beckenham end, and one is driven. He'll get one for it down towards the point boundary, fielded by Joey Everson.
So Quinn was a little bit unlucky earlier, wasn't he? When
Very much so.
When
yeah.
McCann was dropped a sitter really by a canch, and then went for a flurry of runs immediately following that. But he needs to come back here and be a little bit tighter with his line, I think.
Well, he did get that wicket. He deserved it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Towards the end of his spell, towards the end of the power play, he did make that breakthrough. He got McCann, so he didn't really cost Kent in the end. He's in now.
Yeah, he was dropped on.
He was on naught when he was dropped.
And then made 7, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, and he never looked comfortable, McCann. He looked nervous. I thought he was playing and missing quite a lot. And in the end, I didn't really think it was that much of a surprise when he got out. Score at the moment, 139 for 3. Martindale on 78. Varane on 14 from 14. Quinn is in his 7th over. Gets back to his mark. Got that distinctive sort of running. High-shouldered action comes there, cuts that one. That's going to elude the fielder, so they're going to get at least one for that. But it is going to be just one because Everson is backing up there. So the score moves on to 140 for 3.
Still exactly on 5 runs and over, as it has been for quite a while. Notts, I think, happy with this, really. Maybe take it to 35 to 40 overs and then really go for it at the end with wickets in hand, perhaps.
Quinn in round the wicket now to the left-hander, and that one is steered sort of square-leggish, mid-wicket-ish, whipped in by Everson, who is probably about 30 yards from the boundary when he fields that. Quinn wearing a fairly distinctive black sweatband, fairly high up his forearm. All sorts of arm wear being worn by the Kent players today. It's not quite as warm as it has been of late. It does still feel pretty tropical here as Quinn bowls up your dot ball. That's fielded by Jaden Denley.
Yeah, 28 degrees I think was the forecast. It feels pretty hot when you're out in the sun. We're just shaded from it here in the tent, but outside in the sun it is pretty unforgiving.
It is, yeah. It's a venue where there's not a huge amount of shade. It has improved slightly this year. There's a gazebo on the western side of the ground, which offers a bit of respite, although I think the places in there have gone fairly quickly.
Yeah.
And Quinn comes in again. And that one is it's an attempted drive. I think he's not quite sure whether he got a leading edge of that, but it's fielded by Stewart. There's no run.
Yeah, slight inside edge, wasn't it, to Stewart at mid-on, I think. No chance of a single.
One of those where if you were absolutely desperate at the end of the innings, you'd probably go for it, but there's no point in them doing that now. They've got a good platform here. Have Notts 141 for 3 after 22 remaining. And it looks like we're going to get a change here. So Joey Everson is going to come back from the City end. Had a bit of a discussion a couple of times when we've been here on what to call the ends. And
well, that the far end where Everson is bowling from now was always the northern end, and this end where we're commentating from was always the Crystal Palace training ground end. But I think they've seems to have changed them now.
I suppose if you were being ultra picky, now that Crystal Palace have opened up that academy building at the other end, you can't really call it the Crystal Palace end, can you? Because plus the actual Crystal Palace itself, or the towers, They are sort of over towards the west
Yeah.
of the ground, not really at an end exactly, as Everson comes in to Martindale, and Martindale tickles that off his hips. He'll get one for this. Stewart comes in from the boundary, hurls that one into Benjamin, and it's just a single. So Verrain will take the strike.
Everson pretty tidy in his first spell, just going at 4 runs and over. Be looking to keep that going, but I think Kent will be looking for another wicket. They need to keep chipping away at the wickets, really.
Yeah, Everson is not quite happy with his field setting. I think he wants Stewart to just move just a couple of yards to his left. So Stewart's now not far from the commentary position in front of us. Verrain will take the strike once Everson is happy with his field. And Everson comes in from the city end. And there's no run. It's sort of driven. Driven exactly. Just can't quite see who the fielder is there.
I think that's Matt Parkinson at
Yep.
mid-on.
Looks like it, yeah. Matt Parkinson, who, say earlier on, we've had this discussion as well on commentary this year, talking about the speed of various fielders. As Everson comes in to bowl, and that one again, it should be a dot ball. I think Martindale was interested, but he was sent back fairly quickly by Verrain, yeah. Parkinson, one of the quicker park runners, would you believe?
Right.
In the Kent side. So he's possibly quicker than he looks over the ground.
Yeah, I mean, not the best fielder in the Kent side. He's not terrible, but probably one of the poorer fielders, I think you'd have to say, in the Kent side.
That one is taken a backwards square. It's going to be misfielded, I'm afraid.
That's a terrible mistake by Matt Quinn down at long leg. That should have just been 1 run, and it's gone straight through his legs for 4. He's looking at the ground, Matt Quinn, but I don't think you can say there's any excuses for that. It came straight to him, not particularly quickly, and he's let it through him for 4. It's a schoolboy error, to be honest, Fred, to let that through for 4.
Yeah. Extra boundary to Verrain, pushes it up to 19. Everson in, plays that one down towards Stewart here. The kind of third man area.
Just wondering if that's Verraina's first boundary. I think he only got a couple at Farrington on Thursday, and he's been gifted a boundary there, which should only have been a single.
Well, we're just watching the recently retired Joe Denley walk past. Still involved with a couple of Kent's younger players here, who he's talking about that a bit on Friday after he finished the game. Gave fairly lengthy interviews.
Well, that one's come to Matt Quinn at fine leg again, and this time he's got down on his knee to make sure it didn't get through him, which is what he should have done the first time round.
Yeah. Min Patel is standing in front of the commentary box as well. The former Kent and England spinner.
Yeah, very good bowler for Kent for many, many years, wasn't he? Min Patel.
Yeah.
Min Spin.
That's my sort of era, actually. Around about the time I first started watching. Around about the time he was making his breakthrough for Kent. Quinn is going to continue at the Beckenham end.
Quinn going over 7 runs and over. Plus he just gifted 3 runs to Notts in that last over with a very bad misfield.
He did rather, didn't he? Wonder if he feels like he's got a kind of a tone for that.
Yeah.
Quinn in from the Beckenham end. And there's a scampered single. Stewart had a shy at the stumps. To say from this position, I'm not sure whether he'd have been home or not. Difficult to tell.
Very difficult to tell from our low down position here at sort of long off, aren't we? But Stewart had his hands on his head as he just missed the stumps there, so it suggests it might have been pretty close.
Quinn back to his mark. And comes in, bowling over the wicket. When he's edged through the slip area, I say edged. I think
I
that was.
think that's a deliberate edge,
Yeah.
isn't it, if you like? I
Yeah.
think he's just guided that past Benjamin. Very, very clever little shot from Verena there.
Yeah, I've
Down
done him.
to third man, I think. I don't think it was a genuine edge.
Yeah, I've done Verena a disservice there by calling that an edge, because that was a very deliberate shot.
Yeah.
It went through the area where first slip was, but there's no question that he would have tried to play that at a slip field, have been in there. So good boundary from Verena, moves on to 24. And Quinn will come in. That will be driven back behind him, but Beldrummond will field, so that'll be a dot ball. Coming up to 20 overs remaining. I think we'll probably have a shuffle in the com box at the end of the over. What I'll do is I'll try and get back into my position. So I might ask Martin if he'll just talk for a bit at the end of the over while I swap over with Cameron. And then we'll do a little bit of a shuffle here. And you're welcome to come back in the second innings if you like. Quinn comes in. And that one again is steered cleverly by Vereen through that vacant slip area. This time there is a fielder there. They only get one for it. Think that's Everson down there. Seems like a very long way away.
Yeah, it is. It is Everson. He's repeated the shot, but he hasn't got it quite as fine there. So
Yeah.
he's picked out Everson at sort of a wide third man and only got a single for that one.
I think Daniel Beldrummond was playing that shot to pretty successful effect.
It's a very Daniel Beldrummond shot, isn't it? One of his trademark shots, that.
Quinn is in. That one is driven. And Beldrummond's not going to get there. Just trying to see if there is a fielder down there, and it isn't. So that's going to be 4 more to Martin Dale. Yeah,
just evaded the diving Beldrummond at mid-on. I don't think he could have realistically got to that one. And once it beats the infield here, it's always going away for 4. The outfield is so fast, but Quinn's bowling is really expensive. He's going approaching 8 runs and over.
Yeah. Now, I reckon you can probably knock off about 10 of those due to various incidents earlier on as Quinn comes in, and that one is driven. And says, you call that a misfield? Might be a bit harsh to call that a misfield. It's a stop by Dudgeon, who's on at the sub. And it's the end of the over, so we're going to do a bit of a shuffle here. I'm going to ask Martin if he'll just carry on talking for a couple of minutes while I vacate this headset and let Cameron get back to his normal seat.
So Notts 159 for 3 with 30 overs gone. Possibly you could look at doubling that score with 30 overs gone with only 3 wickets down, and they'll be looking at something like 320, which is the sort of score I think Notts would be looking for with 20 overs to go. They've just upped the run rate a little bit, over 5 runs and over, and a partnership developing, and Kent again in a position of needing to get one of these 2 out, I think.
Yes, since my last stint, got the big wicket of Hamid. Ever since then, good partnership growing here between Martindale, who's approaching, he's 87 now, but he's approaching his first ever career 100. And of course, the class and international experience of Carl Verena. He's getting into his work pretty nicely, 25 of 24. But first, look at Jaden Denley from the City end. Who's come in for this game? He's assuming almost replacing his uncle, Joe, who is here. I've seen him walking around the boundaries a few times, some youngsters. But yeah, 160 for 3 Notts. You can say they would be eyeing up 300 plus at this point. Denley in. Zipping that one through. Verena can't get it down too long off for 1. One thing about Jane Denley is he gets through his overs quickly. Bit shorter, a bit of grip. Oh, good hand. Grant Stewart.
Well done, Grant Stewart. That looked like it was going to get past him.
And we know on this outfield, even though Ekach Singh is out there patrolling kind of a deep point cover region, may have been tricky to have cut off. Definitely saved a couple there to Stewart. Now left-handed Martindale on strike. Pretty comfortably tucking it off his pads for 1 to Stewart again. This time he was out on the boundary. Oh, not a nice throw into Benjamin. Yeah, how do you think they're all placed here?
Well,
Fred?
it's a platform. I'm not sure it's the safest of platforms. 3 down with 20 to go. You can't really give it a heave just yet. I would
Yeah.
imagine that they're not to be pretty happy, I think. 162 for 3. That's certainly something you'd take, I think, at this stage.
Driven nicely by Varane to the right-hand side of Singh. They will come back for 2. Not the strongest of arms in. He was throwing it on the run. And that is the 50 partnership up in just 48 balls. Varane are contributing 28 of them and Martindale 21. So they've done well after the loss of their skipper.
Because the flip side, well, I'll come to that in a second, is he's rattling through these overs, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Again, rocking onto the back foot and cutting that for 1 is Varane. So that completes Denley's first, going for runnable 6.
The flip side is they're not in an impregnable position. Without having a scorecard in front of me, feels a bit similar to Friday when Somerset lost wickets consistently towards the back, and they had 3 big partnerships. And certainly they won a 96 and a 94 run partnership for about I think that 94 was for the 4th wicket, if I remember that correctly. But they lost wickets consistently towards the back end of the innings, and that just put it down a little bit, didn't it? We've got a change of bowling here. Ekansh Singh is coming back on from the Beckenham end.
Well, I confess I don't know all of the names and the skill sets of some of this lower order, but as you say, similar to Somerset, a lot of youngsters have been brought in. There's no Liam Patterson-White playing for Notts today, who, as we know again in that last game, biffed a few at the end. So you fancy the likes of Varane and maybe Lyndon James. There's onus on them if they get out. There's a few youngsters and all-rounders are going to have to get this score up. So as you say, it's probably...
It just gave Kent a bit of hope, didn't it? They dragged it back pretty well. It's been a feature. Kent this season have quite often been in situations where it looks like the opposition are going to get away, and they've reined them in pretty well. Sometimes it's worked for them, and sometimes it hasn't, as Ekansh comes in. And that one is steered down towards Everson. I think it's Everson down there.
I think it's Jaden Denley.
Is it Jaden Denley? Yeah. Sorry, it was where Everson was a couple of overs ago. Everson's now sort of point, or because we've got this square leg now.
Doing the classic thing all club cricketers know, when they're on to bowl, they go down to third man. Even Jaden Denley, who you sometimes see in the inner ring, he's gone down there now.
Ekansh back to his mark from the Beckenham end. Round the wicket to the left-hander. That one is steered by Martindale. He's going to move to 90. Going to come back for a second, are they? Yes, they are. So he moves to 91. Homing in on that century.
You look at the Kent lineup, and the way that I think it differentiates itself from quite a few teams in this competition, and we saw it come to the fore, is how deep they bat. On this card, Joey Everson is listed at coming at 9, Grant Stewart 8. Maybe that might get flipped around, you never know. And Ekansh Singh 7. Bat a long way to Kent.
Singh is in. And that one is cut, and there's a good stop there. At backward point by Ben Dawkins. So they only get 1 for it. Varane moves to 30. Sorry, that was Martindale, was it? Oh, no,
Yeah.
Bit confused. Now,
Martindale up to 92.
yeah, Martindale's on 92, Varane is on 30. So Varane is on strike. Ekansh Singh in to bowl. Going back over the wicket. That one is cut away on the offside, and it'll be fielded by Joey Everson, who whips that into Ekansh Singh. They got a couple there. Decent throw in by Joey Everson, actually, but good running between the wickets by these two. So Varane goes to 32. So the scorers are so quick sometimes at Kent. They've updated the scoreboard before the runner even seems to have made his ground, it seems. So Ekansh in again from the Beckenham end. And this time it's driven, but they shouldn't get anything for that. Although you see The bounce was
Yeah.
really odd there for Grant Stewart. He's read it well.
Yeah, on this dry outfield, fielders really having to watch that ball into the hands. As soon as it hits this almost barren-like outfield, it starts bobbling around.
Yeah, I was doing a boundary walk while you and Martin were on, and it did look really awkward in places. It's about being parched. This one is driven back behind the bowler, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a powerful stroke by Varane.
Yeah, that's lovely. That's international quality. Straight past Singh, who did his best trying to dive down to stop it. Hit too powerfully. Varane up to 36 from 32. Varane in some form as well. He's top run scorer for the Notts Outlaws so far this season. He's averaging mid-60s as well. So he comes in with some touch. 60 in the last game.
Now, I've lost track. Whose over is this?
It's now...
Jaden is in.
Jaden.
Is it your over or my over?
I believe it's mine, sir.
Okay.
I believe it's mine. So, yeah, Jaden coming off from the City end. Going for 6 in his first over. So, no, he'll get through it quickly. Doesn't always give it too much air. Spears it in at times. Martindale approaching a first ton. Clips off his legs. Parkinson at short, fine leg. Feel the Notts Outlaws batters have run well. 2s and 3s out here, and picking right fielders to probably go to if they go quickly.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Now, overseas, Varane on strike. Getting 2 on the full again. Hitting and running this time too. Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on. Getting home comfortably. A lot of wicket keepers are quick between the wickets, aren't they? Varane are no different. This time, cut out to deep point. This pair looking quite comfortable at this stage.
Yeah, they are. Talking about platforms, they do look fairly immovable at the moment.
This one will be a dot.
Can't think of too many chances during this partnership.
No. Slower, but Varane guiding that through the gap at cover to turn over the strike. Now Martindale 1 hit away.
Is he the type of player that's going to go for it with a 6, do you think? Is he that sort of batter?
I've only seen him for this innings. I'm going to say I'd be surprised, but there he goes. Content to just tuck it for 1.
I'd say it would show a certain sense of style if
your first ton.
In the nervous 90s, if you've got your first ton looming, if you did it with a 6, that would show a certain level of panache. End of the over, 180 for 3, 33 overs gone. Definitely going to be looking for over 300 from this point. Ekanch is going to continue. You are listening to the live stream of Kent versus the Notts Outlaws. Stream is proudly presented by Clubberly. I'm Fred Atkins. Co-commentator is Connor Emmanuel Burns. And Ekanch is back to his mark. Martin Shaw has been helping us. Was driven. Daniel Bell-Drummond will field it. They'll get 1 for it. Ekanch will go back to his mark. It's 181 for 3. And every now and again, we're getting a little bit of a breeze here, which is just making a little bit of the edge off the temperature. Singer's in, that's flicked round by Varane. He'll get 1 for this. They're going to go back for 2, are they? Yet the sliding stop on the boundary. As I say, from this distance, Cameron, it looked like I wonder if his leg was sort of trailing. It might even hit the rope there.
It's Matt Quinn down at fine leg.
Yeah.
Well,
Martin wasn't too impressed with his fielding a few
over there,
moments ago.
yes, you know what? Made me feel better about some of the efforts I've seen this season on my club side.
Singing again. This time to Varane, who seems to have got to 40. Oh, now what's that going to be? A wide? Yeah. We'll have to see that one on the replay. I wonder if is this going to be a free hit or?
No, just given us.
It was short, wasn't it?
Yeah, very short. Would have gone over 2 Varenas, I think.
Yeah. He's going to go back to his mark. So, I mean, from that point of view, at least he's not been penalised, and at least he's not going to have a free hit here. But, he's in again. That one is steered on the offside. It'll be fielded. It'll take 1.
Martindale now win 1. Strike along the ground to the boundary away. I fancy either a clip through that mid-wicket region, which is vacant on the boundary, or a drive. That's why he's been very strong all day.
Singh going round the wicket to Martindale, who is on 96. He drives that one into the turf. He's not going to get a run for that. I'm just looking back at that previous one, the one that was given as a wide. It didn't look that wide, actually, to be completely fair. It was short, but that's the ball after we're watching on the screen at the moment. It was given for height as much as anything. As Singh comes in round the wicket to Martindale. Martindale just plays that one carefully.
I think a bit of a change of pace there from Singh.
Yeah, he read it, didn't he? Anticipated it well, just dropped his bat on it, took the pace off it. It's been a really clever innings as well.
Yeah.
Can't think of any real chances that he's given away. It's certainly not while I've been on the mic. So Singh gets back to his mark. It's almost to run a ball. He scored his 96 runs at, 98 of them so far. And that one is Fuller. Stewart misfields it, but I think they were talking, they were thinking about going for a run there, but they decided against it. And then when Stewart misfielded, I think by that point they were already back on their heels and it was too late. So Stewart, I think, has maybe slightly got away with that.
Yes, the only opportunity that I can remember, Martindale, ironically, was a caught and bowled chance to Singh the ball before he then, successfully took a caught and bowled. The very next ball to here, the leaning edge, which he was sprawling to his right for. But other than that, all the way through this innings, Martindale's looked by far the most comfortable on this wicket. It took a few nasty bobbles on its way to Finch, having to take it on the chest almost.
Yeah, it does look really uneven out on the outfield. Dot ball there, the scoreboard is back, which is great news for everyone concerned.
Well done by North East, cutting off the single.
Yeah, good tumbling stop by him. So he gets 188 for 3 at the end of that over. Jaden Denley bowling Graham Swan style in his sunglasses. Saw Graham Swan here actually last year on England duty. England Lions, I think he was working with. He was demonstrating his encyclopedic knowledge of 80s music. Singing along to St Elmo's Fire at one point. Also going through his repertoire of his extensive knowledge of NFL quarterbacks of the 1980s while he was warming up. And he was also going around the boundary at quite a rate, actually, Graham Swan, given that he's probably been retired for about sort of 10 years now, I think, or even longer. He was rapid. Here comes Joey Everson. Changed ends, bowling from the Beckenham end now. in. That one is steered straight back to him by Varane, who is himself not far off a half-century here. And he's a great trivia man, Graham Swan. There's his pop trivia, music trivia, NFL trivia, probably all sorts of trivia. So Everson is back to his mark. And that one is going to be a single, I think. And Stewart tries a shot at the stumps. Benjamin backs up. And it is just a single. It means that Martindale is back on strike. He's, of course, one blow away from 100. 97 off 103. It's been a really composed innings by him so far. And it's one of those where, even if he does get out now, you can still look back and say he's got a really good knock here today. He's obviously going to want to get to 3 figures and stay on for long. Everson goes round the wicket to him. Everson in. That one is driven back. He doesn't even consider a single there. Bell Drummond fields. Everson is going back to his mark.
Yeah, the air is still, if you can get a drive through cover, or straight back past the bowler, that will take him to the 3 figures.
Everson in round the wicket. That one is driven. This is going to be 1 if Stewart fields it okay, which he does. So he's going to move to 98 now. There's Martindale. Stewart probably warily sort of getting down one knee there.
Yeah, you fancy a few Gray's knees will come out of this game.
Yeah, it's so uneven. There are all sorts of tufts of grass on the outfield that it could spring off. So this one is flicked away on the leg side towards square leg. Ekant sprints in for the boundary. And there's just a single taken. So the strike goes back to Martindale for the final ball of the over. And it's always in your head as a batter, isn't it? If you're that close to a landmark, fielders know that you are under pressure, that it's going to be in the back of your mind, the front of your mind. Here comes Everson. That's going to be driven. He's going to get 1 here and misfield from Bell Drummond. He scampers through to get to 99. And he will keep the strike for the start of the next over. So, good chance that Cameron will either get the chance to call his century or his dismissal, one or the over in this next over.
Yeah, and you'd imagine, being on 99, do you bring in Finch from the boundary, or do you allow him?
It's interesting, isn't it? It's one of those, I know it's an age-old tactic. As soon as a batter gets into the 90s, I'm going to try and mess with their head a little bit, capitalise on that pressure that they are inevitably going to be feeling.
I think if it was me, I would bring him in. First ever 100 on the line, make him go over the top, because he's been accessing that area quite a bit. And Shane Denley to start his 4th over. Just slowing things up a touch. Getting Parkinson into the position just behind square. Oh, Martindale tucks it onto the leg side, and that will be his 100, his first in his career. It has been pretty faultless today. 100 off 107 balls with 10 boundaries in there. He has been excellent, and he's getting a mighty fine reception from this Kent crowd.
Yeah, always is a good reception here and at the St Lawrence for visiting players when they do well. Very sporting membership, generous applause, and he deserves it. He deserves every bit of that. But very professionally, just puts his helmet back on and is going to get on with it because he knows they're going to need a few more here.
That's well bowled by Jaden. Yeah, so after this 13 overs to go, they'll be eyeing 320 plus, I imagine, here. Shorter, and he's able to rock onto the back foot and loft that over Daniel Bell Drummond's head for a couple of bounces into the boundary rope. Not a great delivery, that. Too short, trying to spear it in.
And Varane is now 49, isn't he? He's very close to a half century here.
Yeah, he's
So what you were saying about the target, though, Lewis Goldsworthy, after Friday's game, said that Somerset were a good 20 short. And they made 313.
That will be Verona's 50, his third in 5 games. The South African just off 45 balls, 6 boundaries in there. Again, no chances as he given to the Kent team. He has been pretty faultless. Oh, taken down the leg side. One of those appeals. What? Okay. Must have flicked something because it was down the leg side. It would have been wide otherwise. Good take by Benjamin. Oh, missed by everyone. Martindale going back to cut. Obviously his grip to touch turned into him and bounced over. Maybe leg stump. Benjamin's not moved, not reacted to it. And it's flown away for 4 byes. Not a great way to finish the over for Kent. And that has brought up Notts Outlaws as 200.
Yeah. Also, that's not a bad ball from Denley. He's been a bit unlucky that it's gone where it has. But it's a sign, perhaps, that having reached those landmarks, 13 overs to go, they've got 200 on the board now. You wonder if that was their signal to push on a bit, because, say, Lewis Goldsworthy's Somerset was not happy that they only got 313 on Friday. He felt that they should have been at least 20 higher than that, and as it turned out, that was pretty much what cost Somerset the fact that they couldn't push on in those final overs. Not quite as serious as what happened to Northants the week before, when they really fell away at the back end. Everson in, over the wicket, flicked off the hips on the leg side. They'll get 1 here. They'll think about a second. They decide not to chance Ekant Singh's arm. Yeah, I mean, the Northants game, which was previous Friday, they had a similar sort of platform, 3 down, 200 on the board, and they fell away to 250. It was a proper collapse. Ekant Singh was the main architect of that. Took 3 wickets for very little, and the tail enders couldn't really contribute. So even the back of Kent's mind here that they can get them under 300. Everson is in. That one is, well, it's fielded on the leg side by, I think that's Sam Northeast there.
Yep, and it's interesting now that he's got to his 3 figures, perhaps Daniel Bell Drummond anticipating that Martindale will go through the gears. A long on has been placed out for the first time at this end.
I remember Alistair Cook talking about daddy hundreds as Everson comes in. Martindale drives that one past the bowler. That'll be fielded by Grant Stewart towards long off. There's a single taken. Yeah, once you've got there, you're in a position now to make it really count. And Martindale has that luxury. There's no pressure on him now. He's got that landmark and he can really kick on. Everson is just adjusting his field slightly. He's not quite happy with something here. He's just having a bit of a talk with Daniel Bell Drummond. Bell Drummond is going towards the boundary rope, long off.
Coming to join us down here.
Yep. Everson over the wicket. That one is cut and it's fielded at point by Ben Dawkins, and there's no run.
Yeah, Verona certainly has the capability to get a wriggle on here. We've seen him, he scored a mighty quick 100 in the SA20 a couple of years ago. He has the power as well, so Kent will know. They especially want to break this partnership, but get the South African out.
There'll be another single here. As Daniel Bell Drummond comes in from the long off boundary field, whips the ball in to Benjamin. I have heard the breeze rustling across the, I don't know, we actually have an effects mic here today. You might have heard it anyway. So Everson goes back to his mark. Now he goes round the wicket to the left-hander. And that one is going to be out. That's a wicket for Joey Everson. And Martin Daly standing there, disbelief, I think, that he's just sort of whipped that to Sam Northeast. Quite a similar dismissal to the one that we saw earlier, isn't it? He's just sort of a nothing shot, really.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed to finish his innings off on that note. It was a good sharp catch by Northeast at mid-wicket. Kind of slow ball bouncer by Everson, gone on the pull, and it's been snaffled safely. But Martindale walking off with 3 figures to his name, 101 off 112 balls. It was an excellent innings, and probably the first real chance he's given. He is gone. But as we said, this is an important time for a breakthrough for Kent. This partnership was looking fair to take Notts towards that 300 mark. So yeah, good time for a wicket, and perhaps they can replicate something they did against Somerset, and also, as we said, about Northamptonshire. So
now, who are we getting here? It's the number 8 coming,
James.
Lyndon James.
Yeah.
So Lyndon James,
Right-handed batter.
strides to the wicket, plays a little rehearsal shot. And now Nottinghamshire 205 for 4. And as Cameron just said, 12 overs remaining. It's not guaranteed that you're going to get to 300 with 4 down.
Oh no, they need what to get to that 300 mark, and they were looking. And I think they'd still want maybe 320. You're wanting to go around 9 and over at this rate. The Kent bowlers have been pretty on it in the last 10 overs or so. Not too many 4 balls offered up. I did feel against Somerset there was a period where every over there seemed to be at least 1 boundary ball in there. But it's been good from the team. Jaden Denley continuing into his 5th over from the City end. Oh, quite short. It's probably got quite fortunate that it's gripped. So Vrain has gone to cut it. It's then come off the toe of the bat. He's had to readjust. And it's just dribbled out to Northeast.
I'm just trying to see what happened there on the replay. She got quite a lot of turn.
Yeah. And this time Vrain will get off strike. Probably quite happy Denley here. He's now got 2 right-handers to bowl to.
Yeah, it's always messes with you slightly, doesn't it? Kent's tactic has been to go round the wicket to the left-hander, but now that he's gone, does make life just a little bit easier.
I wonder if that will open the door for maybe the return of a Matt Parkinson to come on. Well, we shall see.
Just a little bit of a delay here while there's a shuffle in the field.
Yeah.
Stewart is going into first slip.
Bit of pressure on the new batter straight away. Also Dawkins and Finch up from their positions on the boundary to mid-on and mid-off. That's a good start. Making him play. Denley in. Now, good looking drive from Lyndon James. I think Singh's going to struggle to cut that off. That will be 4. Confident looking start from James. Nice looking drive there. And he moves to 4 off just 2 deliveries. Denley maybe getting a bit too full. There's not much protection there. As long as you beat Northeast, who is pretty close there at cover. It races away. Yep, shorter this time. He's still able to access the area, but this time just for the 1. Finishes over off with another single. Denley 5 overs, none for 27, going at just under 5.5 over. Not too bad from the 6th bowler here for Kent.
Yeah, he's bowled okay. Got a bit of turn in that last over. First ball of it. Initially, from our angle, it looked like it almost have been given as a wide because it reared up. So Everson is going to continue from the Beckenham end. And I think one thing I was going to say earlier, which I didn't quite get around to, Everson. I know it's Simon Cook said that he's always going to be welcome back here at the St Lawrence ground, or here we are at the county ground. And he's playing, so even though he's leaving, he's obviously leaving on good terms.
Yeah.
So he's in the side. It hasn't always happened when players leave. Sometimes they get loaned out. But Everson is playing for Kent today against his former club, Nottinghamshire. And that will get... What a direct hit from Daniel Bell-Drummond that he's clearly made his ground fairly comfortably at Varane, because there's not even a hint of an appeal from any of the fielders. Yeah, in fact, I mean, case in point is when Joey Everson actually signed for Kent, he was loaned to Kent by Nottinghamshire, and of course he produced his most memorable performance in a Kent shirt while he was still a lone player at Trent Bridge in that final against Lancashire. He comes in again, and that one is sort of fended off, and they'll get a single for that. There's a shy. Stewart is backing up, so he'll take just the one from that one. Yeah, was I believe he got, was it 97 in that final?
Yeah.
It was then the Royal London Cup. Took a couple of wickets. Took a very good catch in the deep, and I think he took the winning wicket at the end of that game. It was a really enjoyable afternoon if you were a Kent supporter. A very good venue as well for a final. Everson is in. That one is driven back by the batter, and there's no run.
Yeah, driven back strongly by Varane. Unfortunate that it was straight at Everson.
And you're already seeing the effect that wicket has brought. This has been a tidy start to the over by Everson. Not really offering the batters much. 10.3 remaining, 214 for 4. Everson in again to Varane. Varane cuts that one on the offside. It looks like it's Finch running around there. That's the boundary rider, if you like. And they'll come back for a couple. 216 for 4. Everson strolls back to his mark. Slight bit of cloud cover here now. Looks like it's very slightly darker than it was. Everson is in again. This one is driven forward. Stewart will run in from a long off boundary, pick it up, and they'll just get the one for that. So James will get back on the strike.
Yeah, just in this rebuilding phase again after the wicket of Martindale. I imagine this pair will look to take it a couple overs, allow James to get in and put the hammer down.
Everson in. James just drives that one straight to Sam Northeast cover. And there's no run. So at the end of the 40th over, the Notts Outlaws are 217 for 4. And for those of us that aren't necessarily that gifted at maths, it does make the projections that much easier when there are 10 overs left. They go at 10 and over, they'll get to 317.
The final 10 overs of the innings are power play 3 during this time.
And
No
yep,
more than 5 fielders
as
within
somewhat
that shot.
predicted,
The 30-yard
with the
circle.
two right-handers in now, go back to the Premier spinner in the side, Matt Parkinson, who has already been successful getting Nasib Hamid earlier on.
Matt Parkinson.
He's coming back onto bowl at the City end, replacing Jane Denley. As I said, bowled 5 overs, number 27. Did a good job, just looking to contain while that partnership was growing. So Parkinson, who's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 33, come into Varane. Drop short. Should be just the one, and it is. Dawkins now out at long off. And it was Dawkins who took the catch off Parkinson's only wicket against Somerset. A couple of balls after kind of misjudging one, if you remember that.
Yeah, he bowled well that day.
Oh, that certainly gripped. James going for a drive. Parkinson slower through the air, and it's gripped and turned. And into Benjamin's gloves. Good signs here for Parkinson. Fuller this time, getting the kind of chalk end of the bat. James digging that one out. No run. This is good for Kent. 2 dots in a row. And again.
Oh, that's a beauty.
There's a half appeal for a stumping. I'm not sure his foot really lifted. But as you say, it's a beauty.
Well, it's worth appealing, given what happened to Sam Northeast
Indeed.
on Friday. I'm trying not to sound too bitter about it. We can say it as commentators. They can't.
Parkinson in again. And this time has found the edge, but it just dribbles away. So
And that pressure is building, isn't it?
it
Pressure.
certainly is.
Just one off the over so far.
4 dots into the final 10 overs. As we tucked away just for one. A very good over that from Matt Parkinson. Just the 2 from it. Exactly what Kent needed. It's what Kent done in the last couple of games.
And he's got a smattering of applause from the fans in the green seats. I don't know whether the Nackington Road Grumblers have got an area here today. Like normally they've got that little bit of seating between the Ames Pavilion and the sight screen on the Nackington Road end. I don't know if there's an equivalent at Beckenham on the replay, if that was as close as it looked. I think, unfortunately, from our point of view, the stream has started to buffer just as the scoreboard has gone. So I'm hoping that comes back up before we get the next delivery.
Yeah, I think Jefferson's body weight was going to the left and it popped to the right of him. So he wasn't really anywhere near that in the end. Okay, yeah, not well directed that time from Everson, and it allows James to swivel on it. No chance for Parkinson at fine leg. Goes finer of him. That's another boundary to James.
And that is the release shot, if you like, our colleague from Somerset was talking about on Friday.
Yes.
I confess he asked me where Matt Milne's release shot was, and to be honest, I didn't have a clue.
Yeah, we don't really have an equivalent knots expert in with us today.
Harry Everett from Somerset was with us.
Oh, okay, under edge there. Going for a pretty expansive drive. It was James. And certainly not connecting as he would have wished.
I'm all over the shop. This is my over, isn't it?
Yeah.
I do apologise. I've been trying to get a replay up of that Everson chance, but I think the camera was down, so I'm afraid we're not going to be able to tell you how close that was. Everson comes in from the Beckenham end, and they'll get 1 for this. They think about a second. They are going to come back for a second. Actually, that's good running by the Outlaws. It was Stewart had to make quite a way in from the boundary, didn't he? There.
Yeah, and to his right.
So good, smart running from Nottinghamshire gets them up to 225 or 226, 227 for 4. Counting as we go. Here's Everson now. Beckenham end. Over the wicket to James. James cuts that fairly well. I think he's going to get 4 for that. He does get 4 for that. Yeah. Finch was the fielder down there, and that had enough pace on it to, even though it's a long way down to that boundary, Finch didn't really get near it, did he?
He hit that hard to James. Really climbed into that. Bit short and wide. He's a tall batter, especially when you see him standing next to Verena. He really latched onto that. Interesting, compared to the game against Somerset, this wicket seems a lot more central. It's not that easily visible short side to target. We haven't really, have we seen, has there been a maximum today?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't think there has. No. And it's always been that way at Beckenham. It's you've got a bit more room here than you have at Canterbury. Not to the, Canterbury's not small in the sense that Taunton is small, for example.
Parkinson, after his good over before, continues. Again, nice bit of drift. Verena pretty content to take the singles at this point.
Yep, Parkinson was very tidy in that last over that he bowled when he came back on.
Now he caused James some trouble in his previous over. James off the back of a couple boundaries against Everson. He's going to be more confident now. Parkinson, yeah, this time a better stride into the ball from James, but still just picking out northeast in the covers, no run. This time flatter. They go for a quick single. Beltran picks it up nicely. Oh, and he'd given it up. If he had hit at the bowler's end, James was gone. It was a good pickup. It was a pretty tight single to be going after in the first place. Beltran is quite close at mid-wicket. He kind of tapped it and ran. And yeah, good clean pickup, but unfortunately for Kent, did not hit the stumps. Verena on strike. Again, he squeezes that through the gap to Dawkins at long off. Cut away straight at Stewart, who pirouettes on it as he couldn't find where the ball had gone, but he did stop it. Good job he did, because that would have gone for 4 as well.
Well, I think that James feels that he's missed out a little bit there, whether he missed out on a single or a boundary, because it was a slight misfield.
Oh, well bowled again. Grip and turn, and it's beaten everything outside edge and the keeper's gloves. And unfortunately for Kent, that has gone away for 4 byes once again. Good over from Parkinson.
He's been unlucky there, Matt Parkinson. That's our old friend, the moral victory. That one has gone for a boundary. And, well, we've got 7 overs remaining. Nottinghamshire, 238 for 4. Verena's on 62, and James, who has got a list A highest of 82. He's well set now. He survived that nervous opening period. 22 from 19. A little bit of luck at the end of that over. And it looks like we're going to get Grant Stewart here for Kent.
Yeah, Everson's previous over, a touch expensive, a couple boundaries in there. He does have 1 more to go. I'll be interested to see if he does complete his full quota. But yeah, Italian international Grant Stewart to come on here. But they are going to need... No, actually, he can finish it off, I think.
Stewart's got 3 overs remaining, so he could bowl out. Let's see. There's a bit of a shuffle going on in the field. Denley is being sent to the cow corner mid-wicket boundary, whatever your preference is.
As he can't give much room here with speed. There's no one behind point on the boundary.
He's going to get a single out of that, which is fair enough, I suppose. I was going to say possibly the shot didn't deserve it, but that's maybe being a little bit harsh. It's not gone where he's wanted it to go, but the fielders are obviously well out, and you are going to cash in.
4 out on the leg side, and absolutely none of them. No one in.
No one close in, is there? So it's fair enough. Stewart comes in, second ball of the over, and this one is steered again, leg side this time. Again, they're going to get 1. That one is fielded by Jaden Denley.
Well, clearly, Bill Drummond's content with singles at this stage. The plan being Stewart to get it in around the body.
There was an incident at Canterbury where was it the fielding circle was in the wrong place? So either too close or too far back as Stewart comes in. I don't know why I suddenly thought of that. That one is again flicked off the hips, and again there'll be a single, and again it'll be Jaden Denley that fields. Harry Finch is now long off. He's done a tour, hasn't he, of the ground? Harry Finch, he's been various places, getting to know Beckenham, ground that he's played at frequently since joining Kent. He made his debut in that COVID season 2021, and I think he enjoyed a fair partnership with George Munsey on that game with Durham that we were talking about earlier, where it's sort of a hopeless situation for Kent, but Finch and Munsey actually batted together for quite a long time from memory. I suppose in terms of run rate, it might have been the right thing to do. So Stewart comes in, and that's going to go down the leg side, and I think that's going to be 5 wides actually. And
Oh no.
well, no, there's a boundary rider down there. It's Matt Parkinson. He's going to hurl it in, so it's not going to be quite as expensive as we thought.
Oh, Benjamin got just enough glove on that to stop that from racing away. Just a few extras coming in.
Yeah,
into
creeping in a bit. Just wondering what was given there.
It was wide.
Yeah, it was wide. Never be entirely sure, but anything down the leg side is usually given. But, that one is tucked away on the leg side by James for a single. Denley, who's been busy in this over. I think that's the 3rd one that Denley has had to field. Coming in off the rope. Not to move on the 245 for 4. Stewart has been relatively economical so far. His figures are slightly spoiled by that wayward one earlier in this over. That was a little bit short. That sort of paddled almost around. And Denley again fields. So there's 1 taken.
Yeah, apart from the wayward one down the leg side, he's been bowling well to the plan. As Stewart digging it in, few cutters. And with obviously all the protection out here on the leg side. Happy to concede the 1.
And another leg side shot. This time it's going to go down to Parkinson at a kind of fine leg area, and that'll be a single off the end of the over, and Nottinghamshire will move on to 247 for 4 with 6 remaining. So Kent, similar to what they were doing against Somerset, they've dragged the run rate down, or they've not let them get away with it.
Yeah.
Currently the run rate 5.6. 6 overs remaining. Now if you're Nottinghamshire, you've got to hope that you get over 300 from this point. You probably should do from this point, but Parkinson was difficult to get away in the previous over. James is the batter on strike.
You fancy one of these batters are going to have to look up the ante a touch here. Still 6 wickets remaining. James on strike, and he does just that, connecting nicely with that almost lofted reverse sweep. Doesn't get down too low on it, but he's able to lift it over Grant Stewart and away to the boundary. Also brings up the Outlaws' 250. That was a good looking shot.
Yeah, that was a terrific shot from James. Perfectly executed reverse sweep for 4. If Sam Billings is watching, I'm sure he'll appreciate how well that was pulled off.
Not beating Stewart this time, going for more of a conventional shot through backward point, looking to cut it away. Getting a bit of an outside edge, and it squirms off towards Stewart. No run. Flighted. Big sweep. Is there a chance that their note does not reach? I think that is Finch out there patrolling the leg side boundary. He's able to keep it to 1. But I think we can see the intent is now clear from James.
Yeah, it's a low risk shot. There's only a couple of fielders out on that leg side. It never went anywhere near Finch.
Verena on strike now. Oh, and he's beaten. Good bit of bowling that from Matt Parkinson. Again, there's been turn for him all day, and we also saw some for Jaden Denley.
Yeah, it was a nice comeback from Parkinson. Always a risky time of the innings for a bowler. You worry about your figures. It's just the nature of this format. Any format, I suppose.
Big sweep this time from Verena. Finch is going to watch it just go over his head, and that is the first maximum of the day. Goes to the South African, and that also brings up the 50 partnership between the pair. Well, his heart would have been in his mouth for a time. You're seeing Finch collect himself out
there was
there.
a little bit of a groan coming from that area, but I don't think Finch ever really stood a chance there. I think that was way over his head.
Goes again, this time more off the toe.
Oh, what a catch.
Oh, what a catch.
Stunning catch by Harry Finch. Absolutely brilliant work. Coming in, sliding, grabbing it one-handed. A superb bit of fielding by Finch. I wonder, talking about this before, I wonder if that's why they want Benjamin as the wicketkeeper, because he's such a good fielder out there. Talked about the previous delivery where he didn't get near it. It was a little bit of a groan, but that is one of the best catches you'll see. And unfortunately, if you're not here, you won't have seen it, because it's not going to be picked up on the cameras. But take our word for it, that's a stunning bit of work out in the deep by Harry Finch.
Yeah, well, that's the end of Carl Verena, 71 off 65 balls. Obviously, with that one maximum coming the ball before. But yeah, just a moment on that catch. Parkinson's drifted up again. He's gone for the slog sweep this time off the toe, but that has meant it's gone quite a way in front of square. And Finch, coming off of the deep square leg boundary, is sprinted around and has taken to the ground, diving along it, and has taken it full stretch. That's excellent work by wicketkeeper come fielder. He was done brilliant. Brilliant.
Yep, that's the champagne moment for Kent so far, I think. Just such... It's so difficult to hold on to it in that situation. I don't know what, if you're a top fielder, I guess you'd back yourself to get it, but I don't know how many fielders would actually back themselves in that situation. Stewart is here at the Beckenham end. And that, again, we're talking about what happens. It's similar, it feels, to Friday, in that Notts have lost the two set batters at key times.
Yeah.
Parkinson getting the wicket he deserved there. He bowled really well. Got a little bit of tap sometimes, as all spinners get. They will go for runs. But that is a really important wicket, because it means there are, or I say, so Sicharan is the batter.
Yeah, 19-year-old. That wicket brings him out to the crease.
He's not going to be taking the strike here. James, think of the junior partner in this. Of course, he's got 30 off 25, so he's set by most definitions here, and he's going to get another 2 there as he steers Stewart down to kind of backward point boundary area.
Yeah, that really was a big wicket for Kent, getting rid of the set international.
Stewart gets back to his mark. Oh, and he nearly gets another wicket there. James very close to playing on to Grant Stewart. It just trickled past his off stump there. Just going to look at that one again on the replay. Stewart pretty unlucky not to get him. In fact, it might not have been quite as close as I suspect it was. It seemed to sort of play it into his pad and trickle past. Here's Stewart again, and that's driven by James. It's going to go straight to Jaden Denley, though. Didn't get as much on that as he would have liked, and it's comfortable enough for Denley to field that one at long off. Denley wearing his Kent cap, and Stewart is back to his mark. He's got Sam Northeast tear, hasn't he, Jaden Denley? Just waiting for something. Slight shuffle in the field, I'm not entirely sure. But, we're back now with Stewart. Stewart coming over the wicket, and Ceteran will get off the mark there. Single to him. Denley fielding. Denley seems to have been busy in the last over or two. And the food has arrived.
Oh, there we go.
Which is always the way to keep a broadcaster or a journalist happy, is to waft a bit of food in front of his face or her face. Stewart in from the Beckenham end. One is going to get a single off that. We were talking earlier about, in fact, they might get two. They probably will get two here. It's going to be comfortable coming back. What we were saying earlier, the fielders are so far out that if you do put it in the right place, there's an easy two on offer. And that is pretty much what's happened there. Denley has come in from a long off bounder in. It's taken him a while to get there. Finch is now over by the academy building side. Finch has been absolutely everywhere in this innings.
Well, he goes to the hot spot, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And Jaden.
None of his most highly rated fielder perhaps is Stewart. And that one again will go to Denley, or is in fact Finch is going to get there first. He doesn't take it on the full, but I don't think that, well, that hasn't made a difference. He's not managed to field it cleanly, but they were going to get two from that anyway. So 4 overs remaining. Notts are up to 266 for 5. Are we going to get Parkinson again? He's got 1 over left.
Yeah, I think it might be.
It looks like Parkinson is going to bowl out here from the City end.
Well, they finished with spin from Acton Road end on Friday. Beldrummon's not afraid to do that. But he thinks it's working. And Parkinson, who was obviously successful getting Vereno, I say, he was part of that. A lot of credit will go to Finch for that wicket. And he's going to be bowling to the youngster first up. 4 overs to go for the Outlaws. 10s will get them to just above 300. You'd fancy they're still looking around that 320 mark. But bare minimum is, of course, passing 300. Parkinson in. Oh, he's got an outside edge. Chase is on.
He's not going to get there, Quinn.
And no, bad bit of luck again for Parkinson.
Yeah,
nicely bowled.
If Parkinson had any luck here, he'd have 4 wickets for significantly fewer runs.
Yeah, he would.
We were just laughing at the start of that, before that ball, because you can hear Alex the sound man saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Parkinson." So we sometimes play the jingle when he comes into bowl.
Oh, and
and
again.
he's done it again. It's so unlucky. He's did he run over a black cat on the way here?
Yeah,
Matt Parkinson.
Possibly.
Could have had 2 wickets in this over. And they've got nothing for it so far.
And once again. Yeah, big swing from Ceteran.
We're groaning here. It's a dot ball, so from that point of view, we won't be too unhappy. But
yeah, 4 ... But
Ceteran will have been told, he's in that situation. He's got to have a bit of a heave.
And once again, heave to no avail, getting not a lot on it. In fact, in this over, he's only got the finest bit of wood on it. I did get him a boundary, but he hasn't got near the next 3. This is excellent from the leg spinner. Pressure building on the youngster. And this one is clipped in the air. In fact, it's found the gap nicely. It's 1 bounce 4, held his shape and just clipped it over mid-wicket. There's a huge gap, which I'm pretty surprised about at this stage.
Well, I wonder if they're trying to tempt him. If so, he's sprung the trap there by knocking that one through that mid-wicket area for 4.
Last ball for Parkinson. And it's gone straight up.
Well, that should be caught by Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Oh, it isn't. Oh. Goodness me. It was up in the air for a while, but that is the second big drop today. And Parkinson, that just rounds off What an extraordinary over that
Right,
was.
Parkinson cannot believe that he's not got at least one wicket in that over. And I don't think either of us can believe it either.
No.
You can hear the groaning around the ground. I mean, Bell Drummond, I don't know whether he's unsighted, whether the sun was in his eyes.
Wow.
You'd expect him to take that
I
19
yeah.
times out of 20.
Somehow that over's gone for 9.
Yeah, there's no justice in the world.
No.
And there's certainly not if your name is Matt Parkinson. You are going to be, if you are watching that back tonight, you're going to be wondering how the hell you've not got anything.
Yeah, he's gone 10 overs, 2 for 62,
Yeah.
but that does not tell the full story at all.
Yeah, Parkinson should have had at least 4 wickets today. As it is, 2 for 62. It's not a bad return,
No.
but he can feel pretty hard done by there. 3 to go.
Yep.
Ekanch is going to return from the Beckenham end. And it's going to be Seacharan to take the strike.
Yeah, pretty good to see this. Bell Drummond throwing the youngster the ball, giving this experience, trying to close out an innings.
And Seacharan will get 1, probably 2 for this. Denley is coming round in front of us, and they do go back for 2.
It's to his weaker side, Denley, isn't it? To his right. He had to run around that one.
Yeah.
Making it a lot easier for the Outlaws batters to get back for 2.
I think 2 was always on there. But as you say, it might just have sowed a little bit of doubt in their mind if it had been on his stronger arm. And Singh goes back to his mark. Comes in again. And that one is going to fall short of Jaden Denley. In that gap, they'll come back for 2. It was not the most controlled shot, but there's a huge area for that to fall into where it could fall safe.
Interesting. And this is a change being brought about by Finch. He is now swapping with Jaden, and I think for the very reason of that, to try and cut off perhaps the 2 with going to his stronger right hand and Jaden then running onto it with his left hand.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Harry Finch now right in front of our commentary box. Crouched and ready to go. There's another slight shuffle here. Ben Dawkins is being moved over to the leg side.
Quite an extraordinary gap on the offside there. There's someone at it's northeast that cover extra cover, and absolutely no, and a third man and a deep point. So if you, at this stage they're happy for him just to dap it.
Yeah, Dawkins has sort of gone to mid wicket.
Yeah.
Well, it is the sort of pitch, the sort of area. It's a bigger ground than the St Lawrence, so it certainly feels bigger anyway. It feels like there are big gaps out there. Ekanch coming in. Now this one is lofted. I don't know where that's going to land. It might be caught by Jaden Denley. It is caught by Jaden Denley. So Kent have got a wicket. Seacharan goes for 14. And Ekanch has struck there.
Yeah, he struck again.
Didn't want to call it until it landed this time because of what happened in the last over.
Absolutely. And to be fair, Jane, though, looked pretty confident, running onto it, taking it safely. And Ekanch doing really well here at the death. Again, bowling to the plan. And clearly make sure the bats are hitting to this long leg side. And Jane, who's just moved to deep mid wicket.
Do we give Harry Finch the credit for that, for telling him to swap places?
Yeah, perhaps. Although I would think I would have backed Finch after his effort earlier to have also pouched it. But good for Singh, second of the day. Again, just adding to his repertoire this, being able to bowl at the death. A few change-ups. That one was dug in short and quick. With each wicket, just as it was on Friday.
It slows that rate, doesn't it?
It does.
Seacharan, context of the game, he's not done badly there, to be fair to him. He's got quick fire 14 off 10. I don't think his coaches will be too unhappy with the way that he's come in and blasted that.
And so this is a new man, Byron Hatton-Lowe. There's not much information on him. Highest score 5 before this in list A cricket. So
I'm just flicking through my copy of the Cricketers Who's Who. I'm afraid he's
Has he made it in the Who's Who?
hasn't yet made it in there.
Okay.
Hopefully he'll be in there next season. I'm not just saying that from a selfish commentary point of view.
Yeah.
Ekanch, having taken that wicket, gets to bowl to the new man, Hatton low. The batters presumably didn't cross then. If
No, but it wouldn't matter now.
I have to say I'm slightly behind the 8-ball
Yeah.
when it comes to the rules on crossing. It was changed a bit, wasn't it? Was it last year or the year before?
The year before, I believe. When. Yeah, that doesn't matter so much now.
Hatton low to face. And he's squared up by that one from Ekanch Singh. Sort of hit him on maybe the top of the thigh or the hip. And there's no run.
Well, I do think onus will be on Lyndon James here. He needs a lot of the strike if the Outlaws are going to go post 300.
Yeah, James now very much the senior player out there. 37 from 30. He's scored. Ekanch is back to his mark. Comes in. And that one is going to be hit. It's going to bounce before Grant Stewart. They're going to get one for that, I think. They do just get the one. So Hatton Low gets off the mark. 1 from 2. And James gets a strike with 1 ball of the over remaining.
If you're James, you just take the single, make sure you're on strike for the next over, or do you look to find a boundary somewhere?
I don't know. I've got to be honest. 2 overs to go. Is it too early for that? They've still got 4 wickets remaining, so might be a little bit early to start hogging this strike, but we'll see what happens. Here's James to face Ekanch, and that one is.
And what's going to be the call?
Clever short ball. I think
Yeah,
he's got away with that one. Maybe getting away with it is the wrong word. It might just have been very good bowling.
I think we'll give the credit to him. I think that was very good bowling, in fact.
Short pitched ball. I'm just going to look at the replay here to see if there was any hint of it being wide. And it's almost taken his head off there as Ekanch Singh. Really good short ball. He's had to duck away with it. I mean, in fairness to James, he's dealt with that pretty well. So that was an awkward one from Ekanch Singh, who, as we were saying, seems to have put a yard on. And we're going to have to get a bowling change here because Parkinson's bowled out, and it looks like
it will be Stewart to finish off. Yeah, from the end that he started at a long time ago now. That City end, and they've timed it nicely. He's got 1 over left. He's gone well so far. 9 overs, none for 43. He'll be bowling to the new man and Hatton low.
Told that he came out to the Italian national anthem at one of the games earlier this year, and apparently he was very pleased. Did a little bit of a fist pump while he walked out.
He did well in the T20 World Cup, especially the game against England, I remember. Grant Stewart. Oh, and that looks like it's been smoked by Hatton low. Over cover. Oh no, maybe not. It's just checked up and spun. A good bit of work by Ekanch Singh, who's just completed his over, sprinting round. Made up good ground there to keep that to 2.
Yeah, maybe I need to take my sunglasses off because for a second there I thought that was going to fly over.
Well, it looked like he connected with it nicely.
Yeah, and then it seemed to
just die.
Yeah.
But as we said before, it's a big old boundary out there.
It is. I don't think Kent will be too unhappy that that only went for 2.
Yeah, keeping him on strike. Stewart back in. Slower ball this time. Should be out. It is. Safely pouched by Sam Northeast in the ring at gully. Slower ball by Grant Stewart. Hatton low just catching up with it and just really giving catching practice to Sam Northeast. He goes 3 from 3. That's a bit safer from Kent. Like, each time now that the ball goes up, we've had 2 pretty remarkable drops today, so you're wary of calling it.
Yeah. Northeast, don't think was ever likely to drop that.
No, but I would have said the same about the ones before. So.
Well, yeah, that's a valid comment. So Hatton Low goes for 3 off 3, which is you're always on a bit of a hiding to nothing as a batter when you come in the death overs. It's not going to look good for your average, but you've got to go for it, haven't you, in this situation?
Again, it's pretty similar to what we saw on Friday, where the youngsters are coming in and going out pretty quickly, and But this is their remit now, is just to swing the bat, and pretty certain this will be the very talented Farhand Ahmed coming out here. And he can hold the willow. He's, of course, the younger brother of Rayan Ahmed. He had a big role in England's under-19 World Cup campaign. And he was batting quite high up at times, 7, 8, but not really so much a dasher. Can occupy the crease. But at this point, he has license to have a swing.
He does. I have a feeling I saw him possibly playing for the under-19s. I've got a feeling he may well have played here last year, or maybe even earlier in this season.
I would not be surprised.
Say my memory isn't quite as effective as it used to be before COVID. That's why I'm blaming everything on. If I get a fielder wrong, I'm blaming COVID.
Stewart, who's just picked up his first wicket, probably has an opportunity to pick up a couple more in his remaining last 4 deliveries. Stewart in, have a slower ball, well bowled.
Dot ball there. Could have been more from a Kent point of view.
It's been good stuff from Kent, even if it's just the fact that they've been able to kind of keep Lyndon James stranded for the last couple overs at the non-strikers end. Hasn't faced many. This is good work. Stewart back in. Slower ball once more at the back of the hand. Check drive into space. Will they take 2? They will. And again, I don't think Kent will be that unhappy with that result. Keeping the new man Ahmed on strike.
It's a dilemma, isn't it? This stage of the innings, Ahmed's chance for 2 there.
Yeah, I think
2 balls left in the over. I guess you have to take it at this point.
Yeah. All been slow balls so far, and again from Stewart. It's effective once more. Ahmed, a bit inquisitive look. If it may have been wide, see on replay. I don't think so.
Well, the previous one, I was trying to look at it on the stream. Timing is suboptimal because it's exactly the same time that they're bowling in real life, but it did look quite wide, not wide enough to be given.
Yeah, they really are. They're in tandem, the 2 Stewarts running in, but the real one in. Slow ball once more, and it's squirted away by Ahmed. That could be the most perfect result. It's 1, keeping him on strike for the start of the last over. So 5 off that Grant Stewart over with the wicket. Superb. And that's him done. 10 overs, 1 wicket for 48. He's done well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has done well. He has done well. And as you say, they've got Ahmed on strike. Looks like it's going to be Ekant Singh to bowl a final over from this end. It is going to be Ekant Singh. Taking his hat off, handed it to the ump. And, well, 285 for 7. I wouldn't say it's out of the question they'll get to 300 now, but certainly Kent will be reasonably happy that given the platform that the Outlaws had, that they haven't gone well north of 300. Whatever happens, I don't think they're going to get too much more than the triple century here. Ekant in for the first ball of the final over. Ahmed rolls back, plays a nice looking shot onto the offside that's only going to get him 1, but as he's got the senior partner onto strike, James, he's probably not going to be too unhappy with that. They move on to 286 for 7.
Yeah, I think it's now time for James to make sure he takes the majority of these last 5 deliveries. He has shown that he likes to use his feet.
Ekant Chin. James has a heave at that. He's going to get 4 at least for that. It's going to bounce just inside the rope. Back over Ekant Singh's head. 4 runs to James, who has a fair chance of getting his 50.
Yeah, it's a strong looking shot. This time he didn't mess about, didn't move around in the crease. He stood strong. He's a tall man and hit that flat and hard straight down the ground. And this is it. He's not had much of the strike in the last few overs, and this is what Notts have been missing out on.
As soon as he does get the strike, he makes it count. Here comes Ekant Singh, 4 balls remaining.
Oh.
That's a short one. I think that is going to be given as wide, and it is given as wide. It's that didn't go according to plan, I think it's fair to say.
No.
So 1 is added to the Outlaws total, and Ekanch will have to bowl an additional delivery here. So I think he just got that one slightly. I don't know, he's trying to bowl it short. Saw that worked previous over, and it got him a dot. This time he is back in. That one is better executed. I think they're going to try and go back for 2, although they are. There could be a chance of a run out here, but it's well run by the Outlaws, and James will keep the strike. So 2 to him. He moves to 43.
Well, it was so poorly timed that it made the 2 a lot easier. It only just reached past the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, as I say, there isn't a single fielder in close. So you've always got a chance there as a batter at this stage of the innings. 3 deliveries left. Why not take that chance? Ekanch in again. And this one is a better ball, and that one squares him right up. He tried to pull it, I think, and it might have hit him in the chest.
Yeah,
as it is, it just drops down to his feet, and that one will be a dot ball, which at this stage of the innings is very welcome. 2 balls remaining, Notts on 293 for 7.
I wonder if he rolled his fingers over that one, or if it just slowed up in the wicket.
Yeah, it seemed to hit him on the forearm, I think, looking at the replay. Now, what's he going to do this time? Ekanch Singh. Penultimate ball of the innings. And that one is heaved. I think that's going to go over Finch's head, is it? No, Finch is going to catch that. Brilliant catch by Harry Finch, and he's done so well to hold on to that. He was in severe danger of going over the boundary rope there. He's taken that right in front of us down here at long off. And another exceptional catch by Harry Finch.
Yeah, we got a great view of that here. He moved really smartly to his right. Just a little while ago, he switched with Jaden Denley for that very reason, so he'd be going to his stronger side. Made it paydays. He moved along the boundary really smartly and took that away. He looked pretty comfortable, but I think the rest of us would have been struggling there.
Yeah,
caught it on the move.
The way that he caught it, I thought he was going to struggle to get there. The way that the batter holds that one, it looked like it might have had enough, but I think from James' point of view, he's done his job there. 43 from 34. I don't really think Notts can ask too much more from him.
No, but
playing the situation.
And quietly, that's another 3 wickets.
It is.
Ekanch Singh.
And now, unless he bowls a no ball or a wide, it does mean that Notts can't get over 300, which I'm sure Kent will have been very happy with it most of the way through this innings.
Well, absolutely. If you think just before the Centurion, Martindale got out in the just before the 38th over, they were 204 for 3. So
Sam Wood seemed to sprint slightly out there. Yes. I wonder if he was in danger of getting timed out. I'd say I'm not entirely sure. He did seem to be absolutely herring out into the middle, and now I think he realises he's all right, so he's just sort of slowed down a bit. Probably not a good idea to have your blood pressure pumping too much. So he's only got 1 delivery to face here. Of course, we saw, was it Thiedem that got a boundary off the last ball for Somerset on Friday?
I was thinking about that a lot as it was getting tighter.
Yeah. Thiedem didn't play badly, but he did get a bit of tap towards the end of that innings. Here's Ekanch Singh, last ball of the innings. This one is skied up in the air. Is Northeast going to get under that? Northeast is going to get under that, and Northeast will take the catch. And so Nottinghamshire are going to close the innings on 293 for 9. Kent, I think, will be absolutely delighted to have got Notts for under 300 here.
Well, absolutely. They have done brilliantly, especially that big partnership between Martindale and Verena. And just again quietly, Ekanch Singh, 2 overs of the last 2 wickets of the last 2 balls, finished with 4 for. Oh, Kent will be thrilled, you'd imagine, with how those last 10 overs went.
They absolutely will. And we will be back in around about half an hour's time to tell you whether that's a good score or not, because you just don't know. Just a word of caution I'll inject into that. Beckenham, not necessarily the road that people think it is this year. There have been some very competitive games here, And who knows what we will see in the second innings. We will take a bit of a break here. Cameron and myself. Hopefully we'll be joined by Martin at some point in the second innings. And I'd just like to say you're listening, or watching and listening perhaps, to the Kent stream, brought to you in association with Clubberly. We will be back for the Kent Chase in around about 30 minutes' time.
Dawkins. And number 23.
Welcome back to the live stream of Kent versus the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. My name is Fred Atkins. I'll be your commentator for this second innings. Alongside me, Cameron Emmanuel Burns will be having a visit from Martin Shaw in around about an hour's time or so. Kent restricting Nottinghamshire to 293 for 9. James Hayes is going to be bowling the opening over from the City end, and Ben Dawkins is going to be taking first strike. There's a slip in. First slip. And Hayes is in. And Dawkins just fends that one onto the offside, round about the point area, where it is fielded by the number 66, Tayyab Tahir. And there's no run.
Yeah. This pair put on a really good power play in the previous outing. A 60 partnership. They can do something similar and a bit more if they can.
And he's in again. This time Dawkins just fends him off. That will be a dot ball as well. So 2 dot balls to start the innings from Hayes. We'll be talking in the interval. A lot of people. What other things? 293 gives you a chance. It's a decent score. If the batters start to worry, if there's any kind of collapse, it's difficult to get that far. But I think Kent would probably be just about happier as Hayes comes in. And Dawkins again plays this one on the offside. The misfield, so they'll get off the mark here. They should get 1. They might get 2 here. And again, what you're saying, I think maybe later in the innings they would have come back for a second there, Cameron, but they've just decided to limit themselves to 1.
Yeah, at this point, no point risking anything. And that does bring the skipper, Bell Drummond, coming off the back of a really superb ton against Somerset.
Yeah, he was the only player to get over 50, actually. It was an interesting scorecard to look at. We'll come back to that in a second as Hayes comes in. Nice whippy action, but there's the classic Daniel Bell Drummond steer through that kind of slip gully area for a single.
Well, I'm sure he'll be able to get it through another gap if you switch it around, but I'm amazed how many times teams don't start off with someone basically right where that ball went. The amount of times we saw that go in that exact direction against Somerset. But from Kent's perspective,
yeah, you're not complaining. Kent move on to 2 without loss. Dawkins is back on strike. Hayes is in. And that one is a better one from Hayes. That flies past the shoulder of Dawkins' bat and through to the keeper.
Yeah, good carry there. We've seen it all day, especially with the new ball going through nicely. He's a big, strong, tall bowler, is Hayes.
Yeah. Varane, the keeper, did well with the bat, made 71, second highest score in the innings. Ben Martindale, brilliant 101 from him. Here comes Hayes. And into bowl. Dawkins just lets that one go outside of his off stump, and that's the end of the over. Kent 2 without loss.
Yeah, Dawkins, who was a bit short of runs going to the Somerset game, got a start. He got to 30, he had a couple good lusty blows for 6, and then in fact it was after one of those hits to the short boundary that he got out in a way, pretty nondescript way, just tapping it back as it were to Goldsworthy, who was bowling his left arm off spin. You can see how disappointed he was, dragging himself off the pitch. So hopefully if he's in good nick here, he won't give it away this time, but talented player.
Venue he'll have mixed memories of. He made a century here against Durham earlier in the season in the county championship. And then just a couple of weeks ago, he was at the centre of what might have been a bit more of a scandal. He was essentially given out caught behind playing for the England under-19s. He was actually dropped. The keeper dropped him. And nobody other than the keeper seemed to see it. The umpire had already given him out.
That's Sam Wood. Yeah, you'll have to reload that one. Wide down the leg side. But yes, Sam Wood bowling from the Beckenham end. But as you were saying.
Yeah, it was one of those incidents. We were talking about the clicky ponting incident before play. It was this, not dissimilar level of gamesmanship to that, really.
Number 19, Sam Wood.
Oh. A very optimistic appeal from first slip as it crashes into the hip of Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Yeah, he's got a very distinctive hairstyle, hasn't he, Wood? It's
Yeah.
the lads to our right were playing some 80s bangers during the interval, and he wouldn't look out of place in
No.
Kajagoogoo. People under 40 have probably got no idea what I've just said. Cameron probably has got no idea what I've just said.
Oh, I understand the notion of what you were
They were
trying
they
to
were
say.
a group who were famous for about a year, around about 1984, I think.
Okay, just a touch before my time. Then.
Yeah.
What were their big tunes?
Well, it was the one that Alex was playing a few moments ago, Too Shy, which is, I think it's a karaoke classic, isn't it, that one?
Well, if this gets a bit dull, if you're wanting to give a rendition, so...
I absolutely would not wish to inflict that on my worst enemy.
And Wood continuing. It's Bell-Drummond. Goes Fuller, driven to Hamid, who's at mid-on. No run.
Yeah, just looking at the bounce there, as that one went towards Hamid. We did see a couple of misfields when Notts were batting, led to a few extra runs, and I do wonder just how difficult it is to gauge the bounce, the deviations. Saw a bit of that there, as that one sort of spat up towards Hamid at one point.
Wood cramping Bell-Drummond a little bit, taking hand off the bat, but he squirts it away too. Fine leg. It's the other end.
Yeah, gets a single for it. Dawkins on strike. Yeah, what you're saying about Dawkins' dismissal, he'd done pretty well. He'd absolutely tanked Goldsworthy, hadn't he, for a huge six over that short boundary, and then the very next ball, he just seemed to mistime it, I guess.
Yeah, looking for just the single down the ground, but not putting it up over the top or along the ground and just hitting it comfortably to the Somerset captain. But this is a new day, and now facing his first ball against Wood. And a similar area is clipped off the hip. There could be two here, there should be. And he will come back comfortably. There's a lot of twos and the odd three actually in previous innings. I thought they ran well. The Outlaws have to do something similar here, Kent.
Well, they did. But pretty much everyone that I overheard around the boundary was saying they thought, at one point they were expecting Notts to get around about the 350 mark, and that didn't happen.
Yeah. Again, down the leg side. Have to bowl that one again. Second wide in the over. Yeah, there was one point where you thought 320 was almost a given, and for them to not even make 300, I think they will be disappointed with that. And if they do end up on the coming second in this game, I think that'll be an area they'll look at. But it's a long way to go before that, before those discussions need to be had. And this one just left alone by Dawkins. It's the end of the second over. Kent a 7 for none.
Yeah, that previous delivery from Wood that went wide, just an illustration of how you've not really got any margin for error in this format. In a red ball game, that would comfortably have been okay, but it was not even half a foot wide of the stump, and anything down the leg side in this format is, of course, given. And, so we're going to get Hayes to continue from the City end. Bell-Drummond to face. Hayes it squares him up a bit. That's a bit high. There's a shout for LBW. They're going to go through for a leg by. I think, certainly in terms of height, that was going to go reasonably well over the stumps.
Yeah, that sounded very fine, Paddy.
We'll take a look at the replay before us. In fact, I think we're a ball behind actually here, so we'll have to come back to that. We'll try and accelerate the stream here. Hayes is in again. And Dawkins will nicely tickle that through. Should get 4 for that. Will get 4 for that. No fielder near it. And Dawkins gets the first boundary of the Kent innings.
Well, that's all that's needed with this quick outfield. We saw a different approach, especially from McCann in the first innings. Really looking to hit the ball as hard as possible. Dawkins here just leaning on it, and it will still race away, especially with the new rock.
Hayes is back to his mark. Just coming into Dawkins. And that one's a better one from Hayes. Dawkins looked interested, just pulled his bat away in time. And just going back to that Bell Drummond shout, I mean, it hit him on the hip pad, so it's never going to get given. Thigh pad, rather. And so Kent are 12 without loss, chasing 294. Hayes in. Dawkins to face. Dawkins will push that one onto the offside, around about the point area. It's fielded, and there's no run. And it was the Centurion, Ben Martindale, who fielded that one at point. Whatever happens, he'll have had a terrific afternoon. Great innings from him. Really well paced. I think the only thing he'll be unhappy about is the fact that he got out as soon as he got his 100. So Dawkins to face Hayes. Dawkins will cut that one, and that's a great stop from Martindale. Talking about maybe that's the confidence he's got from his century. That's saved a certain boundary.
Oh, absolutely. Dawkins getting high up on his toes, and he's a tall man anyway, crunching that down. And look, for all money, that was going to be racing away to the boundary, but great one-handed diving stop from Martindale at cover point.
Yeah.
You can add another 4 to his total.
You can, I think. That's fair enough. Here comes Hayes in to Dawkins. Dawkins just plays that to Martindale again.
Yeah, not timing that one quite as well, but can't keep Martindale out of the game.
Yeah. Did one, on Friday, we talked Daniel Bell Drummond got out in similar kind of fashion, that he made exactly 100.
Yeah.
And then he got out. And it was just interesting with Joe Denley's knock. I thought he had a good game. He made a contribution. He didn't steal the show. And I was always sort of thinking in the back of my mind, if he made 100, it would be very difficult to kind of say, that's it. You'd just be clamouring for him to come back in. It was a good way to go out, wasn't it? Because he's contributed to a win.
Wow, he got 2 wickets as well.
Yeah.
Wood to continue from the Beckenham end. Bringing Bell Drummond right forward. Good solid block. Yeah, it's an interesting feeling today because, of course, there was a very important game going on, and it was wonderful that Kent got over the line in what was a really tremendous finish. But there was kind of that air of Denley's last game all around it, whereas this one is a bit more back in the competition.
Yeah, this is, there's no kind of, distraction is probably the wrong word, but it could have worked out that way.
Wood in, good hard length.
And the only way to stop it from being a distraction is to win the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
As long as you won it, nothing matters. If Denley comes in, makes 100 and Kent lose, then, you've got a lot of kind of frustration questions to answer. I think the way that it ended, plus I also like the way that it was done. I thought it was well managed. There was a bit of class from Somerset to give them the guard of honour.
Yeah.
It was respectful without being over the top.
Wood in, shorter, cut away, bit of work to do out at third man, and it's done pretty effectively, to be honest with you. Good diving stop. Bell Drummond will come back for 2.
That's a really smart bit of fielding there. I'm sorry, we can't tell you who it is because he's just so far away.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that is James Hayes out there.
Yeah, could well be,
Yeah.
actually.
I think that was number 13, I saw, on his back. Yeah, well, this one left alone. Good carry from Wood. Question I've always had is, especially at the beginning of the game when there's two fielders out, and often doesn't matter what level cricket this is, the bowler gets placed out onto third man or fine leg under the proviso normally of having a bit of a break down there. But inevitably, when you've got pace the other end and you've got no other boundary riders out, they're the ones who do the most running when out fielding. And that was a case in point there. Hayes having to do a diving effort. All clipped nicely. Work to do. I don't think they're going to cut it off. Nope. And that will be Bell Drummond's first 4 of the day. Wood getting 2 straight. Too easy for a man of Bell Drummond's class, coming off 100. He just clips it off the pads, and it's his first 4.
Very elegant shot, that. Classic Daniel Bell Drummond boundary. Just finesse through the leg side and 4 runs.
Again, back. This time back on his mark. And good forward kind of backward defence there. And no run to finish that over. And Kent after 4, 18 for none.
Yeah, I think they'll be reasonably happy with that start. It's going back to Friday, and the send-off. I thought it was really, really nicely done. Somerset playing their part, and it can go wrong when you do something like that. I've seen it go wrong. I've seen it get too sentimental. I've seen it override occasions. Particularly in American sport. I've seen Lance Armstrong with this video. One of the most nauseating things I've ever seen. Here comes Hayes into Hawkins. Hawkins is squared up a bit by that, but he'll get 1 for it. Didn't really know where it was. It kind of went through the gully area, but there was no fielder near it. And it was fielded by Wood on the boundary. Notts wearing very bright all green kits. They're visible everywhere except when they're in front of those seats.
Yes.
Then you can kind of lose the fielder a bit there. So that might be something Kent have to look out for. He's into Bell Drummond. That one's a Yorker. That one is just dug out by Bell Drummond, who's annoyed with himself. Swishes his bat there.
Yeah, he probably missed out on doing something similar to Dawkins the over before, clipping that one through the leg side. Chance for a boundary.
Yeah, Wood is the fielder at third man here. Just taking on some fluid. Hayes comes in to Bell Drummond, and Bell Drummond will cut that one back. Where you were saying, that area he likes to score, kind of backwards of point. That one is fielded by Tahir, and there's no run. Didn't quite get that in that area he likes, did he?
Yeah.
It was just a little bit too close to the fielder. And Hayes goes back to his mark with Kent on 19 without loss. And Bell Drummond just fends that one off. No run is taken. Lyndon James is the fielder. James, another player from Nottinghamshire who I think can be pretty happy with his afternoon's work. That useful innings that he made towards the back end of the Nottinghamshire innings.
Yeah, he got a little bit stranded at the non-strikers when not really needed him on strike. But he still made 40 plus. And departing to a good catch from Finch out in front of us.
That's a nice cut shot from Bell Drummond, but he's not going to get anything for it because he's hit it straight to Martindale.
Yeah, a few times the Kent batters have hit nice shots in that area and have been cut off. First time we've seen Bell Drummond look to use his feet a little bit.
Am I right? The crowd was giving around about 1,200. Is that
Yeah.
correct? Yeah. So decent crowd in. It feels like an occasion when you walk around the boundary. And Beltram will get 1 for that. I think that's in that area we've just been talking about. He didn't get that quite as cleanly as he would like. Seems to take his hand off the bat as it went through, but they take 1, so Beldrummond will keep the strike. It's your first time here, isn't it? So,
it is.
I was going to ask you if you'd been at the festival, but of course,
That would be no.
it was. Was it first day? There were a lot of school kids here from the local schools, so it felt like a bit of a crowd. Second day, not too bad either. Third day, we're probably best skate over.
Okay.
That one.
Yes.
And then the fourth day, it was actually pretty quiet. That was a Monday working day, not very many in.
Oh, look at that impetus from the captain. A bit of a shuffle down, and it's been hit right towards us. Freddie, you're going to go get that ball? Oh, no, it's rolled away.
Sort of hooked up here. I would otherwise.
Yes, but skipper, a bit of a hop down and pumped over Mead's head, his counterpart at mid-on for a lovely 4.
I see it for a South East Stars game a couple of years ago where I ended up fielding about 6 deliveries that all came here, just a long off area. If you're watching us, we are about long off to where Daniel Beldrummond is.
Nice looking drive again. Even better, I'd say. This time, straight down the ground. Back-to-back boundaries for Deebs.
Yeah, another lovely shot, that one from Beldrummond, just the other side of the wicket this time. And Beldrummond moves on to 17. He scored 100, of course, during that successful run chase on Friday. Having scored 50-odd in the game before, which was against Lancashire at Farrington.
It's going to be
And
a 3-peat, I'd say. Yep, that's going away to the boundary. This time off the back foot, kind of swiveling on it, hooking it, and it'll be Hamid going to collect the ball once again, this time from the nets. All along the ground, not looking to overhit the ball. He's looking in fine touch as Daniel Beldrummond.
He is, yeah. He's in good form. He was also, we talk about this previous innings, 100 v Somerset, 50-odd v Lancashire. His innings against Lancashire was ended in controversial fashion, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
Got given out to one that looked to be going well down the leg side. Wasn't the only one. Benjamin was pretty unlucky as well. I think Benjamin's was worse, actually.
Can't be 4 in a row. This time just looking to protect his stumps, blocking it into the offside.
I can remember seeing Alex Stewart hit Merv Hughes for 4 consecutive 4s once, and then getting out either in the next over or to the next delivery. You can get carried away, and there's no need to do that so far. It was so early in the inning still. Only had 5.4 overs.
Wood back in. But again, short of length. And it's cut away. That will also go away to the boundary. So it's not 4 from 4, but it's 4 off the 5 balls of Wood's over so far. And that is very much trademark Beldrummond through that point region.
Yeah, lovely little gliding shot from the Kent skipper.
It's quite clear to see the difference in not so much the opening pair, because I think that's a bit unfair on Martindale, but the way Beldrummond's going about it with this outfield compared to, say, how McCann was looking to really hit the lever off the ball.
Yeah, McCann looked jittery, didn't he, from the start? Bit more experience here.
Be a dot to finish. But that's a fine over for Kent. 16 coming from it. 36 for none after 6.
Yeah, so going at...
They're going at 6s.
Yeah, 6s, so pretty much what's needed. Run rate required is 5.9. DLS score 19. This was a theme we were talking about on Friday during the commentary, just how rarely we've talked about DLS this season. It just hasn't been a factor. Basically, the blast season started well after the heat wave began. I don't think there's been any situation so far this season where we've had to calculate it at all. Here comes Hayes to Dawkins. And that is high, and that might be out here. Should be out. Wood should catch that, and he does catch that. And Dawkins goes for 8 from 13. It was an awkward-looking shot. Didn't really have any kind of control of it, and he's just sort of flicked it down Wood's throat, I'm afraid. Ben Dawkins falls for 8.
Yeah, pretty odd-looking shot. That looks like he was. Can't really work out if he was looking to go over the top of the cover region, or indeed he was just looking to go over. Well, can't be over third man's head, but really flew away down here, and Wood took a good catch straight at him. I do sometimes wonder if you've just seen the over before go for 16, you feel like you're wanting to ride that wave as well as the other batter, and first ball going for a shot that maybe wasn't there, but feeling like you could just ride the wave. But that's his day done. Dawkins gone for 8 off 14.
Yeah. He's inevitably going to be disappointed. Now, Sam Northeast is in. Sam Northeast did all right at Bristol, got 80 odd down there. And then, as we were discussing in the first innings, got a problematic stumping decision against Somerset. Certainly, to me, didn't look like he was anywhere near out of his ground. Replays would back that up. I think we thought maybe he'd been given off a bottom edge, but the umpires disagreed, and in the book it says he was stumped. So he will come in. It's a prolific List A performer for Kent before he moved on to Hampshire and then to Glamorgan. He didn't do badly in that one-day final when he was playing for Hampshire against Kent, if I remember rightly. Takes his guard. And James comes in. And he will get off the mark immediately. He'll get at least 1 for that. He'll get 4 because the fielder down there at backward square, Farhan Ahmed, isn't going to catch that one. Seen how quick the outfield is here.
Yeah, as I say, he got out in odd circumstances on Friday, but never really felt he was totally in. There was Bill Drum on the other end, of course, serenely going on his way to 100. It's a good opportunity here. Good value for your shots. Someone like Northeast.
Another little flick on the leg side, but this time he doesn't get a run. Picks out the fielder. It looks like it's... Is it Hamid over there? Square leg? Well,
I think
mid-wicket. Difficult to tell unless he turns around. I think that is Hamid. So,
yeah.
Or maybe.
Oh no.
I don't know, actually. No, well, we'll just have
Wolf,
to
yeah.
live wondering. James running in. Hayes running in. Being a bit familiar, calling him James. Dot ball to Sam Northeast.
Well, with Joe Denley officially retiring the other day, this is by far Kent's most experienced duo now out at the wicket together, in terms of with the bat, that is.
Yeah, by a very long way. And you have got experience down the order. Finch, seasoned campaigner now. Benjamin, who looked really good while he was in on Friday. Ekach is growing in experience with every game. And he'll no doubt be buoyed by having taken 4 for 40. You've got Grant Stewart. And then it gets a little bit, well, just break off as Hayes is coming in. When you've got Quinn and Parkinson, we'll probably be arguing over who comes in at 10, you'd think. But you've also got Joey Everson. So that's sort of 9 batters who really
I'll be very
you'd be
intrigued.
very comfortable with.
from Denley, Singh, Stewart, Everson. That 4, what order they actually do come in.
Yeah, I wonder, I imagine it might well depend on the match situation. If Kent are struggling, will they change it? If they lose wickets early,
Yeah.
will they juggle the order? I think they probably will. So,
Well, a change already here. That's Wood off from the Beckenham end.
I mean, that's not massively surprising, is it?
No,
He got a bit of tap from Bell Drummond in the previous innings.
let's bring Lyndon James, who of course batted pretty well at the end of Notts' innings. Now he's on to bowl at Bell Drummond off the pad, and they will get through for a leg bye. Yeah, pretty certain Lyndon James, well, on show at least, he's got the most wickets for Notts this year, 7. Interesting one, Joe Pollington, who's the 4th highest wicket taker. Unfortunately, we don't have the information to hand unless you do, Fred, but he's not playing. Left arm orthodox, which again you would have thought, with the amount of right-handers Kent have in their lineup, he would have been a shoe-in. He's not playing, but it could be. I do not have the information as to
I'm afraid
why.
I don't either, actually.
North East's first delivery. Yeah, he had a brilliant start in the first 3 games, picking up a number of wickets. Perhaps a little niggle or something. That's why he's not here. But the all-rounder, Lyndon James. Cut away nicely. Kind of a square drive from Sam Northeast. So bring up his second boundary. That's a lovely looking shot.
Yeah, classic shot from Sam Northeast, just steering it through backward point for 4. And, not an ideal start to the over from James' point of view. But, he did pretty well with the bat.
Straighter this time, but with protection at mid-wicket, be no run.
Trying to work out what the shade of green this kit that Nottinghamshire are wearing reminds me of. So presumably it's the kind of Lincoln green Robin Hood shade. So yeah, it's like the Saint Etienne football team.
Oh yes.
Who never quite won the European Championship back in the 70s.
Again, no run. Square leg. But certainly a lot greener than the outfield here.
Yeah, well, it's very similar. From this distance, it does blend in with the seats slightly.
Yeah. For me, I feel that stand is getting a little bit more populated as the afternoon's going on.
Well, the problem with it is it's so exposed.
James in. Drawing defensive stroke from North East to end the over. So, 4 off the bat, just 5 from it with the leg bye.
Yeah, not a bad over that in the end from James, really. The way that he's bowled 3 dots in succession after going for 4. Yeah, I mean, if you are here, I mean, you may or may not know the Beckenham ground if you're watching us or listening to us. It is very exposed. There's very little shade, and that bank of seats just doesn't get any shade at all. Here comes Hayes, and Bell Drummond just plays that one, dead bats it almost, and it is fielded by James, and there is no run. And they have rectified that a bit of Kent. They put a gazebo up, large gazebo on the western side of the ground, which is pretty much full. Did take a boundary walk earlier while Martin was on commentary with Cameron. Obviously, the prime real estate here is the area just by the trees on that western side of the ground. As Hayes comes in again. And that one is cut by Bell Drummond. He won't get a run for that one. That just goes straight to Tahir at a backward point. Dot ball there. Yeah, this time of the afternoon, the sun starts to make its way around, and it does get very bright. A lot of people were initially sheltering in the shade of the academy building, but that, my friend, is gone now. As Hayes comes in again to Bell Drummond. Bell Drummond again plays that one to here. No run. Looking to play that cut shot. But not quite managing to place it as he would like. Kent 45 for 1 here after 8.3 overs. We're actually slightly behind on DLS, but that I can stick my neck out and say is not going to be a factor this afternoon.
Well, Drummond just playing around with, I think, a bit of plastic or something.
Yeah, something seems to have made its way onto the field. We had a similar incident, didn't we, in the Nottinghamshire innings when one of the batters saw something he didn't like. Hayes in again. Bell Drummond just has to fend that one off. And it's fielded by James. Cover.
How many planes going overhead? What?
Yeah, it's a regular feature of life at Beckenham. You do get to see lots of aircraft quite close to a flight path here. I think that particular one is making its way to Heathrow. We're not that far from London City either. As Hayes goes back to his mark, he's into Bell Drummond. That one's a little bit shorter. And again, Bell Drummond just has to play that one straight out to James.
He's been good so far, Hayes. Not only picking up the wicket, he's only going 2.5 so far.
Yeah, very decent start by James Hayes. You wonder if they'll be tempted to keep him on after this. Next time he's in. Well, of course, there's been a change already at the other end. And, he has bowled 5 already. Well, this will be the end of the 5th. It's Bell Drummond carves that one. Commentator's curse. That one, Bell Drummond just carves that through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Yeah.
So after this, it'll be the end of the power play, won't it? And
yeah, one more after this, and Kent almost at 50. Classy that from Bell Drummond. Bit of pressure building, 5 dots, use of his feet, reacting to the ball coming into him and flicking that away past square leg for 4.
Seen a number of interesting run chases this year. I think, was it this time? Was it a week ago? We were watching Kent's women chase down north of 300.
Yeah.
Against Middlesex. That was a terrific performance.
Well, they were thinking about a single there, driven off the back foot by North East, but good bit of fielding, cover. Thankfully, they hadn't started their run. I think that's from McCann. It is standing at cover. So it will be Lyndon James to complete the power play. If you're Kent, you're thinking just limit the damage going in outside of this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll be too unhappy. I'd say it's pretty even at the moment.
Flicked off the hip will be just the one down to fine leg. And that will be Kent's 50.
Kent's 50 comes up in the 10th over.
We'll be happy with this start. Of course, disappointing to see Dawkins go pretty cheaply, but Bell Drummond has started nicely.
Partnership's the key, as they were on Friday. Although nobody other than Bell Drummond made more than 40. Everybody got something.
Swiveled. Big chase here. Not going to catch up with it. That's another boundary for the Kent skipper. Touch too short. Not quick enough. And now it's hooked away. Bell Drummond up to 33.
We're all getting used to calling us just Kent again in this competition.
Yes.
This year. It's Kent Spitfires in the Blast. They still use the nickname the Spitfires. But this time last year, they were the Kent Spitfires, and now they're just Kent.
James back in on the pads once more. This time it could be 2 push. No, they're content with 1. Yes, I'm doing my best to remember the difference from going from the blast to
Yeah,
this. And
well, I called it the Spitfire ground the other day. Well, I was down at the St. Lawrence. I think plenty of us have done that. So I'm not quite sure if this is the new county ground or the county ground, whether we've lost the new at any point.
Well, on this scorecard I've got here, it's down as just the county ground. So we'll go with that for now. James in to northeast now. He gets in behind it. No run. We've had confirmation it is
the county ground, so there is no new here anymore. And in fairness, this ground has been here for quite a long time.
And so what stage does it lose its new status?
Kent played in Beckenham a long time ago, the era of Colin Blythe, over a century ago, but that wasn't here. This was the bank ground.
Again, Northeast content. Just get in behind the ball.
It's one of the first things that you learn when you come here is that you don't go to Beckenham Cricket Club.
No one had given me that memo.
Did you?
I did indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, luckily it's not far away.
I was thinking, not a big crowd in for the game today.
Yeah.
It's only me.
It's amazing how often that happens.
Yes.
The Beckenham Cricket Club it's only about probably a 5 or 10 minute walk away from here. And I believe that is where Kent used to play around about the turn of the previous century. Then they played a couple of games here post-war, around about the 1970s. This is the old Midland Bank, NatWest Bank ground, I think. They didn't really start playing here regularly until around about 20 years ago.
Well, because I come from on the south coast of Kent, next to Folkestone, which of course was used as an outground, but not for a number of years. I'm not sure the last game that was played.
I guess it must be about 35 years ago. Yeah. That is that's an educated guess. He's in, fended off by Bell Drummond. No run there.
I think it's a change of bowler. In fact, I think it's the young Hatton Lowe.
Oh yes, you're right. Yeah, Hatton Lowe is in. Similar tall figure. But, after that pretty successful power play from Hayes, Hatton Lowe will take over. In he comes to Bell Drummond, and Bell Drummond will pull him through mid-wicket. That should be 4, and it will be 4. The fielder isn't going to get anywhere near that one.
Well, we've seen that a number of times from the skipper today. Very quick to pick up the short ball.
Yeah.
No chance for the man at mid-wicket. That's another boundary.
Yeah, it's Seacharan that was the nearest to it. He's just fielded it from a member of the crowd over there. And Hatton Lowe goes back to his mark for Bell Drummond again. Bell Drummond on 38 so far. Bell Drummond won't get anything from that. Just plays it towards James at cover.
Maybe a preordained plan to just give James Hayes the first 5, but I'm a little surprised to see him come off very nicely from that top end.
Yeah, I mean, it might be that, maybe they think that they will need him later on and he might be more valuable then. Only made the 1 breakthrough during the power play. Hatton Lowe to face Bell Drummond. Nice drive that. They'll get 1 for it. Won't be any more. Cover drive. There's a bit of a misfield there. But I think it's Martindale, is it there? That maybe he's blotted his copybook for the first time this afternoon. Although, if you are going to make a mistake, do it when it's not going to cost you anything. Just a little fumble, but it's not cost them a run. That was a feature of the chase on Friday. Somerset in the field. Hatton Lowe comes in. And Northeast just prods that one back towards the bowler and there's no run. I know our co-commentator from Somerset, Harry, was getting quite exercised by some of the misfielding In fact, he asked Lewis Goldsworthy this during his post-match interview. He phrased it very politely, but basically said, "Why didn't you bowl yourself more?
Yes.
And why didn't you feel better?"
And the response to that?
I think it was a very dignified, polite response. Hatton low in, prodded back by Northeast, no run. Yeah, I mean, he phrased it so politely that Goldsworthy didn't need to take umbrage at the questions, but you could see he was going through I think we all were going through it a bit, weren't we, during that run chase? It got really tense.
Well, talking about a run chase, there's one going on for the women, who obviously had that remarkable win last Sunday against Middlesex. They are chasing 296 against the Worcestershire Rapids side. They need 201 off 31 overs. They are 96 for 1 after 19. Coco Streets, who's been in such touch, just got to her 50, and Kelly Castle's on 36, not out right now. So we continue with James from the Beckenham end. They're coming back for 2, and it's at Northeast's end. He had to hurry a little bit there when he realised it was coming to his end.
Yeah, good backing up by Nottinghamshire. That could have gone wrong. That throw-in to the bowler's end was Ahmed, who was the player who was backing up there behind the stumps, preventing any further damage. Yeah, there were just one or two incidences where they didn't quite pick the fielder. So
again, similar area. I think this one will just be a single. Indeed it is.
I think it's difficult to be too harsh on a young fielder in a situation where you've got a really tight run chase like that. And sometimes a ball will come to you and you think you might have, say, a 5% chance of catching it.
Yeah.
And if you catch it, that might win you the game. But you've got to balance that out and say that if you don't catch it, the chances are it's going to go for a boundary. So are you better stopping it?
Northeast on strike. Tucks it around the corner. Busy area so far in this over.
I've spoken to, I mean, it's not necessarily an age thing either. I think in a match situation, when it is tense like that, we're talking to David Smith, the old Surrey and England player. Doesn't live too far away from here, Beckenham now. He's talking about the NatWest final. He made 100 for Sussex against Warwickshire. And he said that really experienced teammates just lost it during the final overs.
Right. Oh, under edge this time. Bounces through to Carl Verena. Normally such a strong area. That shot for Daniel Bell-Drummond not quite coming on.
Yeah, you could chalk that up under the moral victory for the bowler column. But yeah, it's David Smith, who played for England a couple of times. Very experienced county player, and he said, he saw experienced teammates under that kind of pressure. Even the most experienced can lose it.
Short this time, again, not that well timed. Hitting it in front of square this time to Wood, who's positioned mid on, no run. Yeah, going around in my tour of Beckenham, trying to find the ground earlier. I even found myself going down a road near here, and is it the Palace training ground or academy just around here?
Yeah, the Palace Academy building is that large sort of aircraft hangar building that is just behind the green seats.
I almost thought, you know what, changing sports, going into there today. And James, interesting. Bell-Drummond using his feet to get down to him, and it's held up, and it's kind of squared him up. Not quite gone through to Verena, but it's the first time he's looked a bit troubled, Bell-Drummond.
Yeah, difficult over that for Bell-Drummond. He'd be glad that he came out of that with his wicket intact. Just looked a little bit awkward at times. One or two problems caused by James. So yes, the Palace building, the aircraft hangar there, that's the sort of indoor training area. Then behind us, to the south of the ground, that's where their main training area is. There's quite a nice picture from a couple of years ago. Zach Crawley and Sam Billings with Roy Hodgson when he was the manager here, and they just sort of opened the gates, Checkpoint Charlie style, and said hello to each other. Imagine they were talking about interesting things. Roy Hodgson from this area. As in comes Hatton low.
Well, Billings, if I remember correctly when chatting to him, he was almost a footballer. very talented youngster. I could be wrong here, could correct me, but he had links to Spurs in terms of youth, playing the youth sides, but he chose cricket. Binning's, of course, an amazing sportsman all round.
Probably just as well.
Yes, I think so.
Big Man United fan.
Yep.
Sam Billings. Hatlow in again.
Ooh.
Oh, and a bit of a heave from North East. He gets away with it. Didn't get anywhere near that, I'm afraid. And just as well from his point of view that he didn't.
Yeah, leaning back on that one, looking to carve it through the offside. That ball has climbed and reared past his outside edge, but as you say, probably good thing being that he didn't get anywhere near it. That's the pressure of a few dots, though.
Yeah, North East is on 10 from 19. I think he's probably too experienced to let that phase him. Hatton Low will come in again, and North East will try. It was a shorter pitched one. He tried to sort of pull it through mid-wicket, but it went straight to Hamid, and there's no run. So 3 balls to go in this over for Hatton Low. Goes back to his mark. Feels very quiet here. There's not much of a atmosphere at the moment. Oh, and that could be out. I don't think it's going to carry, though. He's not claiming it. North East has got really, really lucky there. That was a gruesome-looking shot. Hatton Low was bowled it short. I think McCann was the player that came in, and to be fair to McCann, I've seen players claim that sort of dismissal, or at least make the umpires make a decision, and in fairness to him, he hasn't.
Did it pop a little bit?
Oh, it's very...
Yeah, we've just seen on the replay. I'm not sure the way he played it.
Awkward looking shot, and he's got away with it. And now he might be out again. It's going to go near the field, or is it? No, it's going to go for 4. It was backward square at the boundary. There was a fielder rushing round, but he didn't get there. I think might have been, was it Sicharan that was the nearest fielder to that one?
Yeah, when he first hit it, it looked from our angle, it might have been going down his throat, but thankfully he was able to swivel on it. And it ended up being nowhere near him. And
it's just the optics from our commentary box. We can see pretty much everywhere, but there are 1 or 2 little blind spots. North East relieves a bit of pressure with 4 runs. And now he might get 1 more, will he? No, he's not going to take a risk on that one. He drove that one back behind the bowler's arm, but it's been fielded fairly comfortably by James Hayes. And there's no run. At the end of the over, it is 68 for 1.
Yeah, an interesting, eventful over for North East there.
Well, I think that's the second consecutive over where Kent will feel very happy that they haven't lost the second wicket. Because Bell Drummond was in all sorts of difficulty in the previous over. North East did not have a happy time there. As we see Joe Denley and Simon Cook walking past.
I wonder in what capacity Joe Denley is now in. Is it? Has he got a coaching role
he
now,
started off this season. It was said that he was going to be in a half playing, half coaching role. He was initially going to be blast only. I think when they realised that he wasn't going to be able to play in the last couple of blast games after that injury, they reconsidered and obviously made it possible for him to play on Friday.
James in. Nice clip off the legs from Bell Drummond, but protection out there in Martindale will mean it's just the 1.
I guess you'd be foolish not to pick somebody's brains if you've got all of that experience right on your doorstep. He did say that he wasn't going to be playing any cricket for a while.
Oh, really? So
he was asked in his post-match press conference there, and said, are you going to be playing for your brother at Whitstable?
Yeah.
And the answer to that was a polite no.
North East, again, pretty comfortably tucking that round the corner. I wonder if there will be an occasion where all the Denley crew will be turning out for
I wouldn't be surprised. It was quite funny, actually. He was talking, Tom Reeves of the Kent Messenger asked him the question, and he said, you know, are you going to be turning out for your club side? And he went, no. And then he goes, oh, hang on, is he over my shoulder? So he looked back over his shoulder.
Slower ball this time. And just caressed through to the boundary rider. That cover. Drummond going along nicely. Runner ball 44 at the moment. Northeast still just getting into his work. 15 off 24. Obviously had the chance in that previous over.
Yeah, I'm sure his heart will have been in his mouth. I think our hearts were in our mouths when that looped up like that.
On strike now. Punched back. It's a lovely shot. Be a chase on here, and I don't think the fielders are going to win. They're not. Punched off the back foot straight down the ground, and that has gone away for 4. Lovely looking shot.
Yeah, that was one of those where if there'd been any rain in the area in the last month or so, it might have just been on for the fielders, but as it is, 2 of them, Wood and Ahmed, both ran after that. Neither of them. It was one of those where you couldn't quite give up on it, could you?
No.
But they never really got quite close to it. Got a message coming in, which is to say that Simon Cook is going to be joining us in about 5 or 10 minutes' time, so that'll be interesting.
Sure. Oh, tremendous bit of fielding there. I think that's Tahir. At point, stopping again a certain boundary. That was hit hard from Northeast. Good work there. But yes, so talking about the rain. In fact, there's a bit of rain at my game yesterday, and it's been so long since we've seen any. Umpires didn't really know what to do, and they kept us out in it for a good hour. And it was definitely harder than we used to, but I think everyone was so glad to see some. They didn't think about bringing us in.
Well, yeah, that's fair enough. Now, just on a practical point of view here, so Simon Cook is going to make his way over, and he's going to do a commentary stint for us. Or is it in fact going to be Joe Denley? He seems to be making his way over here. So, do you want to take that?
I don't mind taking. Oh, hooked up in the
it's
air. Is that
dangerous here? I think this is going to be out, and that is out, and that's a big blow for Kent. I'm afraid that Daniel Bell Drummond has fallen. He's hooked that one, and he's out for. There's been an enterprising 44. Now, one of us is going to have to make way for the Whitstable one. Do you want me to get out of the way, Cameron?
If that's so, well,
I will make way, and it's an honour, really. So I will make way, and Joe Denley will be stepping in, or sitting in, if you like.
Yeah, as he joins us, skipper Bell Drummond has to go 44. Really nice innings, 45 deliveries, 8 boundaries in there. That one though, top edge, flying away. Both dismissals have been caught down here near us on the boundary. Oh, but I'm joined by Mr. Joe Denley. Hello, how are you?
Good afternoon. Yeah, very well, thank you.
Yeah, well, you come at.
It was bad timing.
I was going to say a bit bad timing with obviously the wicket.
Indeed.
Mr. Bell Drummond, but obviously lovely to see you after Friday. How is it being this side of, I guess, officially retired from playing out there for Kent and now here supporting the guys?
It's actually all good. I mean, looking at the outfield, I certainly didn't miss spending 50 overs out there.
Yeah.
But no, like you say, Friday was an incredible day, and something that I'll remember for a long time.
Number 72, Harry Finch.
And what were the scenes afterwards with the family? Stay
Yeah.
at the ground for a while, or?
There was a lot of photos, a lot of time spent with the family on the outfield. I think I had about 30 people there watching. So, so again, some nice memories. And yeah, pretty subdued, to be honest. Had a beer in the changing room with the lads, and it was off home and fairly shattered, actually. It was my first game in a while, first 50 over game as well. So
it's a long old day.
Yeah, got home and relatively early night. Had it been 15, 20 years ago, it might have been a bit different, but times have changed.
Well, looking into this game at the moment, of course, Harry Finch has been in good form this year. He's come out to the middle. How do you think, position what we 75 for 2, off of just after 14 overs. What is the mood like in the camp?
Pretty good, actually. I thought the first half we were very happy with that.
Oh, chance there, I think. We'll see, yeah. I think, yep. Off either glove or top edge, just going over Carvarena. Anyway, he gets off the mark, first ball 4. Not quite where he intended it to go, but off the dreaded blob.
Absolutely. Take them.
Yep. But
Yeah,
you were saying...
yeah, pretty happy. I think I was surprised that they opted to bat first. I think this is a pretty tough ground to defend. And yeah, to keep them under 300?
Yeah.
293. Yeah, really happy with that. I think at one point they were looking at 320, 330. So, yeah, very happy and got off to a reasonable good start. So, I mean, I think it's the type of wicket, if you're willing to spend a bit of time, you can certainly catch up at the back end. And I think going into the last 10 overs, if we got wickets in hand, then I'll back us to chase anything.
Well, something that was shown on Friday night, but just looking, especially in comparison to some of the other sides around, the depth in batting that we have here. I'm not sure exactly what the order will be from probably Jade and down to Joe Everson. I'm imagining that the likes of Parky and McQuinn, they're quite nailed on for the 10-11 spots.
I think that you can count them 10 and 11.
Oh, again, I think that's reared up, taking the glove of Finch, not quite reaching for Rayner. So a bit of a tricky start in this, and the young Hatton Low getting in.
Yeah, it's interesting. The lads did speak about at the halfway point as well. I mean, the new ball was swinging around and zipped through, but once it gets hit out into the outfield and roughs up a bit, it becomes a bit stoppy, a bit more abrasive into the surface, and as we're seeing here, it's a bit more bounce. So it was a bit tricky from a batting point of view, but hopefully Harry can ride this out.
One thing the side certainly has is a great mix of experience and youth in there. These two, you'd say, also on the experience side, and see through this little tricky period. But I remember seeing the clip of you when you were announcing it to your teammates after one of the Blast games that you were intending to step down. One of the points you made was about the exciting talent that we have in the squad. Take us through some of those players. Of course, you know one of them extremely well. That's well documented. But what excites you most about them?
Well, I think we got a glimpse of that on Friday, didn't we? I mean, Ekanj
just quickly pulled away. We can't see from the gazebo. I'm assuming it's been stopped. It has been stopped, so it will just be the one. But that one, a bit more control on it from Harry Finch.
Yeah, I think we've seen glimpses of it with obviously Ben Dawkins at the top. Incredibly exciting talent. Gets compared to Zach Crawley quite a lot, but quite a tall, intimidating opening batter. Ekanj the other night, Friday night, that was a match-winning innings, completely, swung the momentum of the game and allowed Grant to do what he did. But those three players, especially Jaden as well, obviously didn't play the other night, but incredibly talented. Left hand gives you that left hand option, bowls left arm spin, and he's good in the field, as they all are. So that's three high quality young players that Kent have got to work with for the next hopefully 10-15 years and really build a really good foundation around with the batting.
Absolutely. James to continue here. Harry Finch facing up to him for the first time. Maybe a bit more on Ekanj, who of course got another 4 for today, adding another string to his bow, coming and bowling those death overs there, taking a couple wickets in that last over. The difference in him over the winter, speaking to Mr. Dave Fulton, who you'll know well, he was saying how much work Ekanj just put in on his bowling over the winter in particular, put on maybe a bit more pace. Is that what you're seeing as well?
Yeah, he's 100% every time. He works incredibly hard off the field. He's worked hard at his fitness. He's got himself really strong, as you need to be as an all-rounder. And it's important, I think, nowadays young lads coming through, I always say, to have, you can't just rely on being good at one skill. If you certainly encourage them to, take up bowling if they're batting, and you've got to be good in the field. There's no hiding away from that. And Ekanj, his bowling has been really, really impressive this season.
Oh, they're going up for the pit. They seem convinced. Must have been off 5 pad.
You don't like to see them going, do you?
No, you do not. And Carvarena still seems pretty convinced by it, but unmoved. It's the umpire, thankfully for Kent.
Indeed.
Caught down the leg side. What's worse, that or run out the non-strikers?
Oh,
Oh,
well, neither are good.
no.
Are they? Neither are good. But yeah, going back to the young guys. I mean, the fact that Dawkins is an opening batter, he does keep a little bit as well. But it just gives great options for the likes of DVD and Sam Billings in the shorter format. And it gives us great depth. So it's exciting. And Ekanj has a very high ceiling in terms of with how his bowling's developed this year, and we've seen what he's capable of with the bat. He's probably a bit frustrated to be batting a bit lower down at the minute, but I'm sure as his career progresses, he'll be higher up.
Yeah. Yeah, with that, a little bit of misfield. To hear having a bit of an air kick in frustration, allows Finch to get off strike. And going back to yourself a bit, are you able to reveal when was it that you kind of came to the decision that it was the right time? Was it this year, or was it kind of the plan always before this? Or
No, I can't say I had one of those moments where past players say they wake up and they just feel like, oh, that's it, I'm done. I haven't really had one of those moments. I think getting hit in the shin and T20s didn't help.
yes, I can. Well, on the last 2 days or last 2 games, I've been able to say that the only way I can slightly feel being your shoes is that I equally got smashed on the shins the other week and it blew up and bleeding everywhere. And I thought, it's no fun this.
No, that wasn't ideal. But I think, like I've said, with the emergence of these young players, it certainly makes the decision a bit easier. I mean, found myself batting at 5 in the T20s, and which I've struggled a little bit with, and unless I was banging out loads of runs every week, it would have potentially maybe I wanted to carry on for a little bit longer. But I think it's time. It makes it easier to step aside when you've got Ekanj, Jade, and Dawkins, these guys waiting in the wings, and no, it was a decision I'm very comfortable with.
And I'm not sure if it was Finch races away. Yeah. Oh, direct hit. Considered 2, but not on. A lot of questions had from the Kent members. Why the previous game? Why that game? Did you decide that would be the last one for you?
Well, it was the last opportunity really I would have had to play at Cansbury, and it just felt fitting really. So I fought really hard to get myself fit. I was hoping to be back earlier, if I'm honest, and yeah, that was probably the only reason. I'm not playing in the Championship cricket, and to play my last game at Cansbury was how I wanted it to be, I guess.
Yeah. Like I say, good opportunity to have all your family, friends there.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love batting here. Absolute batter's paradise. But no, it was lovely. Friday was really fitting. I mean, I can't thank the club enough, and all the supporters that came along. It was a incredibly overwhelming day, and yeah, it's a day that myself and my family will certainly remember.
And so what does the next few months look like now for you?
Helping around in this, just being a helping hand where I can be. I am still contracted as a player, so if heaven forbid there is a few injuries to a few of our batters, then and things are desperate, then I might have to put
maybe one more.
Yeah,
you
might
never know.
Might have to put the Blues back on, but hopefully that won't be the case. And no, I can just help from a coaching point of view. Hopefully we come out on top here and can really push for qualification in this, and as we know, we're going pretty well in the Championship as well, so still a lot to play for there.
Yeah, certainly a lot of excitement around the club as the wind picks up in our comms box about what could the finish of this season be like, going strong in this competition. Hopefully get on the good side of result here and make a push. And then, yes, in the 4-day comp, Kent are in a good position, and obviously all focus is now on this, but I assume there is a bit of looking ahead, what could be done there. It's been a few seasons where it's been a bit tricky for us, or Kent team, Kent fans, especially in the longer format. But where do you feel our chances lie in that competition?
I feel like we're sat in a really good position. Obviously, the league is very tight. There's a lot of teams in and around us that are fighting for that position. What's going to be important for us is you know, we know how strong we are with our batters. I think we've got, you know, real strong core of batters, but it's keeping our bowlers fit and fresh. And you know, we've seen Matt Milnes and Keith Dudgeon being rotated in this with an eye on what's to come in the Red Bull stuff. So yeah, hopefully, like I say, we can have a real push, keep everyone fit, and yeah, finish really well. And then it's obviously about building for, if we can get ourselves back into Division 1 and try and attract. You can never have too many bowlers. Yeah.
Well, that's one thing this year, because we haven't had the best of luck, especially with our fast bowling battery of injuries last year, I think, especially. But a few more coming through, of course, bringing back Matt Milnes. It's been great for us this year. He's been super for us in all the formats. Did well again. Well, got us over the line with the bat on Friday night. But that has been really nice to see, that we've been able to actually rotate in this competition. Saw Keith Dudgeon out there fielding today, but not having to bowl. And it's been great, obviously, heartbreaking what happened to him last year after his amazing start. But to have him around for the whole year has been wonderful. And then I don't know how much you would have seen or faced. A lot of us Kent fans are very excited about Hassan Mahmood coming back. He looks a very exciting talent.
Yep.
So yes, a lot to look forward to left in this season. And talking about this season, I think it'd be remiss of me to ask for us local players in the leagues, is there any chance you'll be seen donning the Whitstable Whites at all? That's a worry for many of us.
This is a question I'm getting asked
yeah,
a lot.
I can imagine.
I've not. No, I don't have any ambitions at the moment to go and play any league cricket. But you know, never say never. But
speaking for the rest of us, we're highly relieved. Well, it'll be change of bowling here, change of pace. It'll be the really talented young Find Ahmed. The off spinner here, of course, a lot of right-handers. It's just your nephew being the only left-hander on the side.
Interesting phase. I think Matt Parkinson got the ball to turn a little bit, so see if Farnham can get anything out of the pitch.
A bit shorter. In the side, there was 2 catches. There was a couple that went down. One in particular was, be spoken about for a little while, but on the flip side, some amazing catches, especially from Harry Finch. Has he got the best hands, would you say, in the outfield? Is there he's gone reverse sweep. I don't know if it's gone off his back, his arm, or the back of the bat, but not gone where he intended. They will scamper back for 2.
He has got a very good set of hands, yes. Who's got the good? Sam Northeast, very good. Harry Finch is a keeper, isn't he? So naturally very good. Jaden's not too bad, I think, in the outfield. He's pretty good.
I remember, was it his first or second game in the competition? This is a couple of years back at Canterbury. Well, he's gone for a little dab round the corner. This will just be the one. I feel I recall Jane taking a really good catch in one of his first games.
Yeah, out the boundary, running round. Yeah, I think we got a good photo of that where I'm sort of holding him aloft after. He's taken some good ones, but like you say, there were a couple of ones today which probably should have been taken, but it's rich coming from me. I've dropped my fair share of goovers in my time. We won't mention New Zealand.
No, well, wasn't planning on, even though that's it's storming back into my mind. Oh dear, it happens.
It does. It was a dark moment. You used to be able to search my name and come up with some nice batting, but
and then
after that it was Joe Denley, worst drop catch ever. So,
that's one way to be remembered on there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, do people at that moment, was it a laughable moment, or was it let's leave Joe alone for a while?
Yeah.
Before mentioning that.
Joffa wasn't laughing.
I can imagine.
And I certainly wasn't. Thankfully, it sort of petered out into a draw that game. It was a bit rain affected, if I remember. It did allow Kane Williamson to go on and get 100.
Well, indeed.
But yeah, I remember coming off at lunch and Stuart Broad actually said to me, "Is it a bit too soon to mention that drop, Joe?" I just walked off. But
I can only imagine. Was Jimmy playing in that game? I can't recall if.
well, yeah, it was Zach's debut, wasn't it? Zach's
Yeah.
debut test.
Because if it was off one of Anderson or Broad, that would have been.
No, it was off Joffre.
Yeah, I feel it would
If
have been
it-
worse. One of
right.
those two.
No, you got Stuart Broad was in the background of that still photo, just like hands over his mouth. I don't know if Jimmy was playing in that game. Bit of a quiet period here, isn't it, with the bat?
It
Yeah.
is. It's
They've bowled quite well the last 4 or 5 overs.
yeah. Hatton Low still really hitting that hard length. Ever since Drummond got out, the boundaries have somewhat dried up. Of course, Finch got that first ball, but it was touch streaky over the top of Rayner. So when you are out there batting in this situation, obviously it's vastly different this kind of a format compared to we see a lot of T20.
Yeah.
The required rate is still 6.4. I guess that's not concerning you.
No, the run rate's not concerning me. I think what's important is you still try and remain busy, and yes, they're playing well. The ball might have got a bit softer, a bit older. You might not be getting your boundaries, but can you rotate strike and put pressure on the opposition that way? Run really well between the wickets, because then that creates a bit of energy.
Absolutely.
And just gives off that presence, and it's amazing what happens. Suddenly you get a few bad balls here and there, and the run rate picks up again. So hopefully these two can just keep ticking over. Respect the good period, but know that this is a ground where you can certainly catch up.
Dug in, backed away. A bit of work to do out the boundary. Should be 2. As you say, Joe, I think as soon as you start getting into, even without hitting the boundaries, but the 1s, the 2s pick over.
Yeah.
Suddenly, if a boundary ball does come and you've hit that over for 7-8 and you've not had to take any risks at all.
Yeah. Not thinking about and putting too much pressure on yourself about them bowling well, or you're getting yourself into a bit of a hole. Just keeping that intent and respecting the good balls, but putting the in-ring fielders under pressure and the guys out on the boundary as well. Sam will enjoy that. He always bats in a jumper regardless, so he'll be nice and hot.
Well, it's one thing I actually thought that the Outlaws did pretty well. They ran well.
Yeah.
Picked some of the fielders and ran straight to them, or a lot of 2s, even some 3s, which I was...
Yeah.
It's big boundaries here, but I thought, if I'm honest, whenever it would beat the ring field, I thought it was just going to run away. So looking at this, it's compared to Canterbury, which is pretty lush. Out here is very reminiscent of many of the league grounds around.
I popped my head over next door as well, and Crystal Palace training ground is a slightly different look to it.
A touch greener.
It's like a green carpet.
Yeah. Well, it feels like a bit harder to time the ball. Maybe, as you say, the ball's got a bit softer. Yeah, not quite coming on as much as it was.
Yeah, which is fine. I think how we play Farhan, how we play their spin is going to be important. We certainly look to be real busy against them. We saw last over Harry paddle sweeping and playing with his field and making it hard for him just to settle into a length. I think that's going to be important, because that puts more pressure on their seamers.
Oh, well, that's a big old edge and a big expansive drive. It will get him the boundary, but as Fred's one of his favourite lines is moral victory for the bowler. But if I'm honest with you, when I've been nicked off me before, I never really feel it.
No.
It doesn't really help when someone says, "Oh, it's moral victory for you." No, don't feel it. But that is a boundary. North East, very much needed one. That's Ken up to 96 for 2. Of course, I think it's fair to say you've had a pretty good long career, and over that there's been the advent and the continuation and growth of T20 cricket. Just thinking about what you were mentioning with Finch using the paddle sweeps and going for the reverse sweep, how was that for you? I can't imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you were growing up, maybe Whitsport in the academy or so on, they were really hammering home those kinds of shots. Perhaps they were, but how was that, having to develop that while within the professional game, and suddenly these expectations of, because you played, obviously I did research for your final game, many T20 games. What was that progression like, actually experiencing and playing throughout that?
Yeah, I wasn't obviously brought up on T20 cricket, whereas all the young lads now are certainly that, it's all about T20, being able to access 360. I grew up playing straight through the V. So you have to develop and evolve as the game moves on. But that's been the incredible thing, like, you know, being here now as a 40-year-old, and I think that makes it a bit easier to step aside as well, because I look at some of these players and I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Like where they are compared to where I was when I was their age, they're miles ahead of where I was. So and that's exciting. It was all about batting time when I was younger, and now it's about strike rates and hitting 360 and hitting the ball 10 rows back and entertaining. Don't get me wrong, there are times when you need to be a bit smarter than that and understand game situations.
Yeah.
Which can be frustrating sometimes.
Well, because again, you have someone very close to you who is just starting their career in Jaden.
Yeah.
How do you, well, from what you've seen and maybe conversations you've had with him, what is the onus being put onto them? Because it's vast different, as you say, the idea of strike rates and flicks and tricks, and then obviously I assume I know that he will be keen to obviously go into the 4-day side and establish a position there, but how do young players then balance? Obviously there's a lot more opportunities, we know, in the franchise and T20 world. If you were starting out now, what would you be doing? What would you be focusing on? Would it still be playing straight and make sure you can bat time, or all the flicks and tricks?
No, I'd be practicing all the sweeps and the my power game especially. But I do think there is still that cricket smartness that needs to be attached to that, which sometimes is lacking, I think. Not just any of our young players, but if you look at young players across the county, I think clearly the messaging down from England is about entertainment, or it has been for the last few years.
Yes.
But yeah, I think you want to see them go out there and entertain, but you also want them to go out there and win games of cricket for their team, and that's would be my messaging is, yes, you can play all these shots, but know when to play them and understand when to play them, understand the game situation, and walk off at the end not out, winning the game for your team.
Change of but is it change? No, it's not. It's still happening loads. Coming banging in. He's into his 6th over here. I know we've obviously got a Kent game here, and the 100's just come up. But it'd be remiss of me to not ask, seeing as you were, of course, within that England setup, and you've played along the sides of Joe Root and Ben Stokes. But about the recent news of Joe Root taking the mantle again for his country and becoming captain. Again, win picks up. Your thoughts on that? As I think there's no question that more than capable of doing it. He's shown it before, but yeah, it's interesting time for English cricket at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, unusual circumstances. I think it's a shame that, don't get me wrong, Joe Root is more than capable, and who am I to question Joe Root? I'm not questioning Joe Root. He's one of England's finest. But I think if he's honest, he would have probably ideally just liked to continue as a batter and continue to churn runs and chase down Sachin Tendulkar and not have to worry about being England Test captain again. So yeah, that's a shame that it's had to come to this, I guess. But not too many options to choose from, I don't think. I think in an ideal world, Harry Brook would have been the obvious choice, but I guess with being the white ball captain and what's gone on in the last year or so, they feel that going back to Joe and under Stephen Fleming's leadership as well, that's a combination that they see that fits best.
Yeah, the Fleming hiring an interesting one, of course. Well, documented good rapport with Brendan McCullum. You need that when you're trying to balance both white ball sides and the red ball. And I think a lot of us fans hooked away, not really time, so no danger there, just the one. I think we're in a similar position where almost a bit of sadness with Root having to go back into it when he was quite open with how, one, he was pretty relieved to let go of that title, and then how much he enjoyed it under Ben Stokes' captaincy and how it felt that weight was lifted, and we saw it in the performances. And we just hope as fans that it's not detrimental to his batting, because that it's been so important to England, and I think even more so with the likes or the experience of Ben Stokes being out at the side. Need Joe Root at 4, churning out a lot of runs. But I guess the candidates with, as you say, Harry Brook having the white ball captaincy, and as I say, things that have happened over the last few months probably made that decision a bit harder to give it to Harry. But yeah, because you played under Joe, and I'm sure you would attest that good captain as well. Did you? I'm trying. Were you under Ben or just?
I didn't play under Ben's,
no, but
under Ben's captaincy. He was vice captain to Joe when I played. And yeah, Joe obviously just a great human being. I think he's the type of captain that tactically was very aware of what was going on, but the type of bloke that you just wanted to do well for. And such a humble guy as well, considering all he's achieved and what he is achieving. He'll certainly have total respect of the change room, that's for sure.
Absolutely. It's a good spell this from Hatton Low. I was trying to look him up when I saw that there's not much information on him out there.
No, this is list A debut?
Well, I can confirm. Maybe just a couple games.
Right.
But yes, not much in the way, and he came out to bat and he had a high score of 5. I was thinking, hello.
He might be going off here, so hopefully that might be the end of his spell. But pretty happy that Sammy and Harry have come through that. And, from a Nottingham point of view, it would be handing over the baton now and hoping that whoever comes on down that end can continue that work. And then from a Kemet's point of view, trying to capitalise on and put pressure on that new bowler and like I say, keep Farhan.
Yeah, he's certainly a talent. Him and his brother, of course.
Yeah.
So yeah, just that answer your question. Byron, Hatton Low, just the 3 list A games.
Oh, okay.
So, final scoop straight away. That's the innovation we've been talking about there on the show from Finch. Something I do love about the Metro Bank, the One Day Cup as a whole. You do get to see these new names, and even the likes of Martin Dale. I know it was against us, but getting his first 100 in professional cricket look good.
It presents opportunity, doesn't it?
Yeah,
that is certainly a plus of this competition.
Drive from northeast. Ooh. Yes, I can imagine on this outfield, a few fielders going to be taking it in the chest at points today.
The long barrier's getting used a lot.
Yeah. Oh, this has given me PTSD of many a game this season looking at this outfield. Oh dear, the amount of grazed knees going to be coming after this game. Yeah, comfortably played down.
Might need a new sprinkler, I think.
I think so. It's get Palace to loan them one.
Yeah.
But yeah, at this point, so again, the required rate, it's still, they've not let it get too far above. At 6.5s. With these 2 at the crease, I'm sure everyone back in the shed are pretty comfortable.
Very happy with this, 6s is, as we know in this modern day. Very gettable on this ground as well.
Is our targets a thing, as in by 30 we want to be somewhere, or is it really just a feel thing the batters out there?
We have our analysis meetings, and the history of the ground and is spoken about and past scores and stuff like that. But that's just a guideline, really. I think you get a feel for it when you're out there, and you might be facing a bowler that you really fancy, you can get hold of, and they're just the types of decisions you have to make on your feet out there in the middle with your partner.
It looks like with those couple of balls, bit of turn, bit of grip for Farhan, and it's this interesting stance as he lines up to bowl. And a couple of questions I have about your bowling on Friday. One, how pleased were you with the catch? That was a lovely moment for everyone at the ground, and seemed to enjoy that one.
I did enjoy it, a bit of an overreaction. I think I nearly threw the ball for 6 in celebration, but the old full toss, dangerous ball.
Oh, absolutely. That's my mantra,
Yeah, it was nice to get that breakthrough. I have found the older I get, bowling a little bit more. I get frustrated quite a lot when I bowl. So, that was a bit of a relief. And then, finished my career as a death bowler as well.
Well, that's what I was coming to. In your pre-match meeting, was that the plan for you to be finishing up as a death bowler?
Yeah, all analysis out the window.
Window, yes.
because no, that was certainly wasn't spoken about. But
Also to the short boundary, not a bad job. Nice looking shot for one. Yeah, but you and Parkinson solely bowled from that end, from Acton Road end on Friday.
Yeah, I think Parky was a bit frustrated. Did he pick up one wicket in the end?
Yeah, he picked up one caught by Dawkins. I think there was a chance for the same fielder a couple balls before, which wasn't quite picked up. No. He was unlucky. He bowled well. And today, he didn't have much luck either. He got two, but I wonder if he's had a word with his skipper at any point. But so, yeah, the change at that end is now Wood, the opener, back on. He had got a bit of tap in his final over, Bell Drummond. And so he's only bowled 3 overs, none for 29 so far. So maybe an opportunity here. Because I guess what you'd be reminding us is a very inexperienced bowling lineup. Of course, a lot of talent, especially when you look at Fine Arman, and we've just seen how good that spell's been from Hatton Lane. But yeah, not a lot of experience amongst these Notts bowlers. So if you take it deep, you never know. You even saw against, let's see, bowl it. Quick single taken.
Yeah,
well judged. Yeah, just as you were saying earlier, Joe, about rotating the strike, how important that is.
Yep.
But yeah, you saw when you guys were taking it deep on Friday, and the youngsters from Somerset who was getting a bit towards the end, getting a bit more tetchy, a bit not quite following through with their skills quite as much, and be the same here. Longer that Kent can draw this out, and so much power to come.
Well, absolutely right, like you say. Even Mr. Quinn down at number 10, you'd say he's got a little bit of power, but hopefully he's not required. But yeah, I mean, especially with the only 4 outside the ring until the 40th, I think the longer these two stay there, they're naturally going to get the odd boundary away. And like I say, if they can remain busy between the wickets and put the fielders under pressure in the outfield, I think that sets us up really well.
Wood back in to Finch here. Again, good line of length. Comparatively to St Lawrence ground, there's not been as many maximums hit here today. It does seem a bit bigger and a bit more equal in size, both boundary sides, not really a short one as such. Is that another thing that's being spoken about? It's more, you can get value for your runs here. If you hit a nice shot hard along the ground, don't have to take the chances so much. Yeah, has there been any chat about going aerially at any point, or
the wind?
Yes, the wind. Short, timed nicely, but again, straight to the man, deep square.
It surprised me actually. There's not been as too many maximums today. With it being such a good surface here, you get a bit of bounce. You can normally get under it pretty well. Quite a strong breeze as well coming over, as we know, into our faces.
Yes, it's kept us nice and cool all day.
But yeah, that's certainly been the chat in terms of if they do bowl well. There's periods where they're bowling well. It's not to panic and try and overhit on this ground. It's certainly a timing ground, and if you place it well enough, it races away, as we know. So yeah, I think that the 4 count is certainly going to be up there and put them under pressure on the boundary as well.
Inside edge this time, Finch. Although, as I say before, the batsmen we've got to come, they can all clear the rope with some ease. It was interesting seeing in that partnership between Grant Stewart and Ekach Singh. You'd think it would have been perhaps the other way around, but it was Stewart taking almost the back seat and giving Ekach Singh the strike and some of the power on show, but he doesn't look to overhit the ball.
No.
Yeah, really some talent. Sweet. I think he's gotten away with that top edge. In fact, he might get 2. Yeah, 2. Spinning away to the boundary.
Yeah, that's the you talk about the other night, Ekach playing that knot, a fantastic knot, swung the momentum. But that's, I guess, the difference nowadays. Where I think if had that happened 10, 15 years ago, and that was maybe me, I'd have players saying, "You got to see the boys home there."
Okay. Yes.
Whereas now that's just such a momentum shift in terms of the game. That knock itself pretty much won us the game. But slightly old school from me. If I was to say anything to Ekanj, I would say next time make sure you're not out.
Yes,
at the end.
That's what you were mentioning about the cricket smarts earlier, where because it could have gone differently. Oh, well bowled. That's gone through the gate and a bit of bounce. Pretty near that off stump, but it looks like there is some turnout there for young Ahmed.
Yeah, I like Harry playing the sweeps. I wouldn't mind seeing him use his feet a little bit, maybe get him off his length as well. Create opportunity to score off the back foot as well.
Wow, they're tucking it into the leg side or the single. Yeah, Finch has a number of times this season I've seen him use his feet and
he uses his feet so well,
but not looked to overhit it again. And just the sound of the bat, fly away again. But perhaps it seems like this pair are quite content just to keep building at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like you said earlier, two very experienced players. They'll know the longer they're there, I guess the more panic will set in within the Notts camp, and having those two at the crease as well, especially for the guys sitting up there waiting to bat, it's quite a comforting feeling knowing that you've got those two experienced players out in the middle, and like you say, the power that we've got, the depth that we've got. I'd rather be in our shoes at the minute than not.
What's happening? What does he want? Oh,
Well, Sam Northeast is calling for a towel and a drink, I'd imagine.
He's in the jumper.
He's someone that superstitiously has to bat in a short sleeve jumper regardless of the weather.
So it's probably not helping this situation.
It's no surprise.
Yeah. And what's that been like having Sam back this year, of course, with yourself deciding this year that you were just going to be focusing on the white ball, Kent bringing in the experience of Sam Northeast, I think it's been super for him. Obviously now it's stays up, but just having him at 3, all that experience is, I guess, also off the pitch is helping with the youngsters. Has he been good in that regard?
Absolutely, yeah. Sam's a bit of a shot.
Oh, nice looking shot that is. Timed beautifully from Finch, and that will go away for 4. We haven't seen one for a little while. It was worth the wait. That was a beautiful shot. Getting really high onto that and hitting that through point. Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, Sammy's been brilliant. He's he loves batting, as we know. He's renowned for his run getting. But like you say, off the pitch as well, he's great for the young lads to watch and learn and talk to, and rub shoulders with, I guess, and just watch how he goes about things. He works incredibly hard, and he's played a lot of cricket now, and he knows how to score big runs. And it's great for Kent to have that mix with some of the young guns that we've got in our team.
Yeah, I must say, we friends and I, we have a group chat, and whenever we'd see Sam score big 100, double 100, triple 100, there'd be a comment in there, sad face.
He's got 400, eh?
Yeah, so he's got all of them, isn't he? So it's lovely to see him back in the Kent colours. Yeah. Every side, I think, needs a rock.
Yeah.
A bit of a glue. He certainly gives us that. It's also nice, at the beginning of the year, Harry Finch wasn't getting too much of a game. Of course, the form of Chris Benjamin's been tremendous, and he's been given the gloves, and Harry was playing quite a bit of twos cricket, but with during the blast, Twanda getting his concussion, and which is obviously a shame, but Harry's been back in and playing a lot, and now he seems one of the senior members of this batting lineup.
Yeah, he's been impressive, Harry. I mean, it would have been frustrating for him losing the gloves at the start of the year, that is for sure. And that competition's very healthy, though, I think, within the group. And I think the way Harry's dealt with that, having spent a bit of time with him in the second team early on in the season, his attitude's been fantastic. And he's scored heavily. He's kept himself in a really good frame of mind. And when he's got his opportunity in the first team, he's taken it. And, it's great to see.
Wood in, bangs it short. This time not getting it past to here. Just backward point.
Already seeing a few more loose balls coming in from from Wood.
And
Going at nearly 8s.
Well, that was exactly the point you were making. When Hatton Lane was going well, don't need to take any chances. Just make sure you're rotating the strike and not giving him too many, because perhaps a bowler who's not quite hitting his straps quite as well will come on and give you the opportunities to score a bit freer. It's a long old time, 50 overs.
Yep.
Pretty well bowled there. I think that should be drinks. 25 overs. Kent 120 for 2. North East not out 36 or 51. Harry Finch 25 or 40. Really setting this chase up for Kent. I will probably look to give way to let Fred come back in. But I'll just say thank you so much for chatting with me, Joe. And it's not just for now, but thank you for all the memories from past 20 plus years. Yeah, and good to have you around helping the players and giving them, and hopefully not see you in Whitstable colours too soon.
Thank you, mate.
Welcome back to the live stream. Kent Cricket sponsored by Clubberly. Fascinatingly poised run chase here. Not the first time we've said that this season. Kent currently 121 for 2 after the drinks break. And they are chasing 294. I'd say it's almost exactly 50-50 at this point. Thank you very much to Joe Denley, who is stepping in for a stint alongside Cameron. Flying solo just for the moment. I'm told somebody will be coming back fairly shortly, but I'll do my best. Keep you updated. Ahmed is bowling to Sam Northeast here. It's a lively run up from the Beckenham end. Northeast takes a step forward, decides not to go for a run there. That's fielded by the number 99, Hasib Hamid. Hamid back to his mark almost immediately. He's got a very lively run up. And again, Northeast places that one slightly better. Similar sort of shot to the one that he was trying to play a couple of moments beforehand. So this time he gets the right amount on it and manages to get himself a single. Gets off strike. Harry Finch is on strike. Harry Finch is on 26. Sam Northeast is on 37. Useful partnership between these two. They're not racing along, but they don't really need to. And Northeast just decides to be circumspect with that one. Run rate required is 7, so it's not drastic at the moment. We did see the other day that a couple of tight overs when it gets towards the pointy end, and suddenly that run rate can start to soar. We'll be joined very shortly by Nick Dillon. Is in, and that one is blocked by Harry Finch. And welcome, Nick Dillon.
Hello, Fred. How are we?
Living the dream, and I very much hope you are too.
Well, looking at the women's store over in Worcestershire, I certainly am. They require a further 78 from just under 15 overs at fives, but Coco Streets has scored yet another one-day cup century, and Kelly Castle doing very nicely on 84 not out alongside of the partnership worth 210 for the second wicket.
210.
Yeah, it's it's looking good. That's up in the Midlands.
Very impressive win this time last week. And well, that's been fended off by Northeast. It sort of spat up at him from Wood.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say this hasn't been the typical Beckenham wicket we've come to expect. There's certainly a bit in it for the bowlers.
Yeah, although I don't think that's a bad thing by any stretch of the imagination. I've seen some, and frankly, very boring games of cricket here. You know, in not the last year or so, but there have been games where it's been very one-sided, one way or the other, as Wood comes in again. And well, that'll be 4 for Northeast, I think. It will just elude James on the boundary here. Decent effort by him to get around, but he was always going to be struggling. I'm not sure that went exactly where Northeast was aiming, but he'll certainly take it. 4 more for him. That'll push him up to 42, and that is the 50 partnership between Northeast and Finch. And a very vital partnership it has been, after Daniel Bell-Drummond was the last wicket to fall for 44. In comes Wood again from the city end. And this time Northeast sort of takes a step in backwards and doesn't really manage to elude the field, as that one is fielded by Tahir. And there'll be no run.
Yeah, myself and Cam on the women's stream last week were saying obviously we won't need it, but DLS is always a good number to sort of know the position of the game, and Kent are bang on the money. Just 1 run behind as it stands.
I think it's the sort of go, I think Notts are going to have to bowl Kent out or take a cluster of wickets and get down to the lower order. That's still more than possible. I still think this is about 50-50 here. I'd say 10 more overs of these two, and I would favour Kent. A couple of quick wickets, I would favour Notts. At Wood returning to his mark. We've had an interesting day here. It's very, very warm in places. We're lucky that we've got a bit of shade here. Decent crowd in, over 1,000. Nice atmosphere on the boundary as well. So it always feels a bit different to Canterbury, different kind of feel. A bit more open here as Wood comes in. And Northeast will steer that on the leg side. Did he get anything on that? And that'll be 4. 4 runs off the bat.
Yeah.
So
giving us runs, but we didn't really hear anything too woody. So just check out the replay here.
Yeah, in fairness, we are both wearing industrial scale headphones here. And that does make it very difficult to hear things like edges. It looked very much like he got a glove on it, maybe. So the camera is currently positioned behind Sam Northeast. So difficult to be 100% sure. As Wood begins his run up. Final ball of the over. And that spits up at Northeast and hits him on the glove. Maybe hit him on the bat handle. Difficult to tell exactly. He doesn't seem to be any pain. That was an awkward last delivery of that over for Northeast to face.
Yeah, that was almost like the one he got up in Lancashire at Farrington a few match days ago. He got one that really popped up off a good length. And to be fair to the ball, I think it was Tom Bailey did take a very, very good caught and bowled.
Yeah.
But it's been a bit of a battle out there at times for the Kent batters.
It has, and I don't think it's going to get any easier because it's like Ahmed is going to continue from the Beckenham end. He's bowled very tidily so far. 5 overs. He's not taken a wicket, but he's only gone for 14. It's a very interesting sort of run-up he's got as he comes in. And that one will get a single. Finch just plays that one. He thinks about it for a second, going for a second, but that's not really on. And it's a very enigmatic looking kind of process that he has when he bowls Farhan Ahmed. Sort of squats, poised, number 7 on his back. Then he takes a little skip, comes in, rolls his arm over, driven, but straight to the fielder. Freddie McCann in this instance, no run.
Yeah, he does have a very smooth action when he gets through to it, but you're right, there's a bit of a...
It's almost like a bit of Warcraft,
Hmm.
you know? He's sort of signalling his intention. This is going to be, you know, making his point here. It's a little bit of a dance. Comes in. That is steered by Northeast, straight to a fielder. Looks like it's Hamid. Round about mid-wicket.
Yeah, the only fielder in the ring on the leg side, so you can maybe count Northeast quite unlucky there.
In again. Northeast is forward. They get a single this time, but it'll be just a single. James will field it, and you'll see that uneven bounce ball just bobbling slightly as it came to James, but not with enough speed to deceive him. We've seen that a couple of times early on. Matt Quinn got caught out early in the Notts Outlaws innings. Hamid back to his mark, does his little dance, comes in, and Finch just plays that defensively. And I do wonder if they've earmarked Farhan Ahmed as the danger man here, and they're just going to be happy to see the back of him. Ahmed again, back to his mark. Final ball of the over. Just 2 off it so far. Finch takes a step forward, but that'll be just dealt with fairly comfortably by Ahmed. So just 2 off that over for Ahmed. Kent on 133 for 2. Northeast is on 47, Finch on 27. So Northeast is approaching that half-century mark. He's probably not made as many 50s as he would have liked so far this year for Kent. He's had a few 40s, hasn't he? He's done okay, but I think when he re-signed, he'd have been looking to cash in a bit, and he's got a platform now to kick on. And of course, ultimately, what any player wants to do is to see their side over the line.
And, it's a change of bowling from the far end to us.
Yeah.
Number 19, Sam Wood, and entering the attack at the City end, number 44, Freddie McCann.
So Freddie McCann is coming in.
By the looks of things, they've seen that Ahmed is going very nicely at the one end, and they'll go for double spin.
Yeah, spin twins here. 22 overs remaining. Kent need 161 to win from here. Northeast lays that one down the leg side. They'll get one they won't come back for a second. And about the mid-wicket area. Fielder coming in from the boundary. I think it was Hamid out there. McCann has the ball, and this time he'll be bowling to Harry Finch. Harry Finch won't take a run there. That will go out towards mid-on, I should say. And there's no run. McCann back to his mark, runs in to Finch. Finch takes a stride down the pitch. He'll get one for this. It certainly didn't go anywhere near where he was hoping it would go. He it was a bit of a full toss in the end. Good stride forward from Finch, but he rather got the edge off that. No slips in play here. McCann in again. Finch, sorry, it's northeast this time, takes a step forward. Plays that one out on the leg side. They'll take a single. DLS at the end of this over 137. Kent currently 136 for 2. And McCann has been rattling through this over. 2 balls left. Comes in. Finch will take a single. They might think about a second here. In fact, it's good fielding. I think if Hamid had fumbled that, they might have just fancied a second there, but he's slid in, if you like, and dealt with it very comfortably. Final ball of the over, and northeast looks a little bit of a mess of that one, but gets away with it. A slight step to his left. And just fended it off. Well, what do you reckon here, Nick? You reckon about 50-50?
Yeah, maybe slightly 55-45 to not, especially with the 2 spinners going as they are. Obviously, McCann's just absolutely raced through that over. Obviously, there's still no real pressure on this Kent pair to have to find the boundary immediately. And you'd like to think with Ahmed only having 4 left, they could see him out and wait for the seamers to have to come back on. And obviously then they've got wickets in the hutch if they need to have a little blast in a few overs' time. Obviously we saw Ekanch on Friday, was it 40 off 20 balls? And obviously we know Grant Stewart can hit the ball a long way.
Yeah, I think the Outlaws' chances hinge on them taking wickets. As Finch will get off the strike with a single, so northeast is on strike on 49, 1 ball away from a half century. Yeah, Ahmed, you're at the point, I suppose, for Nottinghamshire, the dilemma is you need a wicket, really. So do you keep your most potent bowlers on at this point? Ahmed comes in. It's a nice little shot from northeast, and that will bring up his half century. It's a leaned back cut Ahmed for a single. And that is 50 up for northeast. 7 fours. Off 67 balls, no 6s so far. I don't think there's been a 6 in the Kent innings. Has there? I could be wrong about that.
I will double check, but I don't remember one.
I can see the scorecard in front of me, actually.
No.
And,
oh,
as I say there you go. Commentator's curse. Harry Finch has absolutely blasted that back over Ahmed's head for 6 runs. So is that the opposite of the commentator's curse? Is that the commentator's blessing?
I
if you like?
suppose it depends who you're supporting.
Yeah, if you are supporting Nottinghamshire and watching us, then you will consider that the curse.
Yeah, got all of that one, Harry Finch. He struggled to find the middle of the bat at times, but no trouble there.
Ahmed to Finch. 3 balls left in the over. And that one is more watchful from Finch. I'll just get 1 for that. I just have in the back of my mind that interview that Finch gave after the Northants win the previous Friday. He said there was a point where he decided he was going to have to go for it. He thought he was going to have to take the bowlers on. He waited long enough, and he did start whacking it around as Ahmed comes in. And Finch will drive that one, and Finch will get 4 for that.
Northeast, rather.
Sorry, you're right. Sam Northeast. Yeah, do excuse me. Finch took a single off the previous delivery. So it's 150 up.
150 in the 30th over.
Yeah, that's slightly overpitched from Farhan Ahmed, and a player like Sam Northeast won't miss out very often, although he has done today. I think it was only a matter of time before he beat that short cover fielder.
Yeah. Wonder if it's the pressure beginning to tell Kent halfway there now. And, there'll be more runs here for North East. There'll be one. I think they think about a second, but they decide not to chance Martindale's arm. And so at the end of that over, Kent are 151 for 2, chasing 294 to win.
Yeah, I feel slightly bad after mentioning Coco Streets for Kent women. She's now out for 117 from 112 deliveries, but that brings the dangerous Maddie Blinknell-Jones to the crease, and she is raced to 20, not out from only 11 balls.
So what's the situation there? How many do they need?
The situation is 47 runs from 11 overs at 4s, so they are bang
Sorry,
on.
how many down are they?
They are only 2 down.
Right.
That partnership in the end was worth 214.
Just stifled appeal. Not any real feeling in that one from McCann. Well, it wasn't from McCann, actually. I think it was from one of the fielders. It was just a little rap on the pad for North East. The second one, they take a single here. Just a little nudge towards point. We'll get Finch back on strike.
Yeah, it was that far end that we saw Matt Parkinson get quite a bit of grip in the pitch. So
Yeah.
I did wonder if they'd bring on Ahmed from the far end, but he's had 7 pretty successful overs from this. What's this end? The Beckenham end.
Yeah, and Finch will get 1 there. Might get 2. No, a good sliding stop there from Hamid again, who's been very active over on that side, the leg side there, sliding in, saving his team a run. Not the first time we've seen him do that. Good bit of fielding there. McCann is in again, and North East will drive that, and North East will get 4. And that is a lovely drive through cover from Sam North East. 4 runs for Kent, moving them on to 157 for 2.
Yeah, he just freed up his arms a little bit then, North East, as he did with the one in the previous over. He just loosened his grip a little bit and really played through the line of the ball. And yeah, there's not much chance there for the fielder at cover.
As McCann into North East, this time flicks it round the corner. He'll get 1 for this. But so they won't chance the fielder's arm. It's Tayyab Tahir who is down there at fine leg. And Finch will come back on strike for the final ball of the over. 19 remaining after this one. Kent 158 for 2 in reply to the Outlaws 293 for 9. And there's a slight misfield there, but because North East was having to sprint to make his ground there, so there was never any danger of a second, so it's not a costly misfield. And really the fielding has been pretty sharp from Nottinghamshire. Now, what are we going to see here? Is Ahmed going to continue? Or are we going to have a change? It looks like we are going to get a change here. It looks like James Hayes is going to come on from the Beckenham end.
I'm slightly surprised by that. I might have given... I don't know. I feel like leaving 3 overs.
Well, I think,
Ahmed, but if they need a wicket,
yeah. So at the moment, from a Nottinghamshire need to break this partnership. So if these two stay in, Kent will very likely win. But Nottinghamshire need to take wickets. So last wicket fell at 75 for 2. And that will be steered on the leg side by Finch. He shouts for 2. I'm not sure they're going to go through with that. I think they think better of it. And again, it's whipped in by Ben Martindale. So just the single. So it's 164-2. When these two came together, 75. So stand is 85 so far. Exactly what Kent needed after Bell Drummond went. He had another half century there for the taking when he went for 44. And the bowler comes in, that will be flicked round the corner. It might go to the boundary, and it does go to the boundary. 4 more for Sam North East.
That was went very fine there off the bat. Just turned it around the corner, and on that outfield, there's
yeah,
not much chance for the fielders, unfortunately.
Absolutely raced away. Looked like may have been slightly down the leg. I'm just waiting for the replay here from Hayes. He did pitch that one well down leg side, and that was just a bit too easy for Sam Northeast, flicking it round the corner for a boundary. Hayes into Northeast. This one is also flicked around the corner. I don't think they're going to get a boundary for that. There are two fielders down there. There's a slight misfield, so they'll come back for a second. I might be being harsh on Martindale there. I think he probably realised that there was backup there, so there was probably no point in risking an injury at that point and diving in. I think it was Hatton Lowe that was the player that actually fielded it on the boundary there. Hayes back in from the Beckenham end. Third ball of the over, driven back past him. I think he got something on that, and that has probably saved certainly one and possibly more. It felt like that one came out of the meat of the bat for Sam Northeast. Sam Northeast on 67 now. He's not had a bad season at all since coming back home. Sure. He'll be eyeing three figures here. Hayes comes in. Oh, that's cracked by Sam Northeast for 4 runs. Brilliant cover drive, that a little bit wide of the off stump and just smashed through, Nick.
Yeah, again, freed up his arms and just played straight through the line of the ball. It was a bit uppish, but you've sort of, on this wicket, it does sit up a little bit if it's a bit short, and managed to pick the gap. And Sam Northeast is very slowly creeping back towards a runner ball, which 5-10 overs ago, you thought that was a long way away.
Well, I think they're probably delighted to see the back of Ahmed, to be honest, as Hayes comes in. That's a better ball from Hayes. That was awkward for Northeast. Just had to jam something on that. And that's a dot ball to finish the over. Otherwise, been a decent over for Kent. There was 11 runs scored from that one. Northeast is on to 71 from a 77. Finch is on 40. Target is 294. Kent are 170 for 2. And I would say, I think at this point, I'd say my win viz is closer to 60% for Kent now.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. And yeah, the way that Northeast in particular accelerated in the past 5 overs has been very impressive. And I do wonder if that helped is partly because of Ahmed coming off.
Nice drive from Finch. He'll only get 1. They think about a second, and they do get a second actually. There's a little bit of a misfield, or are they going to get 2? Ooh. If there'd been a direct hit, that would have been interesting. To say where we are, it is difficult to judge just how close it is. It was a decent throw-in there from long off. I'll just see if I can see how close that was on the replay. We get the other ball first. Finch will steer that one on the leg side. They'll get 1 for that. In the end, I actually think that Finch, or Northeast it was pretty comfortable. Even if there had been a direct hit in that previous delivery, I think he would have been home. He's back on strike after that single. Good running between the two of them. The wind whipping up here at Beckenham. And Northeast will steer that round the corner. He'll get 1 for it. Finch will get back on strike. And, what do you call the breeze here? I know they call it Perth. Perth, it's the Fremantle Doctor that starts blowing late in the afternoon, isn't it? What's the Beckenham equivalent, I wonder, as McCann. It's a little bit short, and that will be dispatched by Harry Finch, and that'll go for 4. McCann misjudged that one slightly, sat up for Finch, and just begged to be pulled for the boundary, and that is the 100 partnership for Sam Northeast and Harry Finch. And you wonder how important that will be come the end of this game. Harry Finch is on the brink of a half century here. He will get 1 more here. He's at 47, now he moved to 48. They'll give Sam Northeast back the strike.
I'm not sure if you were able to pull up how quickly they went from a 50 partnership to a 100 partnership, but that certainly felt quick.
I probably can, but I might lose my thread here. We'll maybe come back to that. McCann has got 1 ball remaining. And North East just flicks that past mid-wicket. Just for a second, that looked a little bit close to the fielder. He'll get a single for it. And he will keep the strike. So, I don't think there was any real alarm there. The fact that no fielder shouted catch it, usually a pretty good sign that they're not anywhere near it. We're going to have Hayes from the Beckenham end.
I'll very quickly head back to Worcestershire for one more update before the game is over. Kentwin requires 16 now from 51 deliveries. You're probably wondering how that's happened. Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones has hit 43 from only 23 balls.
Well, that is hugely impressive. Here comes Hayes. And well, that doesn't go where North East wants it to, but he'll get one for it. It's sort of squirted through the slip cordon to the third man area. And I'll get one for it.
Kelly Tassel made 8 runs since Coco Streets departed in the time that Blinkhorn-Jones scored her 43. So obviously in a rush to get home by the looks of things, the horses. So we will update you when that game comes to a close.
Here comes Hayes, second ball of the over. That'll be steered by Harry Finch. He'll get one. He'll move to 49. North East will take the strike. Kent move to 182 for 2. And they require 112 to win. With our favourite number remaining, 16.4. Exactly 100 balls left. Who doesn't love the 100 here? In comes Hayes. Now they'll be pulled round the corner by Sam North East. They'll get one. They might think about coming back for 2. They decide not to. Not really any point in chancing it at this stage in the game. They don't need to run for the second. Ball is whipped in by, I think that was Hatton Low down there at a backward square boundary. Hayes in again from the Beckenham end. 3 remaining in the over. Finch on strike. 1 ball away from his 50. And that should be 50 for Harry Finch. And it will be 50 for Harry Finch. He's reached that landmark from 61 deliveries, 3 fours. And the only 6 so far in the innings. As if you like the reverse commentator's curse. That last over from Ahmed where we said that there hadn't been a 6, and then the very next ball, Finch dumped him back over his head. In comes Hayes. Finch, bit of a tennis shot that one. That's going out towards cow corner. I don't think it's going to go to the boundary. They ought to get 2 for that one, and they will get 2. It'll be thrown in by Ben Martindale, who, whatever happens here today, will have had a day to look back on with a certain degree of fondness, or probably an enormous degree of fondness. A very good century that he made for Nottinghamshire, 101 made in that first innings. In comes Hayes for the final ball of the over, and that'll be a dot ball. North East just sort of prods it forward, it bounces up, and Hayes manages to get 2 hands on it. And there'll be no run, 186 for 2 at the end of that over.
And I'll be leaving you there to hand back to Cam to finish off this Metrobank One Day Cup clash.
Well, thank you very much, Nick. Multitasking to our left there. Nick is doing our social media stuff as well today, so he's been updating the graphics. If you follow on Twitter, he's the guy that is responsible for doing the graphics when they come up. So Harry Finch makes a 50. They will get something ready to tweet. And are we getting a bowling change here? I think we are. I think that previous over from McCann was a little bit too expensive for Hasib Hamid, and so he's made a change here. And we're going to see Lyndon James, I believe, from the City end.
Replacing number 44, Freddie McCann, at the City end, number 8, Lyndon James.
Yeah, it's going to be Lyndon James. So Hamid needs a wicket here, needs to break this partnership. Is James going to be the man to do it? He comes in And Finch just takes one step forward and decides that he's not going to risk a single there to Hamid, who has been one of the livelier fielders here today. Setting a captain's example in the field. We also ought to mention as well, apart from the fact that Harry Finch has just reached his 50 here, he pulled off 2 absolutely outstanding catches earlier on. In comes James to Finch. Finch is roughed up a little bit by that one, maybe. He saw it late, spat up at him. In the end, just steered it down towards point, and there's no run.
Yeah, just to quickly interject that the Kent women's side just officially won by 8 wickets after their terrific win against Middlesex last week. And repeated the dose, and this is quite extraordinary. Kelly Castle seemingly being a bit stranded, 97 not out. And I'll just say after, well,
Scamper a single there off James.
and Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones, 48 not out of 28 balls, 8 fours and 1 6, quite extraordinary. And Coco Streets, just once again, another ton, and extraordinary, brilliant.
It is, and to say they've improved steadily across the course of this season. Got to their first ever finals day. So just a little bit of a delay. James has got to abort his run up there, as North East wasn't entirely sure of his guard. Back in now, and North East thinks about a single, decides against it, was straight to mid wicket, and there'll be no run. Hamid fielding there. Yeah, remember being in the commentary box. It's not the commentary box last week. I was in the press box at Canterbury, where we sit with the scorers. Lynn Martin was scoring for Kent's women. He's getting very excited towards the end of the game, as I think we all were, in fairness. So James comes in. Nice little cut shot, and he won't get anything for it there. North East cut that, but he rather picked out Tahir, and there's no run. As Lynn pointed out, it's she was delighted for the team because it does you so much good when you chase 300 down. It hadn't done it before in List A cricket. It was the highest score that they chased down. And it gives you an enormous amount of belief. So James comes in, and that'll wrap North East on the pad, but that's going well down leg side. And there's a half-hearted shout from behind the stumps, but I think everybody knew that was missing. So end of the over. Kent 187 for 2. 15 overs remaining. Run rate required 7.1. Cameron will take over from the Beckenham end.
Yeah, I just spent my little break. I did a couple of laps, saw the different views of the ground, even went to the top of that stand. Very good, got to see some lovely shots, especially one from Finch straight down the ground here for 6. And this pair, they're going steady, now just up in the ante a little bit. It'll be Hayes to continue from the Beckenham end. Finch turning it to the leg side. I think about 2. Well attacked by Hatton Lowe, who impressed during his spell. Impressed Mr. Denley while he was in here chatting. He was very good for his 6 overs at the top. Yeah,
you definitely feel like they find it easier now that he's now that he's off and Ahmed's off.
Yeah, this pair got through that period well. Hayes back in. Got in a bit of an interesting situation there, did North East. Like he thought it was going to be shorter than what it was.
He's just signalled for something actually, so I just wonder if that
it would be the towel. He did it once before.
Yeah.
And as Joe pointed out, he superstitiously always bats in a jumper regardless of the heat.
Right.
So yes, he often needs some help with the perspiration.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
Maybe he got in his eyes then he misjudged the length perhaps. But yeah, we're stopping for a towel break.
So it's driving back from here during the England under-19 game, back down the M20. Suddenly, my vision started to go, which is quite alarming, really. There's sunblock leaking into my eyes, which is not something I recommend.
No.
Could have done with the towel that Sam North East has just had.
Yeah. It looks like that was perhaps Matt Mills or Keith Dudgeon running out with a towel.
Yeah.
You could have done with one of them in the car with you,
Oh, absolutely.
patting you down, yeah.
Could have done with a 12th man to hand me the towel. It was a briefly alarming moment occurred somewhere near Brands Hatch. Would have been a poetic way to go out.
That's it. Crashing near Brands Hatch, yeah. Finch on strike. Hayes comes in, hooks. Should be just the one. Yeah. Martindale out there, attacking the ball well.
And I'm going to sort of flip it around here. If you were a Kent fan, if this were, if the shoe was on the other foot in this situation, you'd be getting frustrated at this point. I'm sure that the Nottinghamshire fans watching and listening will be feeling a little bit of frustration. They need to break this partnership.
Hooked. Oh,
Oof.
and well,
Well, there you go.
there you go. What a grab by Hasib Hamid at mid-wicket. You're mentioning they needed to get a breakthrough, and there we go. Short ball from Hayes, connected with nicely by Sam Northeast, and it has been plucked one-handed by Hasib Hamid. He's been pretty agile all day, sprinting around, but that didn't have to move too far. Plucked it out of thin air, and that's Northeast done. 78 of 90 balls with 11 boundaries in there. Bold Hayes caught Hamid. He set up this chase well, but he has to go now after a stunning catch.
Yeah, that really was an excellent bit of work there to get Sam North East for 78. And, well, okay, I'll take that one. It was the commentator's curse back again. After
I had Bell Drummond on Friday after his 100, so there we go. But I felt he was getting a bit frustrated, actually, Northeast, even in the over before, losing his shape a bit. Not there, he absolutely crunched it. But it brings in form Chris Benjamin, who's been in good touch all season. Looked good as well against Somerset before.
He did, he got out, was it 30 that he made?
Yeah, around 30.
Around about 30.
But in quick time.
Now, if three of Kent's middle to lower order can make 30s here, they'll win this fairly comfortably, but you never know with Benjamin. Feeling is Nottinghamshire will have to get him early. If Benjamin is in for any length of time, then this target will get whittled down fairly quickly. If they get him cheaply, then Kent will be 4 down, and will very much be game on from there. As you say, he's had a very good season, particularly in red ball cricket. More so than in the Blast, it has to be said.
It's interesting because you feel like he was acquired more so for his white ball pedigree, but has been superb, as you say, in the longer format.
There was an article with him, I'm not sure which paper it was, might have been The Guardian, talking with him fairly recently about the 100.
First ball, nicely in behind it. Well, that's really where most fans would have started to hear from him when he played in the 100 and broke onto the scene, as it were.
Burst onto the scene, and then he's struggled a bit. He got a bad injury last year when he was playing in the Blast, and he was just about to cement his place in the side. He grounded his bat at Lords and wrecked his shoulder in the process. Came back because he was desperate to play, so he wasn't fully fit, wasn't fully mobile. But he has well and truly staked his claim. He's certainly in the red ball side. He's the first name on the sheet this year. As Finch faces this one, just prods it. Doesn't go where he wants it to go. Goes straight to Tahir, a backward point. James' first delivery of the over. Lyndon James, who played his part, did the he anchored the final overs, if you like. As Cameron was saying, should really have got him on strike a bit more, but he did what he could. Got Nottinghamshire up to 293. And he's in here to Finch, and Finch won't take a run there. That's some really live wire fielding.
Hamid again.
Yeah, he's almost John T. Rhodes like out there in that sort of cover area. He is absolutely rapid onto everything on that leg side. Now, how many runs he's saved his side so far during this Kent innings? I should think it's a fair few. As James comes in. Oh, and that beats Finch outside the off stump. Good over this from James so far. Nothing from it. There's always see wickets. Always just bring that little bit of pressure, bring doubt.
He's had a good game, hasn't he, James? Got 40 orders to say with the bat, and now 6.5 overs in. He's only going at 3.5. It's a proper all-round performance. Hasn't picked up a wicket
Yet.
Yeah, so I didn't. I'm always worried about this next ball.
And he comes. That one is fended off by Finch. It's
Finch and I survived it.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Like Matt Cole likes to say that we don't actually have any influence on what happens out there. So if we did, we'd be much wealthier than we are.
That's very true.
James will come in from the City end again. 2 balls left in the over. Finch to face. Finch, it's a little bit of a release there, and that is going to be a boundary for Finch. Rather spoiling the over for James so far. It's just tucked off his hips. And that'll be 4 down to fine leg.
Yeah, James showing his disappointment, head and hands. It's the first time this over his line was properly off. Too easy for Finch just to get a bit of bat on it and race away. And as we've seen all day, it is going to go for 4.
1 ball left in the over. James into Finch. And they think about a single, and Finch sends Benjamin back. Sends him back with a very clear signal. And there's no run at the end of the over. It's 194 for 3. So Kent need exactly 100 from here. 13 overs remaining. Run rate just creeping up a little bit to 7.7.
Yeah, interesting spot this for Kent. Definitely no foregone conclusion, but they have a number of wickets in the hutch. That's the important thing. Change of bowling here. It's going to be Wood.
Wood is coming back on from the Beckenham end.
Probably been the most expensive of the bowlers. Yeah, tell you when the scoreboard updates. Had a bit of tap from this end when Bell Drummond was in the power play. 1 over going for 16, but now he's bowling to Chris Benjamin, who's able to get off the mark with a punch behind point, and it will be 2. Yeah, so Wood 6 overs or 6.1 now, none for 47.
Feels like a long boundary down there, and be interested actually to compare the size of the pitch compared to the St Lawrence.
Yeah,
I'd say it feels bigger here. It feels like there's more space. The ropes are quite a way in from the advertising hoardings, though. That obviously plays a part.
Half stop by Hamid. That mid wicket, they'll get through for 1.
That might be the first sort of semi-blunder that we've seen from Hamid in the field, and I only call it semi-blunder. He got enough on it to prevent any further damage. There would have been at least 2, probably 3 there if he hadn't got something on that. So, again, it's one of those, if you call it a mistake, it's not a mistake that's cost Nottinghamshire any runs.
Quick single taken. They get through comfortably.
They do run pretty well together, these two. Seem to have a good understanding. The 2 wicket keepers, in the side. It's a traditionally strong area for Kent.
well, my favourite DLS barometer still shows that Kent have their noses in front at this point. Wood digs that in. That's hooked away just off of the one.
Yeah, a little bit of a tennis shot there from Benjamin. But it gets a run, and it gets Finch back on strike. He's on 58 from 73. If they're looking back at that, I think Benjamin might just be a bit disappointed he's not got more from that one.
Just patted back. Happy to defend at this point.
Yeah, it was a good ball out from Wood. Finch just about saw it coming, dug it out. Definitely no chance to score off that one.
Pretty quiet over so far, just 5 from it. Wood will be looking to get out the over without conceding a boundary. With this required rate, almost touching 8 now. Oh.
Goes a long way outside off stump. So it's not going to be given wide. So it's a dot ball.
And he does successfully get out the over, just 5 from it. Good return over that for Wood.
Yeah, just ticks the run rate up to 7.9. Nothing to be alarmed about yet. But Kent don't want to hang around too much. And that was a good ball, actually. Looking at that one on the replay. It didn't miss Finch's bat by that much in the end. I think he just about pulled out of it in time. So we're going to get James to continue from the city end. To see, one of his teammates is just turning his arm over there to remind his captain that he'd like to have a spell at some point. James in from the city end. Benjamin will get 1 for this. We should get 1 for it. Scamper through for a single towards the kind of mid-off, mid-on area. 200 up for Kent after 38.1. I'd still say they're just about favourites here, but 2 more wickets and Nottinghamshire would be well and truly in it, I think. And Kent just finding it a little bit difficult to score at the moment. In comes James. Finch, oh, he gets away with it, chips it up in the air. Might get 2 for this. They probably will get 2 for it. And of course, I say he's got away with it. There's no fielder near it. It wasn't the most controlled of shots. But he sort of prodded that one out towards the square leg umpire. And there's no fielder anywhere in that vicinity. And so he gets 2. Kent move on to 202 for 3. In comes James. Finch will guide that one to the sort of slip area. There was a shout for a single, and I'm not quite sure who decided against it in the end, but it was a good decision.
I think Benjamin running to the danger end realised that Finch had not got enough of it to get down to third man. With Tahir attacking it, it was definitely the correct decision.
Yeah, maybe about to tempt fate. Right, what I'm about to say after this delivery. As James comes in. Oh, and that is steered up and he just gets away with it. Finch, again, for the second time, we've seen a ball just die right in front of Freddie McCann. It bounced about a foot in front of him. He stopped it. He's prevented the run. I'm not sure Finch will want to see that shot again. He said that. We are about to see it on the replay. But, yeah, he really didn't have control of that one. Sort of chipped it out on the offside and just about got away with it. Lives to fight another day. And now he drives it. This is better, but he's only going to get 1 for it. I think that was the shot he was hoping to play previous delivery. Martindale will throw it in. Kent move on to 203 for 3. James will return to his mark for the final ball of the over, 39th over. James in. And, well, Benjamin has a bit of a heave at that, and he's going to get lucky there. He's going to get 4. Didn't go anywhere near where he wanted it to go, but there's no fielder in the vicinity. And it goes down towards the fine leg boundary, and that is the release shot that we needed from a Kent point of view. Takes its score on to 207 for 3, 11 overs remaining. And it just drops the run rate below 8 again.
Yeah, pretty fortunate that. Under edge, and don't know quite how close it was to the stumps, but no chance for Verena. And that is the boundary that Kent were looking for. Ease the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, the running between the wickets has been good. Hasn't always been good this year. We've seen some problematic running in the blast.
Wood, after his good comeback over of just 5 before, runs into Finch, cuts away strongly, but straight to the man who's positioned out at deep point.
That's your proverbial good shot for one. That one really nicely played, but he's picked out the fielder. He's picked out the only fielder in the postcode, really. There's nobody else down there on that leg side.
Wood in, cut backward a point, again, should be just the one. Although when I was doing my little stroll around the boundary, I don't know if you went round there, there's all these like kind of grid marks.
Yes,
I
I did
what
see that,
what they
yeah.
are, but must be particularly hard to make sure you keep on to where it's going to inevitably bobble over those.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what they are, whether they're where the nets have been, or it is very unusual. From an aerial point of view, they look almost like crop circles.
Yeah. Finch gives himself room. Driven straight. Evasive action needed from the umpire. And it goes 4-4 down the ground. Nice looking shot. You saw his intention straight away.
He rather telegraphed that,
yes.
didn't he? He took a step back, and the umpire had to duck out of the way of that, because that was coming at him at some rate there. Just having a look at the replay. Wood did throw an arm out at it, but didn't really get anywhere near it. It was one of those where I think it had gone past his arm before he even sort of flew it out as a reflex, and the umpire at this Beckenham end had to duck to avoid that one.
Now uses his feet to come down the wicket. So Wood, nice bit of timing, but straight to James at mid-on.
Yeah, that's the sort of run, if you were deep in the chase, a little bit deeper in it, nearer the pointy end, you probably would have run that one. But with pretty much 3 stumps to aim at there, Finch decided it wasn't worth the risk. So they don't take the single. 213 for 3.
Bounced in. It's in front of square. Big chase on for Martindale, who will get round. It'll just be the 2.
Yeah, you can see that one slow up, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Talk about the outfield, but that's just, there's just whatever slope there is here, that's it at Beckenham. It's certainly not as pronounced as it is at Canterbury, where I think the difference is about 12 feet. I'm happy to be corrected about that. You can tweet me at the Spitfire if you know better.
Just dab down to third man. Happy to retain the strike is Finch. Takes him to 69. And Kent 216 for 3. 10 overs remaining. 78 needed.
Yeah, you are listening to the Kent Cricket live stream, the Kent Cricket in-house live stream, proudly presented by Clubberly. My name is Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network and the Spitfire website. I'm joined today by Cameron Emmanuel Burns. Martin Shaw has been in, and we've also had the Whitstable Warren himself, Joe Denley, was in for a spell earlier. It's going to be Cameron and myself to see you through to whatever this conclusion is. Thank you very much if you've been watching so far. Hope that you've enjoyed it. It's very, very delicately poised, this one. I think it's probably 55-45 Kent at this point. Benjamin is unbeaten so far on 10. Finch is 69 not out. And it's going to be Finch who takes the strike. There's going to be a change of bowling. Hatton Low is going to come on from the City end. He's bowled 6 overs so far for a fairly stingy 30 for 1. Run rate exactly 5. So that's better than the team average to this point.
He got the big wicket of Bell Drummond.
He did, yeah.
Who
Bell
was
Drummond
looking good up until that point.
fell for 44. Here's Hatton Low. Finch will drive that one. He'll get 1 for it. There's a sliding stop. And extra cover area, and that'll just be the single. Take Kent to 217 for 3. And it'll give Chris Benjamin the strike. He's got 10 from 7 so far. Hatton Low goes back to his mark. Turns. Oh, and Benjamin has a heave at that and he gets away with it. That was Benjamin didn't get anything on that. Went outside his off stump. Luckily for him, he didn't nick it. That was taken by Varane. Fairly well outside the off stump there. Just looking at the replay, I think it was about a foot outside off. Benjamin had a slash at it, didn't get anything on it, but he lives to fight another day. Here is Hatton Low, and that one is pushed down towards the third man area. They're going to come back for a second. They're going to be okay, are they? Yes, they are. Looked tight for a second.
Yeah, pretty tight that. It was a good throw in.
Again, I'm trying to see that one on the replay. The seamers are on makes it a little bit easier because they're not going through the deliveries quite as quickly. So Benjamin steered that one down to third man. It's fielded by Hayes. And yeah, Varane broke the wicket, but Benjamin was home fairly comfortably. There was no appeal. And if the fielders aren't appealing, then he must have been home by a country mile. Hatton Low back to his mark. 3 balls of the over remaining. 9.3 to go. Benjamin will cut that one. He'll get 1 for it. It's thrown in point boundary by Ben Martindale. He's probably about 5 yards in from the boundary rope there. So just a single. Kent keep ticking along. 220 for 3 now. They need 294. But it feels tense, doesn't it? Run chases always do. It's those situations, you know, the fielding side are never out of it if they can take wickets, and Finch will get lucky there. He's hooks that round the corner, and it's been misfielded. It was never a chance of a catch, but it was Farhan Ahmed who was down there, kind of backwards square, if you like, and Ahmed has misjudged that in a very similar situation to the one that we saw in the Kent innings when Matt Quinn was down there and one just eluded him. I think he was done by the spin of the bounce there, Ahmed. And that little boundary from Finch will relieve the pressure. He's on 74 from 86. Oh, and he has a slash at that one. Good comeback there from Hatton Low. And Finch sort of tosses his bat in the air, kind of like a gunslinger, if you like. Flings it up, spins it round and catches it by the handle.
Well, you feel there's a bit of tension in the air here.
Interesting, isn't it? Because it was that shot from Finch. I don't think he was ever in any danger of getting out, but he just released the pressure, and then he had a little bit of a dart at that one. Now we're going to see.
It is Farhan Ahmed.
Yeah, Farhan Ahmed has got 3 left, I think. He's going to be bowling from the City end.
Replacing number 19, Sam Wood, and returning to bowl at the Beckenham end, number 7, Farhan Ahmed.
Yeah, so Farhan Ahmed is the Beckenham end he's going to be bowling from, not the City end.
Yeah, he's gone well so far. 7 overs, none for 30, going at just over 4. He's a very, very skillful operator. Big future ahead. Bowling to Benjamin. Oh, flat and fast. Big swish from Benjamin. Thankfully, no edge on it. But you would say, even though skilled as he is, with a number of right-handers in and maybe needing to up the rate a touch, this is still an opportunity for Kent. Ball turning into them. Big boundary, mind you. Perhaps the best option is to go straight. He looks to do that.
He's gone straight and he nearly got
Yeah,
caught and bowled there. They're going to get a single, aren't they?
Would have been a superb caught and bowled. Reaching out left-handed, diving away. Ends up still being a single. But another chance here. Goes a begging for the Notts Outlaws. And again, this time a nice looking drive along the ground. And through Farhan to his left. But they won't mind this start. Well, the Notts Outlaws. Still, rate required is still 8. Certainly not out of reach by any means. But you do feel a few wickets or a couple of big overs will be the difference either way. Oh, hard looking stroke from Benjamin, but straight to the man position at long off. Singles are fine as long as you find that one boundary and over.
Yeah,
Kent's
I don't think Kent are going to be too unhappy with this. They're getting singles off Ahmed. He's only got a couple of overs after this one.
And he's decided he's going round the wicket now to Finch. Man catching at short, fine leg on the 45. He was doing that dab earlier. Yeah, he's happy to take the single. Considering 2. Benjamin's going to, call back. Again, I think the correct decision in the end.
Yeah, Finch putting his hand up to say, good decision, just sort of putting his thumb aloft there. Just going back to the earlier chance in the over, it was a chance. It does have to go down as a drop. As harsh as it may seem, he did get a hand to it. And if that sticks, probably say Nottinghamshire right back in this 50-50 again.
Ahmed continuing round the wicket now to Benjamin. It's quick. He fires that one in, and it was slapped in the air, but bouncing way in front of cover. That's the end of the over. Good one for Notts and Ahmed, but he seems frustrated perhaps with that drop chance. Just the 4 off it. As you say, Kent won't be too displeased to see out another over from Ahmed without damage. But I would also point out, yes, they need 8.3, but if you're Kent, you're not wanting to take this to the last over, are you?
You're not. But you'll do what works, won't you? They've got
plenty of
in the
batting.
hutch. They've got, after this, Jaden Denley, Akansh Singh, Grant Stewart, Joey Everson to come in. Finch with a reverse, well, actually not a reverse, just a sweep. Just a little paddle, a ramp if you like. And that'll get him 4.
That's a clever shot. That's nicely played by Finch. Getting down early, again, pretty telegraphing quite quickly what his intentions were. Seeing the gap down at fine leg and accessing it with that little frying pan shot, as it were, using the pace of Hatton Low and collecting 4.
Finch is on 80, and he will try and cover drive that, but he doesn't elude the fielder. It's fielded by Lyndon James and the covers, and there's no run. So 232 for 3. And I don't know about you, Cameron. My heart rate is just accelerating a little. Always does in a run chase. Nerves make you feel alive, don't they? Here comes Hurt and Low, and that's so wide.
Slow ball as well.
Yeah, slow. It's deceived Finch. I think he took a step back and he's missed out there. And, just try and see that one on the replay. He rather reached for it, didn't get enough on it. The fielder was in very sharply, and there was no run. But, well, yeah, if he let it go, that would have been a wide. That was about a stump's width outside the mark. And now Finch will drive it down the ground, and that's a powerful shot by Harry Finch, and that will be 4 runs to Kent, having missed out on that previous delivery. He whacks Hatton Low back over his head for 4 runs and releases the pressure again. 236 for 3. Finch moves on to 84. Similar sort of score to the one he got against Northants last week. He was out, I think, mid-80s.
Yeah, 85.
Yeah, got one from Yuzvendra Chahal, didn't he? That turned back up the slope at the St. Lawrence. In comes Hatton Low. 2 remaining in the over. Finch will pull that one towards square leg. They'll just take the 1 there. Fielder fields that one fairly comfortably, and it's whipped back in. And it's comfortably taken by the keeper.
Yeah. 9 off the over so far.
Decent over, isn't it, for Kent?
Good over this. Anything more to add? Be a bonus. Oh.
Hatton Low, final ball on the over. Oh, and Benjamin. There's another swish at that one, but he's got away with it. And at the end of that over, it is 237 for 3. And Kent still need 57. 7 overs remaining. So the run rate is 8.1. So this is, you know, normally you'd be favourite from this position.
I still think Kent most probably are.
I think they are. I'd agree with you on that one. They've got batters in hand, but they can't afford to, as you were saying, you know, if it gets to the final over, pressure does strange things. Situations like this, I've seen plenty of sides fall away in run chases. Every game that Kent have been involved with this season, the side batting second has won.
Well, we hope that trend continues, Kent's perspective. And with that, Finch goes to his highest score of the season so far. A well-compiled knot, but yeah, the Kent faithful here will want to see him shepherd the team home. Benjamin on strike. We know he has the power. Does he go for it? He does. Straight. I think that's going to be 4. It is
going to be 4. Yep. Cameron's position here. He can't quite see as much of the field as I can. I'm sat about a yard to his right. So I can see most of the field.
Yeah, I'd say a good quarter of the field is out of my view. But with that boundary, that's a 50 partnership up between this pair. Coming off just 45 balls. Again, what has been good from Kent's perspective is when 1 wicket's fallen, they've not fallen in clusters. Partnerships between each dismissal. Ahmed back in. He goes again, this time up in the air. It's massive, it's huge. Down the ground, 6 runs for Chris Benjamin. We know he has that power in his locker, and he's showing us all here.
Yeah, those last 2 deliveries have a tilt the equation back in Kent's favour, substantially back in Kent's favour. That's 10 from 2 balls, 4 and a 6. Ahmed has bowled well up until now, but when you encounter Chris Benjamin, in full flow. That is not the easiest of propositions. Now, we've got a bit of a delay here. Has the ball been lost?
I think
I
it
think
might
it
have
has,
done,
yeah. If it goes in that hedge, could be anywhere. So there's a small delay here. The Kent batters are going to take on some fluid. And I just wonder, you can read too much into this sort of thing. If you're a Kent player, are you happy to have this little drinks break here while the umpires look for a replacement? Or
Well, I'm sure if you're Benjamin, you'd rather be keeping with the momentum and
yeah, it
place that one pretty quick.
just gives Ahmed a chance to regroup, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's funny to think, we're talking about him as if he's a seasoned, experienced pro here. How old is he?
I think he's 18. Oh, let me
Yeah.
double check. But he has played quite a bit of cricket.
Yeah, well, I suppose he is a seasoned pro if he has.
I think in this side he is, especially in this bowling
Yeah.
lineup. Let me have a look. So he is, yeah, just turned 18.
Well, he's certainly not playing like a callow 18-year-old.
No.
Ignore the fact that he's just gone for 10 off his last 2. That happens to every spinner.
Although this is his only 6th list day game.
Yeah.
He's compiled 14 first-class games, 90 20s. So yeah, he's got least experience in this format of the game.
You wouldn't know that from the way that Kent showed him an enormous amount of respect in his first few overs. It's only now, I think Benjamin feels he's got the luxury of a few wickets in hand. So he's decided to take him on in this over. Try and make it less tense. The equation now is that Kent need 46 from 39, which is still, it's not a given.
No, not at all.
Couple of wickets fall, and it becomes very interesting again.
As you mentioned before, it'd be interesting to see what this break entails. What it has made one change. Ahmed's had enough going around the wicket, going back over to Benjamin. Benjamin goes for the slog sweep. I think it's in the gap. It is. Never boundary. So the break has not produced much luck for Notts. However, for Benjamin, he keeps going along his merry way, and that brings up the Kent 250. So this is maybe the over for Kent. That just breaks the shackles a little bit. So that's 4-6-4 for Benjamin. And this time he's content, flatter and quicker from Ahmed, so he just rocks onto the back foot and hammers it down the ground for 1. Yeah, Benjamin again, he's come in and 30 off 19 balls, exactly what the side needs, or needed at that point.
Yeah, he is an agent of destruction, is Chris Benjamin. And now there's just a little bit of a delay here with Harry Finch just adjusting his helmet there.
Last ball of Ahmed's over. And Finch rather just calmly takes the single again down the ground. It's a very successful over that for Kent.
And he's annoyed with himself, Ahmed. You can see him just give the turf a little kick there. Just shakes his head slightly. He's not going to be. Well, you might listen to this on the highlights if he watches back, and I don't think he should be too downhearted at all because he has bowled very well. You only have to see the respect that Kent's batters have shown him up until that over. His figures: 9 overs, no maidens, 51, no wickets, but 5.7 an over. Really, he bowled very, very well. He just slightly spoiled by the fact he went for 14 in that one. Whether he'll come back or not, we don't know, but we'll see. Is it going to be Hatton Low to continue here?
It will, I believe.
Yeah, so Hatton Low from the City end, 6 remaining. And that one is pulled around the corner by Harry Finch. They'll get just 1 for that, I think. Again, one of those where if Kent were in a bit more danger, a bit more jeopardy, they might have chanced their arm there.
I've just got word that we've got a number of groundsmen fully within the bush looking for to retrieve that ball that Benjamin deposited in there in the over before.
It's Hatton Low from the city end.
Oh,
And that is steered by Benjamin. He'll just get one for that one.
yeah, in the air.
Get well out of Jonathan Agnew territory there before we get ourselves into trouble. A couple of narrow escapes the other day. Hatton Low slowly back to his mark here. At that sort of stage, anything you can do to just unsettle the batter, he'll try and do. And he comes again. And this one by Finch might carry. Will it carry? He's going to be out. Is he been caught there? He has been caught. Thought for a second that he'd been dropped, but Harry Finch is out for 88 and he smashes his bat into the turf in anger. Getting out, falls short of a century again, falls in the 80s. Again, you never know, that might be the pivotal innings in this match, but Finch is furious with himself for not seeing this one home.
Yeah, he's frustrated. He feels he had plenty of time to either put that down and take the 1 or 2 into the gap, or get right underneath. He did neither, timed it nicely, but straight to the man at deep square. So that's Harry Finch departing for 88. Fine innings that. He's been shepherding this innings, and he had a good partnership with both North East and then with Benjamin. Be interesting to see who they send out next. Actually, I wonder. Yes, I thought as much. It is the star of the previous night, star of the ball in this innings, Sakinch Singh. Always exciting to see how he goes. So yes, Finch, the stats are up here. Bold Hatton caught to here for 88. 8 boundaries and 1-6. Yeah, 8 fours. Good innings that from the Kent number 5. To go with 2 super catches earlier. He's had a good day, as Harry Finch.
Well, he's had a good tournament, and it's just one of those things, isn't it? It's in some ways it's more infuriating. In the short term, certainly, when you get out, when you've made a big score, when you're that close to getting 3 figures.
Yeah.
In some ways, it's worse in the short term than getting out for a duck or for nothing. I know that after the initial anger wears off, obviously you're going to be happier with your performance. Ekach just taking a look at the field here. Hatton Low into bowl. And Ekach just about saw that one in time. Jams his bat down. No run taken. Might be his sighter. Certainly didn't take long to get going the other day. He knows this ground well. Played here a lot as a youth cricketer. Played here for England under-19s, England Lions. It's the value of this ground for Kent. Stages a lot of representative fixtures. Ekach to face. And that one again is going to be a dot ball. It's well fielded by Hamid.
How many times have we said that today?
Yeah, he's just say, not seen him in the field before. He's been hugely impressive. Jonty Rhodes is the benchmark for a certain generation. Probably before Cameron's time, but he was a terrific fielder. Trevor Penny, I think, another good one, the old Warwickshire player. 1 left in the over. Hatton Low into Ekach Singh, and he'll push this one. They won't get a run, so 3 dot balls to end what has been a very good over for Nottinghamshire. Exactly the over that they needed. And the equation now is that Kent need 38 from 30 with 6 wickets remaining.
Yeah, the impressive Hatton Low getting his 2nd wicket of the day, but arguably just those 3 dots again after getting out the set. Harry Finch, very, very impressive. And it will be a change. Ahmed will not be completing his spell, at least not yet, from the Beckenham end. They're bringing back on James Hayes, the opener, who had started out at the City end. But I imagine he is be tasked to complete his overs from the end in front of us.
Yeah,
He's bowled with some good speed today. probably the quickest on the show, especially for knots, I'd say.
It's always that risk, isn't it, when you use the pace, is that batter uses it against you.
Oh, absolutely, and
it'll fly away. James has got 2 overs remaining.
Yeah, 2 for 36 so far. Him and Hatton Low have certainly been the picks, you'd say. I think they're going to a similar ploy to what Kent did at the end. Yep. Oh no, Ekanch is not going to be coming back after running into Hayes.
Yeah, they might have got 2 there, but Ekanch has rather run into the bowler there. Nothing the bowler could do about that one.
But yeah, this is the same ploy that Stewart and Singh deployed when they were bowling at the end with, well, now one man is coming up to mid-wicket, but really the case is Hayes is being tasked to bowl either fast or slower ball cutters into the wicket with protection out on this leg side boundary. Now Singh, who's still on 0. Oh, it's down the leg side, that's too far down. That'll be a wide. Frustrating for the Notts bowler.
Yeah, all the more frustrating at this stage in the innings. Just when you feel you're dragging yourself back into it and you give the opposition a free run. Of course, an extra delivery.
Nice looking shot from Singh. Will not beat. And that's to hit at mid-off.
Well, you can feel the tension here. It's still just about Kent in front, I would say. DLS is currently saying 247. DLS has Kent well in front at this point. It doesn't feel.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel that conclusive.
Takes the single. Now they're in a position where when they are hitting it to the fielder on the ring, they are scampering through. Yeah, Singh 1 from 4. We know how destructive he can be. But again, the Kent fans wouldn't mind seeing one go over the boundary rope. In comes Hayes. Oh, and it's through. It's through Singh. I'm not sure if that was a bit of a cutter as well. It didn't fly through. Didn't really get up as much. But yeah, tension building here. Singh trying to use his feet. Cutting him in half. Be interesting to see on replay whether Hayes did roll his fingers over it. Yeah, I think a little bit. This has been impressive from the young man. Oh, great. Well, great half stop. That's fine, Ahmed. At gully.
Yeah, that's a good stop. That's again falls into that category. He hasn't quite taken it cleanly, but he's prevented what might have been a boundary. Certainly Kent would have fancied 2 there. And they were going to get 1 anyway. So Benjamin will take the strike for the final ball of the over. And the rate's just crept up a little bit here.
Yeah. Again, just be the one to immediate cover. So good over that for the Notts Outlaws. The rate is exactly needing now 8 and over. Will be James. It seems he's taken his cap off. He's walking from in front of us.
I suppose you could say that's honours even in a sense, because 6 came from that one. If you include the wide. And not need wickets here. But you just don't know. If it gets to a point where, say Kent need 10 off the last 6.
I'm not happy with... If it gets to that situation where we are now, and then we're needing 10 off the last over, with all these wickets in hand, I wouldn't be best pleased, to be honest.
And there are 4 remaining, and Kent still need 32.
Yeah.
So this is not an implausible scenario here. Right, we've got a change of bowling here, I think.
Yes, it's
Lyndon James, is it?
James
coming back on from the City end.
Yeah, he has 2 overs remaining, so you imagine he's going to finish it off.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
got,
it's at the end.
Wood has got 2 left, James has got 2 left. Hatton, Lowe and Ahmed have got 1 left each. And McCann has bowled 3 for 22. Be a big call to put McCann back in at this stage of the game, I think.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they return to him. It is because Hayes, as we know, will finish one. It'll probably be Hayes and Hatton Lane, maybe, from Beckenham end. But anyway.
Well, that one is decent contact by Benjamin, but I think he's only going to get 1 for it. And they decide not to chance Martindale's arm. And the tension just builds up a little bit more.
Yeah.
31 needed from 23. And the new batter, Ekanch, back on the strike. 2 from 6 so far. It's good, disciplined bowling this from Nottinghamshire. They're not making it easy for Kent. It would be easy to capitulate in this sort of situation. Saw what happened when Benjamin gave Ahmed the treatment a couple of overs ago. They've reined it in well since then. In he comes. And that one is whacked downfield. It just eludes the fielder. It's sort of shy there at the stumps, but it's good backing up. So there's just going to be 1. There was never really a chance that he was going to catch that. It's not the most convincing of shots from Ekanch. It was Hamid who was the fielder. A deep cover area, would you say that was? Or maybe mid-off?
Mid-off, I think.
Mid-off, yeah. And he's gone back towards the boundary now for Benjamin. And Benjamin doesn't get all he wants on that. They're just going to get a single again. And again the pressure builds. More like for Yorker.
Yeah.
That one from James. Benjamin had a shot in mind. It's not the one that came off his bat. And so Kent 265 for 4. You think it's something, they've got the wickets in hand. They've got 3.3 overs remaining. Somebody's going to have a heave fairly soon. And that is when all sorts of things can happen. 30 needed from 22. James is in to Ekanch, and Ekanch was only going to get 1 for this.
Yeah, it's pretty nicely bowled again, though.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell who's more frustrated at this point, because James is clearly frustrated that he's not got more from that delivery. Kent are frustrated they've only got the dot from it. And still, the tension ratchets up here. 28 needed from 20. And of course, a tie is still very much an option here. Benjamin to take the strike. 2 balls remaining in the over. And that one is Yorked, and that will go sort of bump ball back over his head. They'll get 1. They'll think about coming back for 2. They will come back for 2. They'll have to hurry if they get home fairly quickly. Good running in the end by Benjamin and Ekanch Singh.
Good desperation from the young man, diving in.
And you are at the stage now where it is worth the dive. That was worth chancing the arm.
Yeah.
2 runs coming from that one. 268 for 4. Now Kent, 3.1 overs remaining. 26 needed. Now, if you've seen Benjamin when he gets going, you could do that in the best part of an over. Well, best part of 2 overs maybe. What's he going to do from the final ball of this over? He's going to let it go outside of off stump, and that is going to be a wide. So you wonder if the pressure just got to James there. He's bowled really well. His figures have been pretty tidy here. Before that one, he was 41 from 0, but he's just bowled a wide at the moment when you really don't want to be doing that. And that was well wide, that one. Benjamin didn't even bother reaching for that. Too cute to try and go for it. And now Benjamin will drive this one down the ground. They're only going to get 1 for that one. Benjamin happy enough to keep the strike, I think. Kent fairly satisfied with the single off that one.
Well, that was the 8 needed, exactly, from the over.
Yeah.
But again, perhaps honours even there. Feel like just 1 over And they need an over of 12 or 14.
Yeah,
Break the back of this
it's
chase.
just a little bit too close to comfort, isn't it?
It
Players
is.
taking on fluids again.
I wonder if maybe a change of gloves as well for Singh after that dive.
It's highly likely that there's a message from the dressing room being delivered alongside these drinks. Probably along the lines of, you might as well go for it at this point because there's batting to come.
You think Stewart?
Yeah, Stewart, Denley,
Everson. You'd imagine it'll be Stewart next if there was to be a full wicket.
Given the match situation, I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Stewart, of course, saw Kent home on Friday. 270 for 4.
Now, Benjamin is the in man, and he is facing up to James Hayes, who's bowled nicely up to this point. 9 overs, 2 for 42. This is the last over to make an impression. And again, I imagine he will be going straight at him with 4 men out on the leg side, no one in close. He does go short. Benjamin hits it flat and low, but straight to Martindale at deep mid wicket. Will only be the one.
Another kind of tennis shot, if you like, that one.
Yeah.
And fielder was out there. It's a well protected boundary.
You can see that they are aware that is quite a long boundary. No one has attempted the whole game to try and hit it up and over the 6.
Yeah, that's the very slight slope there as well. One up towards the pavilion.
Now Singh on strike, 4 from 8 so far. Oh, well fielded off his own bowling. Hayes a bit disorientated on his follow through. If he had picked it up and seen that it was actually Singh who was quite a distance down, he thought he hit it past him, was going to go for a single. But with each dot, the pressure ramps up.
Yeah, it does. It does. 23 needed from 16. And I still think it's 50-50 here.
Yeah. Again, needs some magic from Singh. It's hit
and
flat
this could
straight.
be out. This is going to be straight at James. He's going to take it. Taking it around his ankles. And that is a big wicket. Singh had to go for that, really. But
he did. He never really got in. Hit that hard and flat. It was dying on James as it came just in front of us here. Little media outlet, and yeah, snaffled round his ankles. So that's Singh gone, the hero from Friday night. 4 off 10 deliveries bowled. Hayes caught James. Hayes gets his 3rd wicket of the day. That pressure goes up another notch, and it will be, of course, the Italian stallion. Man who got us over the line. It is Grant Stewart to come out. He's got Kent. He's been out many times under this kind of pressure. Grant Stewart comes to the wicket.
yeah, he goes big or he goes home. Grant Stewart. This is tailor-made situation for him, but Kent lose another wicket, then they're in trouble here. 271 for 5. Still say it's 50-50 at this stage. 22 needed from 15. Sorry, 23 needed from 15.
Number 9, Grant Stewart.
And it was a situation where Ekach was getting bogged down, wasn't he? He was struggling for runs. You see what he needed to do, but you know, he had a much easier time of it on Friday. I'm not saying it was easy hitting 40 from 20, and that short boundary to aim at. You've not got a short boundary here.
No. But that was reward for Hayes for his good work of his own bowling the ball before, keeping Singh on strike and putting a bit more pressure on him, which then produced that shot. Although I think he was looking to go hard and straight regardless. But Grant Stewart on strike for his first ball. Gives himself room. It's hooked in the air. I don't think he's connected with it. No, it will not reach
Yeah,
deep
he's
mid-wicket.
got away with that one. Not a great shot from Grant Stewart, but with the fielders out on the boundary.
I think he wants a new bat already. I think he's damaged it with that.
Did that come off the bottom edge maybe, or
Yeah.
damage the foot of the bat? He's sort of pressing it in. I think he might be all right with it. He's just sort of taking his guard.
Now Benjamin on 40. Can he find the boundary? Slapped hard, but so that man, Hamid again. Good bit of fielding, and he's on the ring at cover, and stopping it from going through. Could have gone to the boundary.
And he has saved so many runs for Nottinghamshire today.
He has.
He has been like a panther in that position.
And yep, Stewart definitely wants a new stick. And that's Keith Dudgeon running out with a selection.
Yeah, it's not ideal preparation for batter to lose his favourite weapon after a single delivery. Dudgeon comes on with a selection, as you say. Stewart picks his favourite. This is it, isn't it? It's so we're used to playing at St Lawrence. There was a short boundary for a lot of the games, a lot of the blast games.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that here. We've had very few sixes. Only two that I can remember in this innings. One from Finch, one from Benjamin. The easiest place to score a six is back over the bowler's head.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's where Stewart will be aiming here.
Well, Hayes has been smart, hasn't given that option. He's been digging it in. He does so again. And under edge, it's going to be a dot ball.
Yeah, this is really good disciplined bowling by Nottinghamshire.
That's a terrific spell. Hayes has done 10 overs, 3 for 45. Excellent work, and that means that Kent required 21 off the last 2 overs. And yeah, a few, 10 minutes or so ago, I said I'd be disappointed if we needed 10 off the last over. But at this point, I might have to take it. But what I would say is this pair probably have the most power in this Kent lineup. I would say Benjamin and Stewart.
I would agree with that, yeah. I'd say that if you were looking for somebody to hit the boundary off the final ball, these would probably be, or a super over, if you like, these would be the two guys that you would send in. Now, the penultimate over is going to be bowled by Lyndon James. Here he comes. Benjamin to face, he's on 41. Benjamin will drive that one forward. Where is that going to go? Is that going to go for 4? It is going to go for 4. Much needed boundary from Chris Benjamin. Drives Lyndon James back past him towards the long off boundary. And the fielder down there can't get there. And so Benjamin just does exactly what he needs to off the first ball of the over. Hits that boundary.
Yeah, really
relieves
important.
some of the tension here. James is back. Benjamin is in. Benjamin gets good contact on that, but I think they'll only get 1 for this.
Oh, they're coming back off the misfield.
They are coming back off the misfield, and they're going to get 2. So Benjamin is going to keep the strike.
Really good work that from Grant Stewart. Noticing the bit of, maybe a bobble.
So they fielded so well, haven't they? All innings, but it is just that situation. When the match situation gets to you,
that's it.
That is when things start to go wrong in the field.
15 off 10 now.
Benjamin to face. And that's a full toss, and that has been creamed, and that is going to sail over the boundary for 6. Full toss from the bowler, and James has absolutely creamed that.
32 balls, 4-4.
What an innings this is from Chris Benjamin. That brings his 50, 53 or 32 balls. 2 maximums in there, including that lusty blow. Full toss from James. Doesn't matter if the boundaries are big, and Chris Benjamin has that power. That was huge, and at a big moment for the Kent lineup. Now needing 9 off of 9.
Back to a runner ball. In comes James. Is he going to recover from that one? It's going to go for a single. I don't think Kent are going to risk anything at this point, as those 2 huge blows hugely important blows from Benjamin have tilted the game back their way. We don't have Wasp here.
No.
But, I would have said at the start of the over it was probably
I think-
60-40 Notts. Now I reckon it's probably 60-40 Kent.
Yes, I would agree. And a shout out for Grant Stewart getting Benjamin back on strike with that 2 to allow him to get underneath that ball for 6. Those are the small margins at this stage of a game.
It was smart cricket, but it just takes a couple of wickets and it becomes very interesting again. Here comes James from that City end. Oh, and there's a bit of a heave from Grant Stewart. Doesn't get anything on it. That'll be a dot ball. Every dot ball a win for the fielding side at this point.
Yeah, pretty well bowled that.
Yeah,
Good Yorker outside off stump.
good comeback at this stage of the innings when you've just gone for 4-2, 6 and 1 to bowl a dot ball. That's really good discipline. It was quite a wide one. Wide Yorker from James. 1 ball left in the over. Stewart to face. Stewart hits that one high in the air. It might be caught out, but I think it's going to go over the fielder. It goes over the fielder for 6. Grant Stewart slashes the target.
Superb, Grant Stewart. As we mentioned at the beginning of this over, if you wanted a pair in this batting lineup to be out here in this situation, it would be Benjamin and Stewart. And on cue, they've delivered with 2 big maximums. That was a free hit, really.
Well, I tell you what, he's bowled pretty much the same delivery that he bowled the previous one. It was the wide Yorker. Worked for him beforehand. He got the dot ball. He put it in exactly the same place. And Stewart has carved him. And I say, when we saw that leave the bat, there was a fielder over there, wasn't there? And we were, well, I certainly was thinking that might not go all the distance.
Well, he's got such power, hasn't he, Grant Stewart? He has not gone that high in the air. It's gone pretty flat all the way down, too long off, but it's cleared the boundary. And that means the equation is Kent require just 2 so they can have a victory in this tournament, back-to-back wins. But it will be the talented Hatton Low, who's got 2 wickets so far. Field is now in, obviously, to stop the singles. Benjamin on strike. Short, tap down. They'll consider 2. No, will not take it. So, scores are level. Stewart on strike. Applause around the ground for that. Well, I think the Wasp is slightly more in our favour now.
Well, certainly from a win point of view, it's now 0 for Nottinghamshire, but they can still get a tie if they can somehow keep Kent scoreless.
Well, that would be
The
quite
rest of this
something,
over, that
yeah.
would be a story, wouldn't it? I've seen that happen before at this ground. Not when Kent have been playing.
Well, not this time. That will go to the boundary. And Kent win. Superb run chase here at the county ground in Beckenham. Back-to-back wins for Kent in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. And it has been brought home by Benjamin Stewart, but a real shout out to Benjamin, finishing 55 not out of 34 balls. At one moment it was getting a bit tetchy, especially in here, but not out there. Benjamin getting us over the line. Superb performance from Kent.
Yeah, brilliant stuff in the end. We were worried, I think it's fair to say. Got to salute the way that Nottinghamshire bowled in those death overs, giving themselves a chance. But when you've got that many wickets in the hutch and you've got power hitters like Stewart, like Benjamin, you'd always just about favour the batting side in that situation. And we didn't jinx it. Pointed out earlier on in the 4 Metro Bank games that Kent have played so far this season, the side chasing has always won. And that sequence has been maintained here today at Beckenham. Kent home by 5 wickets and quickly run through the scorecard for you. Dawkins 8, Bell Drummond 44, North East 78, Finch a crucial 88, Benjamin 55 not out, Singh 4 and Grant Stewart 8 not out. Kent seeing it home with 4 balls to spare. Just remains for us to say, really, well, I'll tell you what, I'll get some final thoughts from Cameron on this, and then we'll just run through the housekeeping.
Yeah, well, I feel that, to be honest with you, I'm putting a real shout out for that final 10 overs. with the Kent bowlers able to restrict Notts Outlaws when it looked, it was almost full conclusion they'd get past 300, probably 320 plus, and to keep them to around 290. Ekach Singh coming to bowl death overs, 4 wickets for him. I think that's really where the tide turned, and that partnership between North East and Finch was kind of a subdued middle period, but they kept their head and some good bowling. I think we must say that that Notts bowled well and fielded well during that period, but we didn't lose our head. And at the end there, great power shown by Stewart and Benjamin to see us home. And yeah, a good positive feeling around the ground, and a happy first outing for me here.
It is.
Beckenham.
And a terrific afternoon again for Kent. Another great run chaser. One thing I noticed about last Friday, it was such a great feeling around the ground. Everybody was happy. You know, even the most miserable of the guys that comment on the social media feed, and they are all guys, let's put it that way. Even the most miserable of our fans, the ones that can extract the maximum possible sadness from every situation, even they had huge smiles for posting how delighted they were. And the same thing has happened today. It's been a wonderful game of cricket. Notts have played a full part, and now Kent find themselves 3-2 here. So
yeah, they're right in the hunt.
Yeah, we will be back here next Sunday when Kent will be playing the Leicestershire Foxes. Before that, Kent have got a trip just up the road to the Oval to play the old enemy in El Claquito. That'll be Surrey versus Kent. That starts at 11 a.m. That's Wednesday, the 5th of August. And then after that, the final fixture for Kent will be on Tuesday, the 11th of August. That's at Rugby School when they take on Warwickshire. Because if you were with us earlier, you'll know that it's a double cause for celebration today, because Worcestershire Rapids lost to Kent Women, a wonderful run chased by the Kent Women, who are coming into form just about the right time in their Metrobank Cup. They've got a couple of fixtures remaining, and they're not back on home turf until they take on Leicestershire. So 2 fixtures here as well. Counties of Pakistan, flight or website detail remains for a day of everybody. Kent Cricket on behalf of Fred, my Cunningham Burns, Paul and the lady. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you all next time.